The doors be opened. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Strategic Partnership Agreement between Canada on the one part and the European Union and its member states of the other part, done at Brussels on 30 October 2016. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, excuse me, one moment. Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Regarding the Right to Know When Products Contain Toxic Substances. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to know about things that might harm their health or the environment when they are shopping for everyday products for their families or their households. This is why I'm presenting this bill about the right to know.
Mr. Speaker, and this is why I'm tabling a bill that should provide consumers with the right to access that information, the Right to Know Act. This bill would require that all products, especially foods, household cleaners and cosmetics, carry clearly marked labels specifying their toxic contents. Environmental Defence and others support the objectives of this bill. I hope that all members of Parliament will support this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Julian, appuyé par
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi?
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Elm River RV Park in Glenholm, Nova Scotia, located in the riding of Cumberland, Colchester. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time employees continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to present a petition on behalf of my constituents from Revelstoke, who really are leaders in preventing food waste. This petition asks that we declare October 20th of each year National Food Waste Awareness Day. We determine solutions to food waste through a national awareness campaign, make it easier for businesses to donate unsold food products, and reduce the environmental impact of producing food that is not consumed by encouraging more sustainable food production methods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions this morning. The first is from residents of the lower mainland of British Columbia, pointing to the very significant risk of tankers carrying bitumen mixed with diluent. It's a substance that science says cannot be cleaned up. They call for a permanent tanker ban, not just on the northern coast of BC, but the whole west coast of BC. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to the ongoing threat to pollinators, particularly from neonicotinoid insecticides. These petitioners are from Victoria, BC, as well as a large number from the Montreal area.
Well, Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 2 petitions from my constituents in Victoria this morning. The first calls on the government to meet the target set more than 4 decades ago and increase Canada's official development assistance to 0.7% of GDP over the next 3 years. The second calls on the government to acknowledge the security challenges posed by climate change and poverty and to shift spending away from military defence and toward environmental and social priorities, including poverty elimination and greenhouse gas reduction.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if supplementary response to question 648, question 706, and question 735, originally tabled on January 30th, 2017, could be made into orders for return. Those returns would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, then if I could ask that all questions remain standing, be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Chair would like to take a moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. Comme un député le savent.
As members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the Chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which, at first glance, appear to infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
Following the December 6, 2016 replenishment of the order of precedence with 15 new items, I wish to inform the House that there are two bills that give the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions they contemplate. They are C-322, C-322, Loi modifiant
C-322, an act to amend the Railway Safety Act, road crossings, standing in the name of the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
E-308, an act to provide for the incorporation of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and to make consequential amendments to other acts standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon University. I would encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for royal recommendations to accompany these bills or any of the other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. Je remercie.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
Members of the day.
Government bills. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Lévesque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I'm trained as an economist, I'm very pleased to comment on Bill C-36, which has to do with amendments to the Statistics Act. Of course, this involves the operations of Statistics Canada. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that when the Conservatives were in power, there was a lot of information about from civil society, quite an outcry from civil society and scientists and economists about abolishing the long-form census. And getting rid of the long-form census created information about demographics, created problems with demographic information. So restoring the long-form census will mean that there will be a lot more important information. Without it, we can't study how society evolves. Like us, during the election campaign, the Liberals vowed to restore the long-form census, and they have kept that promise, so we can thank them for that. The scientific community thanks them as well. However, this bill does not deal with the long-form census as such. Rather, according to the Liberal government, it gives more independence to Statistics Canada, and it modernizes Statistics Canada to a certain extent. Unfortunately, if the measures in this bill, well, they're not measures that we would oppose, they're desirable measures, but they really only go halfway toward the Liberals' election promise. You will remember that during the campaign, the Liberal Party promised to give Statistics Canada full independence. Now, when the long-form census was cancelled by the Conservatives at the time, their chief statistician resigned to protest that interference. Many Canadians were surprised last September when his successor, Wayne Smith, also resigned because the Liberal government wanted to impose the use of Shared Services Canada, their IT service, on Statistics Canada. For 3 months, there were very intense discussions between the government and Shared Services and Statistics Canada. And during that period, Statistics Canada clearly showed that that being forced to use that IT service would constitute a serious disadvantage for the independence of Stats Canada, but also for the collection of data. So this will eliminate the possibility of imprisonment for anyone who refuses to answer the questionnaire, or the census, rather. So Statistics Canada has a process to select the chief statistician, and I would like to thank the member for Windsor West who tabled a bill that would deal with that. It also means that the full census is no longer mandatory. And it doesn't really modernize the Statistics Act to provide the public with better information, and it also doesn't protect against the interference in Statistics Canada, which is the whole reason that Wayne Smith resigned in the first place. So if you would like a demonstration of the importance of this issue, there was an article published last September. It was an interview with the chief statistician, and it specifically mentions in a report from June, 3 months before he resigned. It's a Canadian Press article about the Access to Information Act, and they're talking about the National Statistics Council, who wrote that the Liberals' desire for Statistics Canada to find new ways of analyzing and collecting data went against their insistence that StatsCan use their new IT system. So on the one hand, you have the Liberal government asking StatsCan to do a better job collecting the data, to better inform the public, and to better inform the government about steps that needed to be taken, federal and provincial governments. But at the same time, the Liberal government was imposing this new IT system from Shared Services Canada that would prevent them from doing so. So,
one element that needed to be included in C36, it's actually the independence and the ability for StatsCan to be able to make its own decision, because they know best what they actually need in terms of data collection to actually be able to report and inform the population better, and not only the population but also all levels of government. So did the government actually listen to the chief statistician? Of course not. That's why he resigned. And we have, at this point, a process to replace him, because he was actually replaced by his assistant, but to actually fully replace him, we have a process that still involves the government, that still makes it that it's not independent and autonomous. So this is, and this means by extension that the process remains politicized.
With all of these changes that StatsCan has gone through since 2011-2012, it would have been good to see the government really carrying out their promise, their solemn promise that they made during the campaign. They promised to make Statistics Canada fully independent, not partially independent. Not, oh, we'll give them a few extra powers and then we'll tell them what to do for everything else. No, their promise was we will make Statistics Canada fully independent. And Bill C-36 doesn't get there. And the government has still not indicated that that's where it wants to go after C-36 is passed. So, as the Liberal members speak today, I'd like to hear them say what the government's intention is for Statistics Canada, because this is a fundamental question that affects the fabric of our society.
commend, actually, and I said it before, the member from Windsor West to actually have presented a bill that actually addresses the issue of the choice of the selection of the chief statistician of Statistics Canada. And the reason why he did it is that he actually felt that there was a reluctance from the government to actually abandon some of the powers it currently has over a service that's traditionally actually viewed as independent and whose service is actually critical for the elaboration and the analysis of the policies that government is actually putting forth. But it's also of use, especially from provincial and municipal governments, because they actually need to have the information on the composition of their society, on the evolution of their societies and communities as well. So the member from Windsor West actually has seen this very important element, which was once again promised by the Liberals, and I felt that the government was not going in that direction. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I do have the feeling that other members on this side of the House will actually do the exact same thing on other commitments regarding Statistics Canada and general commitments made by this government, and on which they don't seem to actually be willing to deliver. C'est ce genre de question particulièrement.
It's this type of question, the question of the long-form census, was, of course, the issue that was most publicized. But all of these issues around Statistics Canada are very important to the scientific community. And this type of half measure put forward by the government really makes the public more cynical about the Liberal government, and particularly the scientists who depend on the work of these organizations.
Having gone through all the decisions and all tous les bouleversements, si vous voulez,
all the changes that they experienced, we would expect the government to really implement their promise immediately, but that's not what they're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting in favor of this bill in second reading, and of course we will be trying in committee to ensure that the Liberals' promises concerning Statistics Canada are really reflected in the bill. That would be an improvement, and what we would like to do is help the government to fulfill their commitments that they made during the election campaign. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable.
Questions and comments.
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that what we've seen in Bill C-36 is a positive piece of legislation that will reinforce Statistics Canada's independence. It takes a number of initiatives, such as assigning to the chief statistician authorities for decisions on several things: statistical procedures, methods, and professional standards employed for the production of statistics, the content and statistical releases and publications, the timing and methods and dissemination of statistics compiled, and the operations and staff of Statistics Canada. The bill does many things, and ultimately I think this government has acknowledged and recognized the important role that StatsCan plays for Canada. We understand the importance of science and statistical information, not only for the national government's best interest, but all different levels of government use and rely on Stats Canada, along with many other non-profit organizations, private sector. In fact, this is a party, a government that has been very supportive of StatsCan and its independence. It's something in which we recognize is administered through excellent civil servants. And my question to the member is just, I guess, so related to that. If the member would reflect on the professional standards that we have seen within Stats Canada over the number of years, have elevated it to the role in which I would ultimately argue that Stats Canada is second to no other data collection agency, not only here in Canada, but I would even suggest abroad. Would the member not agree?
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that this is a step forward, which is why we are going to vote for it at second reading. My speech dealt more with the idea that this was a half measure.
In the last election, page 37, it actually says, and I quote, "We will make Statistics Canada fully independent." Fully independent also means ensuring that the process of selecting the chief statistician is actually an independent process. And it also means that if there are some problems, such as the intrusion of Shared Services Canada into the ways of collecting data and within the system that the Statistics Canada deems to be essential for their work, then the government will actually not go in that direction. And neither of those measures are actually in the bill, and the Shared Services Canada is actually of primary concern, especially since StatsCan is saying that it will impede their ability to actually do their work correctly. And if the government wanted to really respect the independence of Statistics Canada, like they promised, they would actually listen to the chief statistician. They haven't, and they had to resign in protest. So this is why C36 is a step forward. This is why we will vote for it in second reading, but it's far from fulfilling the commitment that was made during the election.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for, whoops, I'm sorry, he was just getting up to go. Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. But I would like to participate in the debate, or rather react to it, because it's serious when the chief statistician has to resign under the Liberal government to protest against what is being done. One could believe that we're back in the Harper era, but this is along the lines of broken Liberal promises. They were supposed to reestablish home mail delivery for those who had lost it. That was a broken promise. They were supposed to change the electoral system, and that's a broken promise. They're supposed to make Statistics Canada entirely independent. That's another broken promise. What does my colleague conclude with regards to the modus operandi of the Liberals? The member for Rimouski-Neigit-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, that they break their promises. It's that simple. My colleague is right. If we look at the election campaign and major commitments made, such as electoral reform and modifying C-51, we can observe that the government seems to be coasting on the fact that what distinguishes them from the Conservatives is that they are not conservative. But if we look at what happened under the 41st legislature and we see that the trend is continuing along those lines, that's very concerning. Eventually, the public is going to realize this. In the end, what we have is a government that is continuing along the same lines as the previous government, but saying that they are progressive measures. We signed a free trade agreement with Europe negotiated by the Conservatives, and this is a progressive agreement. We are continuing along the same lines of the climate change targets that the Conservatives set, and we're saying that it's progressive. Eventually, the illusions will be shattered, and the public will be aware of it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Family, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to speak to Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. I would like to thank my honourable colleague, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, for having worked so hard to draft this very important bill. The main objective of this bill is to reinforce the independence of Statistics Canada. This bill strikes the right balance between strengthening the agency's independence and ensuring that the statistical information it produces continues to be of the highest quality. Mr. Speaker, statistics play an essential role in democratic societies. They serve governments, businesses, nonprofit organizations, the research community, and all of our fellow citizens. Statistics offer Canadians information about our society, economy, and environment. They help various stakeholders identify challenges as well as opportunities that we have to face as a society to design and implement solutions, to evaluate and monitor implementation, and hold governments to account. There's widespread agreement at the international level that national statistical offices must have a high degree of independence from political intervention. Decisions on statistical matters must be based strictly on professional considerations. That is how statistical agencies can preserve the integrity, impartiality, and quality of their data. This independence, Mr. Speaker, is essential if Canadians are to have confidence in official statistics.
Statistical data must be balanced with other important considerations, including the fact that statistical information must be relevant. Mr. Speaker, as a Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, I have the important privilege of implementing measures that have a major impact in the lives of our families. That includes finding efficient and inclusive ways to support early learning and childcare, supporting the development of affordable housing, and helping the most vulnerable citizens in our society exit poverty and live better. To meet these responsibilities, my department and I require data that are accurate, reliable, accessible, impartial, timely, and relevant. High-quality data are critical for making informed decisions about all the programs and services that affect our citizens' daily lives. Our government has therefore made a commitment to decision-making informed by sound evidence. That's why our government moved quickly last year to reinstate the mandatory long-form census in time for the 2016 census of our population. The decision made by the previous government to replace the 2011 mandatory long-form census with a voluntary survey unfortunately compromised the quality of information that is essential to responsible public policy making. In my earlier life, Mr. Speaker, I had unfortunately the opportunity of seeing the bad impact of that in the lives and in the work of many of my colleagues. As a result, Statistics Canada was unable to release accurate and detailed census information about some communities, particularly in rural areas of our country. The government's decision to replace the mandatory long-form census with a voluntary questionnaire also highlighted vulnerabilities in the Statistics Act, which we are now going to solve. Tout particulièrement, Monsieur le Président, la loi...
In particular, Mr. Speaker, the legislation allowed the previous government to make decisions on a statistical matter in an arbitrary and non-transparent way. Bill C-36 will ensure that our government can continue to make decisions on behalf of all Canadians that are evidence-based. The bill will also ensure that Statistics Canada can continue to deliver high-quality, reliable, and relevant information. Bill C-36 strikes the right balance between strengthening the independence of Statistics Canada and safeguarding the relevance of the information it produces, and it does so in three ways. First of all, the bill formally assigns the chief statistician the authority to make decisions about the methods and operations of Statistics Canada. This will limit the potential for political intervention in the data-gathering methods and other technical matters related to the operations of Statistics Canada. The bill also recognizes overall responsibility of the minister and the government for ensuring that the statistical system remains relevant and responsive to Canadians. For example, if the minister decides it is in the national interest to issue directives related to the data-gathering methods and other statistical operations of Statistics Canada, he or she can make a recommendation through the Governor in Council. Any directives issued by the Governor in Council would be tabled in both Houses of Parliament to ensure full transparency and accountability.
C-36 strengthens the independence of the Chief Statistician. Under the current Statistics Act, the Chief Statistician holds office during pleasure of the government without set terms. He or she can be removed at any time without explanation by the Governor in Council. This bill, Bill C-36, amends the Act so that the Chief Statistician holds office on good behavior. He or she is appointed to the position for a renewable term of no more than 5 years. That means, Mr. Speaker, that the Governor in Council can only dismiss a Chief Statistician for cause. In addition, the Chief Statistician will be appointed through an open, transparent, and merit-based selection process, as should be the case. This process is in line with the government's new approach to Governor in Council appointments. Third, the bill calls for the creation of a new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. This group would advise both the Minister and the Chief Statistician on the overall quality of the statistical system. That includes providing recommendations to ensure the continued relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the information produced by Statistics Canada. And in the interest of openness and transparency, the Advisory Council will publish an annual report on the state of the national statistical system. Ensemble, Monsieur le Président, ces trois
Taken together, these amendments to the Statistics Act will strengthen the independence of Statistics Canada. These three measures will also increase transparency and accountability for this important organization. They will also ensure that statistical information produced on behalf of all Canadians continues to be reliable and relevant. I would like to also mention three other amendments to the Statistics Act. First of all, there is general consensus that imprisonment is a disproportionate penalty for Canadians who refuse to provide information for mandatory surveys. The bill removes this penalty from the Act. Fines, however, will remain to ensure compliance with certain provisions of the Act. Second, the bill removes the requirement for consent to transfer census records to Library and Archives Canada after 92 years, beginning with the 2021 census of population. This change responds to the needs of historians and genealogists who require this important data for research purposes. Finally, the bill amends the Statistics Act to modernize some of the language in the Act. These language changes reflect technological advances in data gathering methods, including the use of electronic surveys in place of paper questionnaires. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, the amendments safeguard the independence of the National Statistics Agency and enable it to continue to produce high-quality information and help better align Statistics Canada with international standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the overview of the bill. One question that I do have, and as the private information is made public after 92 years, what provisions are in place for the privacy of the family and the spouses, and in terms of releasing private information to the general public?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you. I'm grateful for this important question. As we all know, in an open and transparent society and democracy, and particularly an open and transparent agency, as is the case of Statistics Canada, there are serious rules to follow to protect, as is intended in the question, to protect the privacy of our families and Canadians. And all appropriate rules will be followed by Statistics Canada to protect the integrity of such information.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his presentation. I generally also favour Bill C-36, but I'd like to see more independence for Statistics Canada, and I'm concerned about the sharing of data with Shared Services Canada. But I have a specific proposal, and I hope it's not inappropriate. We know that there's an opening for Chief Statistician. We know that one of the bravest people who ever served this country in its civil service is the former Director of Statistics Canada, Dr. Monia Sheikh. It may be unorthodox, but I would urge the Minister to take this request to the Cabinet, that they find a way to replace our Chief Statistician with someone who deserves our thanks and is entirely trustworthy to every Canadian. Monia Sheikh.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm grateful for the question, and may I also take this opportunity to say that I have had the privilege in my earlier life to see how committed the earlier Chief Statistician was to collecting appropriate information and making that information serve the interest of Canadians. I think we all regret what took place in the past. We look forward to working with future Chief Statisticians in the context of this new law to make sure that Statistics Canada, in the manner that was just mentioned, makes its work even more supportive of growing our society, growing our economy, and making our democratic system as valuable as it can be to all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I just want to ask one question that I think any citizen might ask, which is if both chief statisticians resign for reasons linked to interference. I would imagine that through economy of scale would allow working with Shared Services Canada, but how do we justify that decision? The Honourable Minister. Thank you again to my colleagues, and especially my colleague for his question. There is an obvious link with the previous question regarding confidentiality and safety of information that is produced and used by the government, especially by Statistics Canada. The bill responds to some of these concerns by ensuring that Shared Services Canada, which we just discussed, can work correctly with Statistics Canada to ensure that in an open and democratic society such as ours, the information be accessible and useful to Canadians and serve them well as to ensure confidentiality and the safety of Canadians regarding that confidentiality, making sure that it is guaranteed by these intergovernmental mechanisms for cooperation.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder if the Minister can just provide some of his thoughts in regards to just how important Stats Canada is in regards to providing or for allowing for good, sound policy decisions to be made. And we're not just talking about at the national level, that Stats Can provides so much valuable information that assists everything from our local municipal governments in the setup of community profiles to provinces and Ottawa being able to work through issues such as equalization payments to all sorts of transfers, even nonprofits and private sectors, that there's a great dependency on Stats Canada. And generally speaking, Stats Canada as a whole has just done an overwhelmingly positive job, and that's a reflection on the civil servants in terms of providing the information that we need in order to be able to move forward based on science.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding what my colleague just said, in my former career, I had the privilege of hearing from internationally renowned experts and national statistical agencies elsewhere. They had a great deal of praise for Statistics Canada. We can be proud of it, not only for what Statistics Canada does here, but because of the reputation it has beyond our borders. This is an agency that has a reputation for independence, quality, serious work, and community support, supporting municipalities, especially smaller ones, who often have limited research and inquiry capabilities. There are communities that work hard to support the development of various communities, and this supports the relationships between different levels of government. We need solid links in order for the government to work well with other levels of government. It is on those levels, but when it comes to the quality and the seriousness of the work that Statistics Canada does, we can be proud of it here and be proud of the reputation that we have, that Statistics Canada has elsewhere throughout the world. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for, I'm drawing a blank, Scarborough-Agincourt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his presentation today. And I wanted to, first of all, use this opportunity to give a shout-out to a former colleague in this place, the former member for Kingston and the Islands, Ted Sue, who, of course, led the charge in the previous Parliament to reinstate, or to drive his government to reinstate the long-form census. And, of course, one of the arguments that he made at the time was of the critical importance of collecting data in the interest of all Canadians, in the broad national public interest. And I've been listening to the concerns raised on the other side, Mr. Speaker, particularly from the official opposition as it relates to the issue of privacy. And this gets to my particular question about why this particular bill purports to work with Shared Services Canada to share data between agencies. Does the minister have a reason why this is taking place? I'll give an example with respect to the collecting of income data from the Canada Revenue Agency. Is there a particular reason why we would adopt that particular methodology in the interest of collecting better information?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his obvious understanding of the importance of good data in a good society. Now, in a governmental context where there can be dozens, hundreds perhaps even of different systems across different institutions and different organizations, now the challenge of protecting the privacy and the security of information gathered on Canadians is a serious challenge. And Shared Services Canada has been created, and to be fair, I think it's to be transparent, has been created by the previous government for that purpose, to try to increase the ability of the government to protect the sensitivity of all those pieces of information that need to circulate across departments. So it's not only a difficult challenge, but it's also a very important challenge to do exactly what our colleagues have been saying, which is to ensure that departments can work together, can even outreach outside of our government, while protecting the safety and the security of important data on our families and communities.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to stand today to talk to these changes as proposed in Bill C-36 to the Statistics Canada Act. You know, there is no doubt that in our society we rely on information. All sectors of business rely on good data, good information to guide its decision, and I can tell you that on this side of the aisle, we've always stressed the importance of that good work that Statistics Canada does. However, the private lives of Canadians should never be put in jeopardy, and that is a concern of ours that some of the changes as suggested, if not amended, to this piece of legislation could strike an improper balance between the privacy of Canadians and what Canadians feel is their private information being infringed upon and what the government uses that data for. This is a redesign and a re-engineering of how statistics will be gathered in an effort to make it more independent, make the chief statistician more independent, but it also has to come back to what is balancing the rights of Canadians while good data is collected. I'll give you some examples of some of the intrusive questions that we have heard from Canadians that some have said just go beyond perhaps some of the questions they're comfortable in answering. And that would be, how many bathrooms do you have in your home? When do you leave for work and when do you arrive for work? And other questions that delve into their personal lives on the basis that somehow this data will be useful to the government for the purposes of disseminating that information for good policy making and for good decision making. They're proposing in the changes to give the chief statistician total control over those questions with no ministerial control or accountability by the minister. So what this means in the new setup, in the new engineered or redesigned way of collecting data and the supervision and the management of collecting data, is the chief statistician would, on their own, he or she, be able to make those decisions, not have to vet them through the minister or through the ministry and through Parliament, where we would decide, and perhaps on certain larger issues, decide whether it's appropriate or not appropriate. And so what happens when a Canadian down the road decides, you know, I know it's mandatory to complete this, but this is just too intrusive. This is just too intrusive into my personal life. How do I ask the questions? Who do I ask the questions to find out more about why this question is being asked? It will not come back to the minister. It will not come through the regular channels of parliamentary procedure as currently exists. It will be the chief statistician having the lone decision-making and not having to be accountable to this place for those decisions of those questions. The other issue that's been mentioned this morning already is the storage of data. And the chief statistician could decide, because again, giving sole authority to create this independence as put forward, as to where this data could be stored. And so we've talked about the importance of service of where it's being stored today and maintaining that integrity, but at any point in time, the chief statistician could decide to deliver that data to a third party for storage. In fact, we saw the most recent resignation of, I believe his name was Wayne Smith, over this very issue. Former chief statistician Wayne Smith, he resigned over the use of, to push the use of Shared Services Canada to store the information. Unfortunately, his concerns, which were made clear to the Liberal government, were not looked upon, and it took his resignation before they would listen. So we're talking about, again, security of Canadians, and this should be the top priority of any government. Now let's talk about the overriding governance portion of the changes that are being made and why we have concerns with that on this side. And so what is happening is the governance body, the overseeing body, is changing to the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, a new name, from the National Statistics Council. The key concern here is that currently this was put in place in 1985 by the Mulroney government as an overseeing body with 13 members representing all provinces and territories. The new one, as proposed in this legislation, reduces that to 10 members. Why is that a concern? Because we cannot understand why the government would want to change from representation of all provinces and territories in terms of their input into the data that's collected. What's the reason for eliminating 3 spots? That means 3 areas of the country will not be represented. Let me give you an example. If Atlantic Canada, by chance, does not have an appointee to that board, they could miss on specific data that's specific to Atlantic Canada being included and being received by Statistics Canada, because the Oversight Board would see all of the information that's being asked for as it's done. In the 13-person national board that currently exists, National Statistics Council, we have representation from all parts of the country. And it's worked well, frankly, Mr. Speaker, since 1985. And again, it's striking the right balance. It's deciding on what's working and what's not working. This is a body that's working very effectively, representing all parts of the country, and yet we see the fact that it's changing to a lesser number. Now, the other concern with this is it becomes perhaps another place for patronage appointments. It could be speculated that of the 10 who will be appointed will be political appointments. They could well be people who perhaps have information, perhaps have knowledge and background in the area of statistics, but it may not, because it may be someone that is looking for a board appointment that's favorable to this government and could be put on that board. So it brings up questions, as we've seen being asked in this House most recently, about access for fundraising. Could it be $1,500 Liberal supporters who go to events and pay $1,500? Could it, and hang out with Chinese billionaires? Could it be other people who've worked through the years on the Liberal fronts and be put onto this board? This is a big concern, But of course, if it were left as is, as we think it possibly should be, and some of our amendments may deal with these going forward, then it's working, and it's working well, and it's representing the complete country. Why? It begs the question, why would this government want to redesign so that all Canadians are not represented? You know, it could be said on this front that this shows incredible disrespect for provinces and territories. Instead of revising the mandate of the current Statistics Council and keeping it in full provincial and territorial representation as it currently provides, the Liberals have chosen to construct a new council to eliminate the feedback from 3 provinces or territories. Mr. Speaker, it is the redesign and the remake of this to create independence brings up other concerns of promises made by this government, which basically have, as we've seen lately, have been altered, either thrown in the garbage bin or just arbitrarily overrun, such as the overruns on the $10 billion promise of deficits, now currently sitting at $25 billion. And so we bring into question today, as we debate this bill, really what is the purpose of this? What is the purpose when we see some of these changes? And again, it's all about balance. It's all about striking the right balance between collecting data and privacy of Canadians. And I'll underscore that because there is no doubt that the information that it receives and the importance of work done by Statistics Canada, however, the private lives of Canadians should never, ever, Mr. Speaker, be put in jeopardy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps my contribution is more a comment than it is a question. And I would just like to say that I take exception with the fact that the member suggests that somehow the set of questions that Statistics Canada uses should be coming back to the political world in order to be decided upon whether or not they're appropriate. In fact, I think in order to ensure that that independence exists within Statistics Canada, they need to be afforded the opportunity to come up with those questions and to make sure that they are crafted in a non-political environment. So I think that the direction, in fact, as it relates to the independence with Statistics Canada is on the right course, and I would argue that what the member is saying is in fact going to create more problems and more issues within Statistics Canada, and making sure that it has the independence it requires to bring back solid, sound data.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I appreciate my member's intervention and question on this issue, but listen, when we start to, as a parliament, hand over sole responsibility without any ministerial oversight in terms of what an independent in this case, chief statistician could create. I'm not suggesting here that Parliament should craft the questions. Absolutely not. We should not craft the questions. But what we should be doing is what we're currently doing under the design of the program, and that is ministerial oversight of those questions to be sure they're appropriate. Let me give you some other examples of constituents who've brought to us their concerns by saying when they receive the questionnaires, the ag questionnaires specifically, they're looking at the questions, they're saying, am I comfortable answering some of these very personal questions? What I spoke about in my speech was absolutely accurate, some of the questions that are being asked. Very personal questions about how they live their lives. And many of these people, because it's mandatory to fill it out, in Some cases, I don't know the numbers, but I'm telling you that we've had examples within our party of constituents saying to us in our ridings, well, I'll just lie. I'll lie, and I'll give false information on that particular end. Now, there are consequences for giving false information that are outlined in the legislation. But frankly, who's going to enforce that? Who's going to dig deep enough to find out that they lied on the number of bathrooms in their house, or the fact that they get up at 5 in the morning to go to work and they lied and said, no, I get up at 9 in the morning, but they give false information? Because the questions, if we are to make sure they're relevant and such, the minister involved here, as they currently exist, should have that oversight. And yes, we need to have these people to be independent as possible, but there is a place for the minister to be involved, and there is a place, if necessary, for Parliament to be involved.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate that the honourable member for Brantford-Brant is not responsible for any of the disastrous attacks on Statistics Canada that occurred under the previous government. Those decisions were made in the Prime Minister's office. But I think the reaction of Canadians strongly in support of a long-form census that's mandatory is because we want sound information for evidence-based policy so that policymakers have information that's not tainted by political interference. And that's why there's a lot of strong public support for more independence in the Office of Statistics Canada, and to try to, we'll never make up the lost years when information wasn't collected. Researchers are at a loss. There'll be this gap in terms of knowing what happened with the gap between the rich and the poor, what was going on in terms of health outcomes. For policy, we need reliable research. And what the previous government did, with all due respect to this individual member, was shameful, must never occur again. And I don't think this bill goes far enough in ensuring the independence of Statistics Canada from political interference. So with all due respect, I disagree with the essence of his presentation this morning.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, I think the intervention of the member for, I suppose, in a way, respectfully disagreeing, but I would counter by saying I respectfully disagree with the member. It's always been a core belief of our side that Canadians' privacy must be protected at all costs. It must be protected in terms of what they choose and what they don't choose. So hence, the short form census that continue to exist, plus the voluntary information that we sought from Canadians, was a way to be able to express that, to be able to express it and say, you know what, when I get this, I'm not going to be put in jail for doing this. I'm not going to be penalized excessively. And so there's this balance. It's the balance issue that has to come into play. Some people would choose the balance that we just had described, that was just described to us by the member, which is a balance that totally outweighs any relevance, really, from this body that where all accountability should be able to be had by Canadians. It takes them out of the equation. It makes this just a completely independent body. Let them do as they may. No real accountability through the minister. No real accountability for us as individual members to take our concerns to the minister and then the minister to adequately address them because of the independence of this individual could just say, you know, I don't have time of day for you. I'm just doing what I think is best for gathering data and asking questions. We think that is the improper imbalance.
Comments, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not really surprising to me that we're somewhat, and I know the honourable member from Brantford-Brant referred to this in his speech, that we're moving into this top-down approach, and we're seeing this on a lot of levels that this government knows best, and there's somewhat seemingly a contempt for the provinces and territories. And the fact that this legislation is introduced by the Minister of Innovation, who happens to be the minister responsible for Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, based out of Mississauga, seemingly knowing what's best for Atlantic Canada, one of the concerns that the member raised was the fact that we were going to get away from this representation of the provinces and territories and move to this 10-member council, which again potentially leads itself or lends itself to the fact that there would be Liberal supporters on this rather than fair representation across the country, as is currently the case. So I'm wondering if the member could comment further on that and some of the concerns that he has.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I tried to articulate in my speech the large concern for the fact that this is an oversight body that currently represents every province and every territory with 13 individuals. And that's part of what goes into bringing in the right data from all parts of the country in terms of advising the chief statistician. Now, when you move to what this legislation proposes, it opens it up to all kinds of potential for abuse. And the potential for abuse largely is we've got a list of friendly people we'd like to see being put on a board. Here's a board appointment. Here's something we can do to reward someone. Now, you might say, that sounds very cynical and that never happens. Let me tell you, after my almost 9 years here and watching all types of governments, this happens. This happens. Look at provincial governments where this is happening today. Look at Ontario in my province in terms of the kind of outright patronage that's going on through the Wynne government in Ontario and the kind of abuses of power that we're witnessing in terms of what's happening in my own province, which should be one of the most prosperous, best run, most resourceful places in this country, and instead has been turned upside down to be accepting transfer payments and looking at being kind of the poor brother or the poor sister in this country. So I digress. But the reality is when you change something as fundamental as the governance structure, which is being contemplated in this bill or being proposed in this bill, that's what happens. It opens it up to that. Will it happen? I don't know. Does it happen? Absolutely. Ask any member here in an honest, and they would have to reply, in all honesty, it does happen. So that's why we should not change that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Halliburton, Cowarth and Lakes Brock. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. This legislation aims to provide more independence to Canada's chief statistician. It updates penalties for Canadians who fail to complete their short-term census. It replaces the National Statistics Council with new Canada Statistics Advisory Council. And there will no longer be a requirement to obtain the consent of Canadians to transfer their personal information from Stats Canada to the Library and Archives Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address each one of these changes, and some of these are supportable and some which are not. Let's first begin with the increased independence of the chief statistician. Under this legislation, Canada's chief statistician will now have sole responsibility to decide the methods, procedures, and the operations of all statistical programs under Stats Canada. This also means that he or she will have full authority over the collection, compilation, analysis, abstraction, and publication of all statistical information. They will also have control of the content released and the content publicized, and how and when this information will be circulated. While some aspects of this legislation make sense, and the statistician should be able to decide the best way to gather data and what their process should look like. But we also need to make sure that he or she remains accountable to the minister and to Canadians. And moreover, new powers granted are such that he or she will have the final say on where information is stored. As well, the type of information we're collecting, as they will have powers to decide what questions are being asked and which ones are not. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will acknowledge that this will likely become good news to the former statistician Wayne Smith, who resigned recently over the Liberal government's push to use Shared Services Canada to store statistical information. And while there may be a need to use a different method to protect Canada's data, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure we have a system of checks and balances and ensure that this information does not fall to a third party to store and potentially undermine the security of Canadians. Now, we've seen many examples of hacking of systems worldwide. We've seen the manipulation of information. We've seen the selling and trading of information, and our own systems have been subject to the same practices. Now, the Liberal government is now reopening the process to allow a Chinese company to buy a Canadian IT firm against the recommendations and warning from CSIS. Well, Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that the Minister and all departments under Stats Canada's purview are held accountable to Canadians. Now, giving the Chief Statistician the final say without any accountability really undermines that process. Now, the second change removes the penalty of imprisonment for Canadians who fail to fill out census forms, and this change I think we can all fully support. In fact, it was the previous Conservative government that removed the penalty from every survey except for the short-form census. Now, the third change is the bill that will create the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. And this council will replace the National Statistics Council that has been in place since the 1980s. Now, this new council will reduce its number in membership under the current council to just 10 members. And in addition to advising the chief statistician, the new council will also be advising the minister and will be required to produce an annual report. Again, Mr. Speaker, the issues with this section have to do with accountability. In particular, I am concerned with the new membership structure. Now, the current council has representation from every province and every territory in Canada. However, the new council will only include 10 members and will not include representation from every province and territory. In fact, 3 provinces and territories will not be represented. And what's even more troubling is that we will not know the makeup or representation of the council until the Prime Minister and his cabinet appoint the members. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it is inappropriate for the cabinet to decide which regions are important enough to have a voice at the table and which ones are not. We collect data from Canadians in every province and every territory across the country. Not to have representation from 3 provinces and territories is unacceptable, and this change needs to be rectified. Now, the fourth change is one that is giving myself and my colleagues on this side of the House the most concern. It is that government will no longer require the explicit consent of Canadians to transfer their personal census information from Stats Canada to the Library and Archives Canada after a period of 92 years. Now, once the information has been transferred to Library in Canada Archives, it will be public and available for anyone to view and use at will. Now, Mr. Speaker, the privacy and security of Canadians should be of the utmost priority for any government. The work that Stats Canada does is so important, not only for policymakers in crafting our legislation, but also for helping Canadian research and academia sectors, business sectors, environmental sectors, and for future historians that will be looking to understand the evolution of Canadian society. But regardless of all the great work Stats Canada does, Canadians have the right over their own information, for privacy over their own information, and cannot be compromised. Canadians should have the right to consent to the transfer of any personal information obtained through the census. In today's digital age of easy and instant information sharing, we cannot forget how easy it is for information to be shared and used without our permission. We should not be giving anyone the power to transfer some of our most personal data to a public domain without our explicit permission. Now, even though this legislation has a delay period of 92 years for transferring and publishing our personal information, Mr. Speaker, I also have to note that the type of information collected by Stats Canada will often include or impact not only that individual, but also their spouse, their children, and other family members. The argument that 92 years is a sufficient length of time to cancel out any worry without invasion of privacy assumes that the data looks at the individual in a vacuum. We need to be aware that sharing and transferring this information to Library and Archives Canada will impact not only the individual, but also those who are or were connected to them. This is problematic. This is the most problematic piece of this legislation, and an amendment that requires the explicit consent of the individual should be included. Mr. Speaker, this bill has potential. The work that Stats Canada does is extremely important, but the collection and storage of data cannot come at the expense of the privacy of an individual or their family. We also need to make sure that Canadians from all regions are represented equally and fairly, and that Canadians can be confident that their personal data they're providing to the government is stored securely and is not shared without their consent. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe that this legislation is a very strong positive step forward for Stats Can. I was a bit surprised with the member's, what seems to be her argument in terms of the release of information. And I would ask her, maybe she can correct me if I'm wrong, but she seems to be of the opinion that the only way in which Census Canada information that is collected could ever be released to Archive Canada, and I appreciate the fact she made note, 92 years. The government says after 92 years it should be released. She wants, the member is suggesting that it be qualified, Mr. Speaker, so that, for example, 92 years ago, information that would have been collected from millions of Canadians prior to it being released, those those millions of people that would have been contacted, their ancestors would have to give consent before that information could be given to Archive Canada. I wonder if the member could expand in terms of how the Conservative Party would see that actually work. Would we be trying to trace through genealogy for those 92 years ago? These are the ancestors of these people, and if we can't trace it, then it could never ever be given to Archives Canada. I'm not quite clear exactly how it is that it would actually be implemented.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks.
As you're making it out to be, a simple question on any census sheet: will you give consent to have this information released in a period of 92 years? Anybody that fills out a census form can sign it. You don't have to go through the whole process of trying to track down ancestors. I think that's just hogwash. So any census that anybody has, it's just merely adding a question if you give your consent to have it released, and pure and simple.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain. Oops, I'm sorry. Questions or comments? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all have a lot of questions to ask. So I'm very pleased to stand in for my colleague that you previously named. Now, I admit that I'm happy to see that the government seems to be giving more power to Statistics Canada and restoring the long-form census. And I feel that the Conservative Party is being open-minded on certain subjects here. So does this mean that there's a fracture in the solid bloc that the Conservative Party used to represent? Are there some changes in perspective here? Is there no longer this blind attitude about repressing scientists and so on? Or should I understand that they've opened their minds?
Well, I would think that, the Conservatives have always been open-minded. And I would also say that, it's not about being fractured, it's about common sense. The collection of data is very important for Stats Canada and for research right across the board for many organizations and many sectors. It's the anomalization of that data that becomes useful. When it is attached to a name, a family, and that can be traced back, that's where the problem comes in. Data is collected and used in many, many cases, but it is anomalized, and it gives researchers a tool to gather information and do the research that they need to do. So it's very simple in terms of how this could be done.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Kingston, the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just going back to the discussion that we were having about the 92 years and the requirement for that data to become accessible to the public, I think the fact that the member is suggesting you need to consent to that in advance underscores the disregard for how important it is for the data to be a requirement. Requiring people to fill out the long-form census is what makes the data relevant. If you do it in a fashion that lets people make the decision as to whether or not they want to do it, the data is going to be skewed. Likewise, if only the people whose data you're giving out 92 years from now are those who consent to it, the data is going to be skewed because it's only going to be representative of the people that actually are interested in giving it out. So it just underscores the fact that I believe the Conservative government does, or the former Conservative government didn't understand the benefit in having the data be a requirement.
Honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks, in 30 seconds or less.
Great, thank you. Actually, all data can be used. You're giving a consent to have your information put out there and your name being used. If you do not give consent, and I go back to anomalizing the data, you don't have your name attached to it. You still have exactly the information, exactly what's there. Your name is just not attached to it. People should have the choice to do that, and I think that it is very disrespectful to just put the data out there without consulting Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, an act with the stated purpose of strengthening the independence of Statistics Canada. I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague, the member for Haldimand Norfolk, for her leadership on this file. So I'd like to start by stating my support and the support of my colleagues for Stats Canada and its staff for the great work that they do. Whether Canadians realize it or not, we use that information provided by Stats Canada quite frequently, and they have done and continue to do some very good work. Now, Mr. Speaker, to be completely honest, I did not know much about the Statistics Act prior to reading Bill C-36, but the changes proposed in Bill C-36 will have a direct and significant impact not only on Stats Canada, but also on the way data is recorded, stored, and used here in Canada. The Liberals have touted themselves as the party of transparency and accountability, but they would also argue this bill is a continuation of this pledge. Yet, when reading this bill, it becomes clear that instead of increasing accountability and transparency, this bill does the exact opposite. Now, I should say this bill is not all bad. In fact, at this moment, there are many sections that I do agree with. But I plan to break this bill down into 4 major components and discuss each one separately. First, the bill will appoint the chief statistician during good behavior for a fixed renewable term of 5 years, removable only for cause by the Governor and Council. It will also assign the chief statistician, or CS, the powers related to methods, procedures, and operations of Stats Canada. Now, I'd like to read directly from the Act, in Section 4 of the Act. It's replaced by the following. This is Section 4, subsection 1. The Governor and Council shall appoint the Chief Statistician of Canada to be the Deputy Head of Statistics Canada. What my colleagues opposites would argue is that they are giving the CS more independence and making him or her more accountable. Yet, as this above section states, the CS is appointed by the Minister. This could easily be used as a partisan appointment, and we are essentially assigning this person power related to methods, procedures, and operations of Stats Canada. My point here is their pledge for openness and transparency. Yet in other instances, including just a year ago when parliamentary oversight of federal spy agencies was brought before this place, the Prime Minister unilaterally appointed my friend from Ottawa South as the committee chair, not to mention the PM's power to direct the committee to revise its annual and special reports to him if he believes the disclosure would injure national security, defense, or international relations. Further, while it may not have been intended by this bill we're debating here today, as it is currently written, the CS would be authorized to decide where Stats Canada data is stored. It is my understanding there is an agreement to house the data with Shared Service Canada, but under this bill, the CS would be authorized, or could be authorized, to move it, which may result in some security concerns. So this data is about Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and it's our jobs to ensure that any information they provide is kept private. After the most recent census, I had many concerned citizens reach out to me regarding the invasive questions they were forced to answer for fear of prosecution. Under Bill C-36, the CS has the authority to develop questioning within those surveys. We could potentially have a partisan appointee developing the questions within those surveys. It seems to me that this could potentially skew the important data by Stats Canada. Now, the second issue, Bill C-36, will establish the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which will be comprised of 10 members and will replace the National Statistics Council, or the NSC. The Council will advise the CS and Minister and focus on the quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timelines of that information produced. The Council will be required to make a public annual report on the state of the system. So, much like my previous concerns, let's take a look directly at C-36. Now, the membership. Council is comprised of the Chief Statistician, not more than 10 other members appointed by the Governor and Council to hold office during pleasure, including one chairperson. The Chief Statistician is an ex officio member of that council. So, we now have a CS appointed by the Minister and an advisory council appointed by the Minister. This is just another opportunity for members to give their Liberal friends appointments. And so why does this government require a new council when there's already one in place and has been working very well since the 1980s? It seems like a waste of taxpayer dollars just to replace one council with a new one. Perhaps the government should maybe consider the taxpayer in this instance. Another problem with the new Canadian Statistic Advisory Council is the lack of proper representation. The current council has representation from all provinces and territories, but under the new council, there will only be 10 representatives. So my question is, which provinces or territories is the government planning to leave without representation on this council? Now, the third issue I have, the bill no longer requires the consent of respondents to transfer their census information to the Library and Archives Canada and repeals imprisonment as a penalty for any offense committed by a respondent. This suggested amendment to Bill C-36 is full of potential issues. I understand that the transfer of Canadians' data after 92 years might seem insignificant, but at the end of the day, this information is about Canadians and what belongs to them. The government should not be deciding what can and cannot be transferred without the consent of the respondent. This is the exact opposite of transparency. That is the government hiding behind. It is our previous government that was responsible for repealing the penalty of imprisonment for every survey except the mandatory short-form census. And finally, the bill amends certain provisions by modernizing the language of the Act to better reflect current methods of collecting statistical information. Ensuring that our acts use language that is appropriate to reflect new and upcoming methods of collecting statistical information is important to keep Stats Canada up to date. In this quickly changing global environment, I would note, this bill does nothing to change the fact that the long-form census or census of agriculture are both mandatory. This leads me to my next issue, the mandatory long-form census. It was our previous government that introduced the voluntary National Household Survey, which replaced the mandatory long-form census. When this government, the Liberal government, reinstituted the long-form census, I was surprised by the number of constituents who expressed their concerns about the invasive questions that they were forced to answer. This is something that I strongly disagree with members opposite on. I do not believe that we should be forcing Canadians to give out this personal information under threat of prosecution. So as an MP, the privacy and security of Canadian citizens has always been a top priority for me. I'm sure it is for everyone in this House. So I'd like to quote my colleague, the member from Haldimand Norfolk, who said, "In closing, there is no doubt our society relies on information that it receives from the work done by Stats Canada. It is important work, but the private lives of Canadians should never be put in jeopardy. Canadians, in their personal and business affairs, need to be able to trust the data that they give and get from Stats Canada. In betraying that trust does not promote a stable environment where quality data can be obtained." I find myself supportive of, like I said at the beginning, a number of sections of this bill, but also concerned about others. I seriously hope that the government will take into account some of the issues I've raised, and as we move forward to enhance the Stats Canada and the Statistics Act. I would once again like to reiterate my robust support for the employees, the workers at Stats Canada, for the job they do each and every day on our behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude, and I thank everyone for listening, and I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I have a number of questions, but I think the most pertinent to the member is in regard to the resignation of the former chief statistician of Stats Canada, Mr. Wayne Smith. And we know that he was a dedicated public servant and very clearly had every intention to make sure that Stats Canada was doing its job. And my question is the reasons for this resignation. What does my colleague believe in regard to this, and should the Liberal government be embarrassed by the fact that Mr. Smith felt so compelled to leave his post?
The Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my my friend asking that question. Yes, clearly we do believe that. Based on my speech, that is what my point was. We need to ensure that changes are made to this bill to strengthen it. I know the governing party is putting forward this bill and hopefully is listening to what we've been saying today. But the most important thing that sticks out to me here is, well, there's two: the release of information and taking away Canadians' ability to make a choice. I've said many times in this House, the more options you give Canadians, the more choices they will, give on based on their personal situation. So taking away that choice is a very concerning part to me, and also taking away regional representation. I don't think it is right to take the current council down from 40 to 10 members and leaving some provinces or territories without representation. So I hope the government does take a look at that and hopefully makes make some changes if they feel necessary, and I hope they do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments the member, and on certain points we always have to agree to disagree. But I think all in all, where there is some agreement, and I appreciate the words that have been expressed so far this morning, it's just around Stats Canada and what I believe is a consensus to the degree in which the information that they provide is of great value. Here we see legislation that's moving more towards an independent Stats Canada, which I ultimately would argue is a healthier situation. There's something that has not been referred to that much, and that is the dropping of the penalty of imprisonment, which I think was often used as something just to bid fair or negative things towards Stats Canada, which really wasn't justified, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there was anyone ever put into prison. Actually, there might have been one individual, but it was more of a protest and the willingness to wanting to go to prison. And I'm wondering if the member might just want to provide some comment in regards to getting rid of that particular requirement, which we think is a positive, and anything else that he might see fit.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did say I didn't disagree with everything in that bill. There were some parts I agreed with. But yes, I don't know. I can't speak for you and my friend in his riding, but I know a number of constituents did approach me and were just frustrated with that threat of imprisonment. That was their main concern. I think everyone was going to fill out their census form anyway. It was just the wording and the threat that it could happen, and the government was coming in heavy-handed and will throw them in jail if they didn't. So that was an issue that was raised to me many times, and like I said, the member opposite, I don't know if it happened in his riding, but it did to me, and and rightfully so. I don't think the government should be threatening jail time to anyone who doesn't fill out their census, and like I said, they were going to do it anyways, but the threat of it just seemed a little heavy-handed.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me this morning. First of all, I would like to say that I'm going to share my time with the member for Richmond Centre. I am here today to speak to you, as my colleagues before me, about Bill C-36, which intends to increase the independence of Statistics Canada. And together we're going to determine whether the bill is going to meet that official goal, because there might be some unofficial goals. First of all, it would be interesting to explain to our fellow citizens and the residents of my riding, Beauport-Limoilou, whom I adore. In 1971, Statistics Canada was determined to have a mandate of compiling statistics. That was part of the act that established different federal mandates. Statistics are a federal under federal jurisdiction. That being said, Statistics Canada, for 40 years, serves Canadians and has produced many documents that are the basis of many public policies that are being implemented even now in Canada and which generate positive results for all Canadians. Data in a liberal democracy is extremely important. As a student in political science, I used that type of data, and I still use it now in my daily work. In its work, Statistics Canada wants to produce data on resources, on the population, on the economy, on our society, on our culture. There are more than 300 inquiries that are currently being led by Statistics Canada. All of these inquiries produce objective information and allow for well-informed decision-making while maintaining the confidentiality of the sources of that information, which is to say the information about the daily lives of all our fellow citizens. I use that information as a member of the House. It's used by employers, by universities, by academics, by political associations, And when parties win elections, they use that data to make enlightened decisions. What does C36 really do? If I understood correctly, after reading the bill, there are 4 basic, or rather priorities, being put forward by this bill. First of all, the chief statistician will have a renewable mandate appointed on good behavior. That seems entirely correct, even though it's not the intention of the bill. The chief statistician could nonetheless be able to choose where all the statistical data will be held. We would imagine that perhaps that could become a problem, given that it is the government, with the new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, that will choose those who form that council, who have to provide advice to the chief statistician. The second priority outlined in this bill is to create the new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which will include 10 members, and replace the current council. And I'll come back to that, because it seems to me that there are changes that are going to be made to the detriment of ensuring full representation of the members of our federation. Thirdly, the bill is going to remove the requirement to obtain the consent of respondents to transfer their information to Library and Archives Canada. And fourthly, the fourth aspect of this bill, the fourth priority, which we support, is that the bill is going to remove the threat of imprisonment for respondents who refuse to provide information. In this respect, one of our colleagues in the previous legislature, Mr. Preston, a Conservative MP, had put forward a bill attempting to remove the possibility of imprisonment for refusing to respond to a census. Unfortunately, the bill was not fully passed, but we support the idea in this bill because we ourselves want to move forward with that particular idea. Now, our current position, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this bill, is that we wish to debate it here in the House and we are going to vote for it to make sure that it is sent to committee for a thorough study. To be thoroughly studied in order to perhaps put forward a few amendments. One of them is a priority for us, and that's the one that I wish to explain to my colleagues today. Touches on changing the National Statistics Council to create the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which does not have 13 members, only 10. In our opinion, this advisory council, with its new aspect, will give the Liberals the opportunity to appoint their friends, people who are close to power, close to the Liberal Party. Another concern that we have is that because the advisory council will provide advice, but the inquiries themselves might be biased. Why does the government need to establish a new advisory council rather than simply revise the mandate of the existing Statistics Council? Currently, the National Council that is currently in place has 13 members representing 10 provinces and 3 territories. We debated the appointment of a new judge to the Supreme Court. We raised up some serious concerns about the fact that at the Supreme Court of Canada, it was essential to prioritize the representation of all of Canada's regions. Once again, creating a council that only has 10 members instead of 13 seems to be along the same line. We need to defend our federation. Obviously, representation of 3 jurisdictions in Canada is going to be removed from this council. Does that mean that 3 out of 10 provinces won't be represented on this new council? Or are they going to remove the representation of 3 Canadian territories, Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut? Whether it be to remove the representation of a few provinces or of all 3 territories, in both cases we think that it is a sad thing because, as I've already mentioned, Statistics Canada has a mission of providing information to all Canadians in order to create healthy public policy and meet objectives that are based on solid data. We need to help the chief statistician to direct the agency correctly, and yet he will not necessarily have people who have full knowledge of all the provinces and territories.
In the very little time I have left, I want to talk about what the bill does not do, reflected in Mr. Smith, the former chief statistician who stepped down after making clear what his concerns were. He stepped down last summer and he appeared before the Government Operations Committee in November, and he said that he had too many concerns. First,
an unacceptable intrusion on the independence of Statistics Canada. So, fin de citation, sa deuxième préoccupation.
End of quote. His second concern, and I quote,
which Sheriff Service Canada imposed on Statistics Canada was inconsistent with the confidentiality guarantees given by Statistics Canada Act to persons and organizations providing information to Statistics Canada for statistical purpose. Fin de citation. Et troisièmement,
end of quote. And third,
Canada was holding Statistics Canada in its day-to-day operations, reducing effectiveness, increasing costs, and creating unacceptable levels of risk to the delivery of Statistics Canada program. Fin de citation.
End of quote. The chief statistician said that he was not satisfied with the government's answer, and my concern is that this bill does not address the concerns made by this former chief statistician. For all these reasons, I certainly hope that at committee, the committee will agree to our main amendments. Thank you. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, which showed a great degree of fascination for statistics, as reflected in the documents he read this morning. But to the last point of his speech, it seems that he didn't have that much time to expound on it because his time was limited. So my question to him is, why is the government motivated to do things which, according to former Chief Statistician Smith, which will exacerbate the situation because Service Canada will still be playing a role? Throwing money out the window is never a good thing, but here it looks like we are going to make even more cuts. The member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to respond to my colleague, and I was sure that he would be the first to ask a question. The bill states, black on white, that the purpose of the bill is to increase the independence of Statistics Canada and to give the chief statistician more tools to exercise this independence. However, under the Liberals, it's clear that the chief statistician stepped down last summer and that his concerns were not addressed. Mr. Smith clearly is in a better position than a government to determine what the agency's needs are, and the needs that he listed were not appropriately addressed by the government. So I would like the government to tell us how this bill will address the concerns made by the former chief statistician. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I'm sure the member can appreciate that there are many Canadians and others, in particular stakeholders, that we're somewhat disappointed in regards to the cancellation of the mandatory long-form census being filled out. And it was one of the issues that I believe that Canadians accepted in terms of, as a party, that we made a commitment to reinstate the mandatory usage of the long-form census. I'm wondering if the member could just provide some insight in terms of the current thinking in regards to this form today with respect to the Conservative Party. Do they recognize that long-form census as a positive thing, and in fact it would be a good thing to keep as mandatory?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, any kind of investigation is important in a democracy because that way you can find information which is evidence-based, and it's very important to have this information for researchers and all kinds of other segments of society to find out what Canadians need. So any type of survey or investigation study is important. And at home, I've always filled out StatsCan surveys and questionnaires. It's very essential in a democracy. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I wonder if my colleague could answer this question. Do you believe that Statistics Canada should be independent from any government meddling? And how would Conservatives work to ensure that independence? And would you be committed to that independence in the case of perhaps a distant Conservative government following through to maintain that independence?
Just to clarify for the member, I'm sure when she said, do you believe, she meant the honourable member, not the speaker. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Absolutely. Statistics Canada must be independent, and under our government, Mr. Speaker, by the way, all Canadian agencies as well as Crown corporations had the privilege of serving under a government which absolutely respected its independence, but the opposite is happening today. I took part on the study on the future of Canada Post, and the government members put out a very intrusive report by telling Canada Post what it should do instead of simply respecting its mandate and to provide adequate service to all Canadians. So the independence of our agencies and Crown corporations is essential. Lastly, the former chief statistician was not satisfied with this government, and perhaps that is a sign that this government does not respect the independence of Statistics Canada. Thank you.
Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to join my colleagues in the discussion regarding Bill C-36 and the proposed changes to the Statistics Act. Although many changes are proposed in the bill, ranging from minor language updates to creating a new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, the broader intent of the bill is to provide greater independence to Statistics Canada, or StatsCan, as I will be referring to it in my speech. As many of my colleagues have already mentioned, the work done by StatsCan is very important to ensuring appropriate protection of Canadians' personal information. Moreover, I recognize that the information stored and produced within StatCan is crucial for wise and evidence-based decision-making by governments and provides important information for research and academic institutions. As a former researcher myself, I think we can all agree that this information must be accurate and trustworthy to be relevant. However, what is even more important is that the privacy of Canadians is protected and the collected information is kept secure. There are three primary concerns I have regarding the proposed changes in C-36. I will begin by speaking on the intended independence of Statistics Canada and the individual serving as the chief statistician, the CS. I will also comment on the proposed Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, and will finish my debate with the concern of information sharing and the importance of privacy for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that independence of StatsCan and the chief statistician is not inherently a poor decision. However, it is of great importance that should independence be given, there are sufficient guidelines on which the chief statistician's role will have and how information will be handled. Guidelines regarding where information is stored, how it is regulated, and what information is gathered from Canadians must be considered. As Bill C-36 proposes, the minister will no longer have direct control or influence over the methods, procedures, and operations of StatsCan. Instead, all of those decisions and processes will be determined by the chief statistician. We must remember that it is elected officials who are accountable to Canadians. And when we give too much independence to departments such as StatsCan, we are limiting the accountability that organization must have to Canadians. We answer to the people, and when the people are those involved, as they are in the circumstances of personal information and data, then they must be a source of accountability. This notion of accountability extends further to those who oversee the programs and activities of the organization. This leads to my next concern. Currently, the National Statistics Council serves as an overarching advisory committee established in 1985 with members from all territories and provinces. The Council provides insight and advice to the Chief Statistician regarding StatsCan's activities and programs, as described on StatCan's website. The proposed Canadian Statistic Advisory Council will not include representation from across the country. Instead, the new council will consist of only 10 members, will report to both the chief statistician and the minister, and will be tasked with producing an annual public report on the current statistics system. Simple maths here. 3 territories or provinces will not be represented in this new council. Their feedback will be eliminated. This shows incredible disrespect for the provinces and territories. I understand that this government enjoys creating new boards as a means to appoint their friends to new positions. But I cannot understand why they could not have simply altered the current council to incorporate new responsibilities. This would have maintained equal representation from across the country. When we are dealing with Canadians' personal information, we must ensure that those interacting with the data and as StatCans as a whole are not seeking to further the government's agenda. This would not only fly in the face of independence, but will also undermine the government's accountability to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as I have previously mentioned, protection of Canada's or Canadian security is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the information that is collected must be appropriate and not viewed as invasive and too personal. With the independence of the chief statistician, he or she will be required to generate the questions included in a census or survey. It is important that there is accountability, that the questions generated are not deemed to be invasive, as that could skew results should individuals feel the need to inaccurately represent themselves. I understand that this is not the intent of the bill, but this is one of the concerns I have. One last point on privacy is that Bill C-36 will remove the requirement of consent for information records to be transferred and stored after 92 years. When information has been stored at StatsCan for the 92 years, the data will be removed, or moved actually, to Library and Archives Canada, where it will be accessible to all Canadians. I think many of my colleagues would agree that in the case of StatsCan's data, it is not the place of the government to determine what personal information is kept private or made public without the consent of Canadians. When we are discussing private information, it is always the right of the citizens to give their consent or consent. It is not for the government to determine at what point consent for information sharing should be waived. Mr. Speaker, as a former professor and self-proclaimed lifelong learner, I value the academic and research communities and the importance of having relevant quality data. For this reason, I understand the importance of StatsCan and all of the work that they do. However, I too have participated in research and believe in the respect and protection of citizen information. This government must strike the appropriate balance between protecting the privacy rights of Canadians while still collecting good quality data. I look forward to continued debate on this bill, and I hope the concerns I have highlighted throughout my speech will be considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech and her constructive suggestions, and I'm sure some of them will be examined. You know, one thing, though, that we don't hear a lot of coming from our friends across the way is praise for the work, the independent work of Statistics Canada, and you don't have to go very far to have a Conservative admit to you privately that the decision to go to the National Household Survey and upend our previous long-form census was perhaps something they paid too high a price for, given that the outcome of that debate. So I wonder if the honourable member could just perhaps give her a bit of her reflection on the expertise of Statistics Canada and perhaps reflect on the decision that was made to go to the National Household Survey and not make it mandatory.
Honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague opposite for that question. In fact, in my speech just now, I mentioned more than 3 or 4 times the importance of the work of Stats Canada and recognize the usefulness of quality data collected. The most important thing to remember, Mr. Speaker, when collecting any data, it is the protection of privacy and the assurance that the data is reliable. As also I mentioned in my speech, it is always important to have accurate and relevant data in decision making. That is why, although there are some concerns I have with this bill, I believe there are good measures here that will help keep our research data relevant. And I think what is most important is that the people who are asked to answer the questions will feel that it is not too invasive or too personal. Otherwise, they will probably give us wrong data, and that data will not be useful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Néja-Témiscouata-Basque.
We have mentioned in this House, and there's been debates or arguments that the independence of Statistics Canada cannot be achieved when the government, on the other hand, is trying to impose a computer system or information technology system through Shared Services Canada. On the one hand, Statistics Canada is asked to collect important data and to do it in a way that will be the most efficient according to its own standards. On the other hand, we're telling them to do it while imposing on them a method, basically, or technology that will impede this ability. So I'd like to have the comments of my colleague and her views on this seemingly difference of opinion and difference in perception on the independence of Statistics Canada.
For Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his very insightful question. It is important that the independence of StatsCan be really maintained so that government will not be able to meddle with the data. However, there should be guidelines as well regarding how the data is stored and how the reach of the chief statistician and how the information is collected and how also it is going to be, the questions are going to be designed. And so all these are concerns that I have regarding the independence of StatsCan. And then, of course, I believe that they should be independent, but with also guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief 30-second question. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague has already mentioned, I mean, she is a doctor and a professor and understands research and data. And I just wanted her to comment on the National Stats Council and the diversity and experience and what her thoughts are in reducing that size of the council.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague's question. This is one of the concerns I have in my speech. The portion of the bill is also that portion of the bill is my major concern because we have 13 provinces and territories. But in the new council they are proposing, there are only 10 members, meaning that 3 provinces and territories will not be represented. And if we want to have feedback from all the provinces and territories, this must be amended, that we should also include all representations and their feedback should not be eliminated. This is one of the part which the government needs to look at to make sure that the respect for all provinces and territories is there, and so that we will also have collected data and feedback for the whole nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It's with great pleasure that I rise today to in debate on Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. My understanding is that this bill was introduced by the Industry Minister on December 7th of last year, and it proposes amendments to the Statistics Act with the purpose of strengthening the independence of Statistics Canada. Now, that truly is the rub of this bill. Will this bill actually achieve that? So what this bill purports to do is that it will appoint the chief statistician during good behavior for a fixed renewable term of 5 years, removable only for cause by the governor in council. It will also assign the chief statistician the powers related to methods, procedures, and operations of Statistics Canada. So what does this change in the bill practically do, and where do some of my concerns lie? Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, through this change, the minister, while he still will have the ability to issue directives on statistical programs, so that means, being able to have some ministerial or government oversight on various statistical programs, he will no longer be able to issue directives on methods, procedures, and operations. So in that, I think that it's incumbent upon the government to provide more information to Parliament on why they feel that that change needs to be made. To me, I think that there's actually a functionality of Parliament that could be lost in that particular change. Certainly, the Minister and his department would from time to time require some directive on those particular issues, and making this change might impede their progress on certain efforts there. So I would be interested in hearing from the government specific examples or cases where they feel that they felt led to the necessary precipitation of this particular change. And the chief statistician may require any directive given to be made public and in writing before acting on the directive. So I'm not a statistician. My background's in economics, but certainly anybody who's doing any sort of research methodology, you know, there might be survey bias, or there may be sample bias, or there may be failings in statistical methods if that publicity happens in the wrong format. Certainly, I think the minister might have some interest in that particular component of it as well. So again, I'd like to hear from the government about why they're making this particular change, and if there were cases that were presented to the minister that precipitated this change in the bill, or proposed by the bill. So, and it's also my understanding that even though this might not be the specific intent of this change in the bill, that the chief statistician could now have authorization to choose where data is housed. That's a big concern. I certainly know that privacy and data management is a concern for many Canadians. We've been talking about cybersecurity in various forms and shapes in parliamentary committee through different pieces of legislation here in the House of Commons. And I think that the government needs to clarify whether or not through this bill the chief statistician would have the authorization to change the data storage locations. My understanding right now is that there's an agreement that much of our data is going to be or will be stored at Shared Services Canada. You know, there's a broader policy discussion around Shared Services Canada and data management, but certainly I think that there would be agreement on all sides of this House that any decision that would be made on the housing or data warehousing of very sensitive data that Statistics Canada might decide to collect, that should be certainly informed by ministerial oversight. So I think that the government needs to, prior to this bill passing, clarify whether or not they would amend the portion of the bill that might allow that to happen. I certainly wouldn't want to see the chief statistician, who is essentially not accountable to anyone, make overarching decision on housing, on where that level of sensitive data would be housed, especially when there's been ministerial direction, parliamentary direction to the housing of data made to date. Especially, I might add, just to contextualize this, let's say that the chief statistician, should they choose to use a third party to house some or part of that data, there could be security concerns. So to me, the whole privacy component, while this sounds sort of dry, is quite valid, and it again is incumbent upon the government to ensure that that component is clarified and perhaps removed in this bill. I don't think that that is appropriate power for the chief statistician to have. The chief statistician under this change will also have authority to develop questioning within surveys. I mean, there's a whole debate around, we could spend hours talking about how sensitive or how invasive a survey from Statistics Canada should be, and what the requirements are to that effect. I was talking to a colleague about at one point how certain data collection around agricultural activities on farms could be used by businesses to, form monopolies and price gouge and all of these sorts of things. And many Canadians are very sensitive about the types of information that they share. So, I almost feel like this bill is a solution in search of a problem. The government hasn't really explained why they would give this power to the chief statistician. If there's been particular instances that they feel that the removal of ministerial oversight on this particular issue is beneficial, I think that they need to explain that to Canadians, again, within a bill that might seem benign in so many different ways, but this is actually very impactful on the lives of Canadians. So my question on that point is why? I don't understand. Many of my colleagues have talked about the fact that this bill creates the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. It'll be comprised of 10 members and will replace the National Statistics Council. The Council will advise the Chief Statistician and the Minister and focus on the quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the statistical information produced. The Council will be required under this bill to make a public annual report on the state of the statistical system. Mr. Speaker, the government has produced no data for why, or evidence as to why they would make this change. This seems crazy. We're replacing a board. I just want to find a quote on this. The National Statistics Council, which this bill is trying to dissolve, has been in place to advise the chief statistician since the 1980s. It's made up of 40 experts and has been described by the UN as, quote, a bulwark in defense of the objectivity, integrity, and long-term soundness of Canada's national statistical system. So we have the Liberals in this bill trying to replace a body that has been described by the United Nations, which this government is quite fond of, as something that is fantastic and working great, with a council that's appointed by them. So given the powers that this council is going to have and the fact that they're changing it from something that's quite objective and working well, it begs the question, why are they doing this? Why would they replace this council with political appointees? Again, there's no evidence in the bill. There hasn't been any evidence presented in speeches by my colleagues opposite as to why, with concrete examples, why something that's functioning well needs to be replaced. I feel like this is almost something that somebody who wants to be appointed to this new board cooked up and gave to the minister, and they put it in this bill. It just makes no sense. So, but even so, if the government wants to come forward and say, okay, well, the NSC isn't functional in 5 or 6 different areas, then why not just give them a revised mandate? Look at the terms of reference under which the NSC operates and revise those. And I want to park that point for a moment because on the latter half of my speech, I want to talk about why we're even spending parliamentary time with this bill as a priority. But to continue on, my colleague who spoke earlier talked about how the NSC has representations from all corners of Canada. My understanding is that with the reduction in numbers, there will definitely be regions of this country that lose their representation on this board. And I think that's very important because when looking at the priorities of Statistics Canada and the scope that's currently there, representation from each corner of the country, I think, is very important. This is why we have Statistics Canada, is to look at regional differences in different types of data sets, which allows us to, which informs us on the best public policy options to take. So I'm concerned that the reduction in membership will actually remove the quality, or sorry, the breadth of representation on the board right now. The bill also no longer requires the consent of respondents to transfer their census information to Library and Archives Canada and repeals imprisonment as a penalty for any offence committed by a respondent. We often talk about consent rights in this place in a wide variety of different contexts, but certainly consent on information sharing is a topic that Parliament should be seized with. I would suggest that this bill perhaps violates the consent rights of Canadians in this regard. Certainly that's not transparency. That would be the opposite of transparency. And I think it's incumbent upon the government to talk about, which is not in the, this is not in the bill right now, how they plan to safeguard the consent rights of Canadians as to their information being shared before they pass this bill. And the bill amends certain provisions by modernizing the language of the Act to better reflect current methods of collecting statistical information. That seems reasonable to me, Mr. Speaker. Certainly we shouldn't have, our legislation shouldn't be, in this regard, shouldn't be static. We should make sure that our legislation was reflecting technological advancements and new methodology. So that does seem reasonable to me. I guess my broader question on this bill is that this bill will head to Industry Committee should it pass this House. Industry Committee will be seized with hearing witnesses on some of the points that I just raised. But here's the rub, Mr. Speaker. why is this bill the priority? This is going to be the third bill that comes through the House of Commons and goes to Industry Committee and none of them have had any sort of reference to jobs plans or innovation strategies or anything that could particularly help Canada. So my question is just simply why? Why is this the priority? Why is this the legislative priority of a government? Why is this the priority of a House of Commons that could be debating issues of much greater import? So when we talk about statistics and the importance of statistics, I'd like to give the House some statistics. Right now, my province has seen a change in unemployment rates in roughly a 2-year period, 18-month period, from essentially the natural rate of unemployment in my home city in Calgary to over 10%. Those are statistics that are sobering. And when I think about what Industry Committee and the House should be seized with, as opposed to changing the structure of the National Statistics Council and spending hours of debate on this, why aren't we talking about how Canada's trade policy can be bolstered in light of some of the decisions that are being made in the United States right now, how we're going to implement something I would love to spend hours debating is some strategy in terms of how we take advantage of the opportunities created by the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement. These are the things that Industry Committee should be seized with, and the fact that the government wants to send this bill to Industry Committee seems almost like it's filibustering that committee. It's very strange. Some of the things I'd like to see come out of Industry Committee as opposed to this bill, we talk about economic diversification in Alberta. That's certainly something I've been interested in the course of my parliamentary career. Why isn't Industry Committee talking about a jobs plan that could create broader economic conditions for growth? So things like a lower tax climate, especially when we look at the changes being made in the United States. I'm hearing colleagues in the United States saying, okay, well, this new administration is going to be lowering taxes in several key areas that are going to render investment opportunities in Canada unattractive. Why isn't Industry Committee looking at a study of the Canadian tax system, and especially the proposed tax increases by this government, in terms of how that affects the competitivity of our industries and also affects our investment climate? I mean, that would be a great study for Industry Committee to look at and refer some recommendations back to the House. But instead, we've got changing the National Statistics Council from 13 members to 10 that are now appointed. It makes no sense. I mean, something else I'd like the Industry Committee to study that would use the statistical data provided by Statistics Canada would be looking at how to spur innovation in a country where we've traditionally seen very high publication rates. We've focused on academic research in terms of, and I fully support academic research and a strong academic research system, but that's where a lot of our investments over successive governments have gone. Why don't we see more industrial-sponsored R&D, and why is some of our key strategies for the commercialization of research and development simply licensing technology out of the country? How come some of our key strategies, our new and up-and-coming industrial sectors like the competitivity and the opportunities that we have with clean tech, how come we see such low adoption rates of technology that's grown in Canada into Canadian industry? Why is that happening? Is there policy that the government can undertake that can incent adoption of Canadian clean tech? I mean, I have great respect for the current president of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. These are the sorts of things I just spent an hour talking to her about, and yet I'm coming into the House of Commons to debate the National Statistics Council when the government has shown no evidence that this needs to be changed. I mean, if I was sitting on the Industry Committee, I would love to see the government look at a study that could potentially talk about how the impact of the carbon price affects mid-size energy sector companies at perhaps in disproportionate ways than larger sector companies. And is this the best public policy option to ensure the growth and development of the energy sector. I mean, that would be something that I know people in my riding would be very interested in, because perhaps that could lead to a revocation of what I think is a very bad piece of public policy. I mean, it wouldn't be tangential for the industry committee to even look at topics around, I think this would be in scope, price elasticity assumptions related to the carbon tax and potential impacts on the energy sector and various other industrial sectors as it relates to either job growth or job decline. These are the things that parliamentarians on the industry committee could be sitting on. But again, Mr. Speaker, I mean, what the government has prioritized in this bill is removing accountability or essentially reducing accountability from Statistics Canada to Parliament. I don't understand it. It seems bizarre to me. Something that I've heard over and over again from people in my community is how come the government hasn't talked about how to retain skilled labor in Alberta during this downturn? I mean, I would love to see the industry committee spend some time in Alberta and go and talk to some of the key trade associations and professional groups like geologists and geophysicists and accountants and lawyers and our whole services industry that we've taken decades to build up in Alberta. I'd love them to go and talk to them and say, okay, what are some of the challenges that you're facing in terms of your decision to stay in Alberta or not? And then what public policy options can the government look at in terms of keeping you here, so that if there is an opportunity for further investment down the road, that labor isn't a determinant to growth. In fact, the industry committee could even look at the impacts of skilled labor ability in Western Canada in terms of how that impacts jobs and growth in the energy sector. I mean, that would be such a relevant, interesting study. I hope that it would get national media attention, Mr. Speaker, because that's something that parliamentarians can use their time on that would certainly help jobs and growth in Canada, which I would hope would be the mandate of the industry committee. And indeed, I hope it would be the mandate of Parliament. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have significant concern with this bill. I think that there are, again, to reemphasize, I don't understand why the government, like specific cases, why the government has put this forward. But more importantly, I think the government really owes an explanation to Canadians as to why they've chosen to spend the industry committee's time looking at this when there's so many other pressing concerns that the committee members could be using, and then reporting back to the House with concrete recommendations that could produce a jobs plan for Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, in conclusion, I just, outside of explaining some of the key components that I had on the front end of the speech, why these changes are being made, I hope that the government will also use the time of this House in a more effective way as it comes to creating jobs and economic growth for the Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the member, I think the member underestimates the importance of Stats Canada and the work that it actually does. This is indeed important legislation, contrary to what the member might believe. We, as a party, had talked about bringing in legislation to allow for more independent Statistics Canada, and we've done that through this legislation. So it is a fulfillment of a commitment that was made. It is important to recognize that not only does Ottawa, but many other stakeholders use the statistical information that is gathered. And the member was asking, well, what is it that the legislation actually does? Like, why are we debating it? It does provide that more independent Stats Canada. And I'll give you one example that it reinforces that independence by assigning to the chief statistician authorities for decisions on several things, such as statistical procedures, methods, and professional standards employed for the production of statistics, the content of statistical releases and publications, the timing and methods of dissemination of statistics compiled, and the operations and staff of Statistics Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed important legislation. I would hope that the member would recognize that and hopefully vote accordingly.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite made an implication which I did not refer to in my speech. I don't think anyone here is underestimating or trying to diminish the importance of Statistics Canada to the work that we do in this place. In fact, it's vital. I mean, I'm constantly asking for statistical analysis when I'm doing research that pertains to debating legislation in this House from the Library of Parliament, but there's so many people in this country that relies on this data. But this bill is a procedural bill. It changes the functionality of how Statistics Canada operates. It's not about diminishing its importance. It's just, again, the member opposite did nothing to say why this is a burning, pressing issue that the House of Commons should be seized with. Anybody who is watching this debate today is going to go, wait, what? What are they talking about? Why is this a problem? This is not a front page of the newspaper issue. I've never had an email written to my office about the need to change the National Securities Council from 13 members to 10 Liberal appointed members. I would be hard-pressed to find anyone in this place who's had a constituent email to that effect. So I think, unfortunately, the member opposite has done a woefully inadequate job trying to convince the House that this is a matter of significant burning import for Canadians.
Question commentaire. La députée de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. One thing that is of concern to me in this matter of Statistics Canada, I think we all agree that it's important to have reliable, objective data that we can use over the long term. However, I'm troubled by the fact that the chief statistician of Statistics Canada protested by resigning because the Liberals were not fulfilling their promises with regards to the independence of Statistics Canada. Does my colleague share this concern? And what does this mean for Liberal promises?
Well, I certainly share my colleague's deep concern about the ability of this government to keep their promises. I think when we're talking in the context of things that are important to Canadians, this government has, I think, really shown Canadians a lack of care, concern, for fulfilling anything. But, you know, in terms of what my colleague is saying about independence and oversight, all of these sorts of things, my colleagues across the way could have an opportunity by using time in this place to deal with things like the job crisis in Alberta. But they're not. They're raising taxes, they're changing the National Statistics Council. And please, I mean, on behalf of everyone in the House, to employees of Statistics Canada, to the Chief Statistician, thank you for the work that you do to inform us. If they were in our shoes, I think they would also be asking why we're debating this, and I would love to see the statistical analysis on the number of Canadians who think that this is a matter of import that should be first and foremost raised in the House of Commons.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. She mentions how thin the legislative agenda of this government is when this becomes something that we spend this much time debating. The redesign, the re-engineering of a few procedural things for Statistics Canada to help it be more independent. Now, we have some concerns with the fact that certain regions of the country will not be represented in the oversight and governance, and there will be no ministerial accountability, hence nothing from the House of Commons that could hold this government to account on these changes. That said, I come from a province that's suffering from an energy expense crisis, I'll call it, Ontario, where Premier Wynne has taken it upon herself to redesign and re-engineer how we deliver and pay for electricity. And what this means is people right now, in the coldest weather of the year, are having a hard time just making their electricity bills. Now, I bring that to this debate simply because we know that this government has imposed a carbon tax, but the analysis of who it affects the most, they've redacted on the documents we've been able to get to show the effect on some of the middle and low income earners and how they are trying to cope with that expense. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleague again to not only comment on how thin this legislative agenda is, but some of the more pressing issues, especially for my province.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, my colleague brings such an important issue that the Industry Committee could be looking at, and that's the issue of energy prices in Canada as it relates to Canada's competitivity to attract industries in which we see concern with in the Canadian public. I know I hear from across the country people with concerns about Canada's ability to keep manufacturing jobs in Canada, let's say. So if we look at electricity and energy as a key input cost to our manufacturing sectors, regardless of where they're located, but certainly those in Ontario, I mean, especially with what the American government is about to do in terms of reducing regulatory burden and taxation on these types of sectors, why wouldn't the Industry Committee be looking at things like energy costs in Ontario and coming up with public policy options to perhaps counteract the woefully inept and completely morally bankrupt Wynne government? Like, we actually should be looking at that and saying, how can we help save Ontario from the clutches of Kathleen Wynne? That's something that Industry Committee could definitely be seized with. And beyond that, I mean, also looking at the impact in terms of consumer confidence, when you have such a detrimental policy, that just seems like something that Industry Committee could be entirely seized with. But yet, we get changing the National Statistics Council from 13 members to 10. That's the priority of this Liberal government.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments, and I must concur that the situation in Ontario is beyond conscience, in as much as the people of Ontario are being gouged in terms of their energy costs, and people are being driven from their homes, and that's just not acceptable. In regard to the bill before us, though, I've listened carefully, and my question to the member is, in light of all that she said about the importance of statistics and how they are utilized, I wonder, do Conservatives still believe that the long-form census should be eliminated? Would they keep it? And do they believe that access to Stats Canada should be unrestricted by fees and copyright constraints?
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am a Conservative, so one of my first questions is the sustainability and cost of government programming as it relates to our fiduciary responsibility to the handling of taxpayer dollars. My question my colleague raises about fees, et cetera, as it relates to obtaining Statistics Canada data, you know what that would be a fantastic study for? It would be a fantastic study for the Industry Committee to look at. We could look at if there's any barriers to access, how that affects jobs and the creation of growth, or public policy, or the ability for NGOs to access, or average Canadians to access that data, and how that could impact the economy one way or another. What a fantastic study for Industry Committee, Mr. Speaker. But yet, the Industry Committee is going to be talking about the National Statistics Council and changing it from 13 members to 10 Liberal appointed members. I would love for my colleague to stand up in Industry Committee and say, you know what, this is something, like I'm a Conservative, so my first question is, well, how much would this cost the government? How much revenue is created by those types of fees, and what's the opportunity cost of removing it? That seems like a perfectly reasonable discussion to have in Industry Committee, but yet, we have Bill C-36 as the Liberals' legislative priority.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. By the way, Mr. Speaker, how much time have I got?
The honourable member has 20 minutes, the usual time slot, unless he cares to divide his time, but the honourable member may proceed.
In my university career, I sat through dozens and dozens of statistics lectures, each an hour long, so surely I can talk for 20 minutes about statistics myself. And so when I was offered this opportunity to speak on this particular bill, naturally I jumped at the chance with a 95% confidence limit. Before this House rose in December, the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development introduced Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. And this proposes a number of amendments to the Statistics Act that are intended to provide more independence to Stats Canada and to the chief statistician. However, in order for us as members of this House to properly debate these changes, I think it's important to first list all of the sections of this Act that will be amended or added. First, these changes will give sole responsibility to the chief statistician to decide, based on his or her professional opinion, how to carry out the methods and the procedures of all statistical programs. This includes the collection, compilation, analysis, abstraction, and publication of all statistical information. This last sentence, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important because it touches on the issue of sampling theory. And as an old saying in computer science, as we all know, garbage in, garbage out. And I'm happy to say that my understanding of Statistics Canada, and I'm old enough to remember when it was called the Dominion Bureau of Statistics, that the Dominion Bureau of Statistics and then Stats Canada have developed a worldwide reputation for competence. And so the phrase by Mark Twain certainly does not apply to them, and Twain quite wisely said, there's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's statistics. And I think StatsCan proved Mark Twain wrong. Why sampling theory is so important, this is how we get the information we need to largely run society, is that what we're trying to do is determine the characteristics of a population. Now, the population, you could say, are all of the voters in Canada. That's the population. You will never be able to sample all the voters in Canada. So the essence of statistics is to draw a sample of, in this case, the voters of Canada. And we're all familiar with political polls. And the first thing that I look at when I hear a poll is, what's the sample size? What's the distribution across the country? What's the distribution by gender and age? What's the distribution by education level? Because each one of those is a parameter. And when the parameters change, the results change. So Statistics Canada, in terms of what they do, it is critically important that they get the sample size right, and then the sample size and the distribution of the sample correctly. And in order to be a good sample, it must be random and independent from all other samples of this particular population. And that is how we get accurate information. Under this new bill, the chief statistician will have full authority over the content within statistical releases and publications issued by Stats Canada, and how and when this information is circulated. And the chief statistician will be responsible for all operations and staff at Statistics Canada. It will be appointed for a fixed renewable term of 5 years. In addition, the bill will establish the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which will be comprised of 10 members and will replace the National Statistics Council that has been functioning since the mid-1980s. Why the Liberal government wants to replace the National Statistics Council, a model that had worked for almost 40 years, with a new 10-member Liberal-appointed council, is beyond me, but this is what's in the new bill. And the new council will advise the chief statistician and minister, and whereas the National Statistics Council solely advises the chief statistician. Well, obviously, this is a distinction without a difference. And so in terms of the sample of the statistical experts in Canada, one would think that a council with more members on it, more representative from across the country, more representative of disciplines, scientific and technical and industrial disciplines, would be better in terms of advising the chief statistician. So I, for one, will be looking very closely at the qualifications of the new Statistics Council. So within their mandate, the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council will focus on the quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the statistical information that is produced by Statistics Canada. This obviously means that these individuals had better be experts in statistics. And statistics is a very complex field. It's very difficult to generate accurate information without doing exhaustive analyses. And this council will also be required to make a public annual report on the state of the statistical system. I'm going to segue a little bit, Mr. Speaker, into the area of education. And this is, I think, is a positive suggestion for the new council and indeed Stats Can as a whole. Not every Canadian is fortunate to have been partially trained or partially trained in statistics, and few are actually exposed to the discipline itself, how it creates the information that we all need. But every Canadian is affected by statistical analysis, whether you vote, whether you purchase industrial products, whether you farm. Statistical analysis is extremely important, and we often hear of poll results, for example, that are accurate to 19 times out of 20. Well, again, there's a very complex theory behind that, and so I would make a recommendation to the new Statistics Council, the Statistics Advisory Council, that they graft on a public education program in statistics, given how vital statistics are to any industrialized country. And I'm a very strong supporter of data that's gathered accurately, because it's this data and the subsequent analysis that guide much of industrial policy, economic development, and also guide decision makers as to ways that they can make proper decisions for their companies, their constituents, or indeed their country. As well, C36 will allow for the transfers of census information from Statistics Canada to Library and Archives Canada after 92 years without the consent of Canadians. Now, we said that Canadians had to consent to this. This is a change. Once transferred to Library and Archives Canada, this information will be made available to all Canadians. Finally, it will repeal imprisonment as a penalty for any offence committed by a respondent, and it will amend certain sections to make the language more modern and eliminate discrepancies between the English and French versions of the Act. After reading this bill in length, it has become evident that there are many aspects that could be of concern to Canada and will need further discussion. And it's our duty as opposition to critique and highlight any issues that we find evident in all legislation put forth by this government. As such, I will shed light on some of the concerns that I have regarding C36. Our Conservative Party strongly supports the work that Statistics Canada does and the key statistical data that it provides. The Conservative Party of Canada is clearly the party of working people and economic development. And economic development in this country, much of that is guided by good statistical work, much of that provided by Stats Canada. So, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada, and as it evolved from the former Dominion Bureau of Statistics, has developed a global reputation for competence. And so we know how important this information is for governments, public policy makers, the research and academic communities, the agricultural community, the fishing community, the industrial community, the energy community, and it's vital to anybody who uses StatsCan data for any purpose. In other words, they need to know they can trust its accuracy and quality. However, the privacy of Canadians is most important, and fostering an environment that builds trust between Canadians and Statistics Canada is crucial. The Liberal government must ensure that the right balance is struck between protecting the privacy rights of Canadians while collecting good quality data. Mr. Speaker, as we saw in the last U.S. election, the issue of the security of electronic information was front and center, and Canadians have to trust implicitly and explicitly that the data they provide to Statistics Canada will be kept secure. This is absolutely crucial. And actually, if Canadians don't trust Stats Canada, they may be tempted to provide the wrong information segue out of the program as best they can to avoid any hint of their information getting into the wrong hands. So Statistics Canada, the privacy of Canadians, that has to be a primary objective of Statistics Canada. And in the past, Canadians have expressed concern with the questions asked of them in the census and in surveys conducted by Stats Canada. They found questions such as about the number of bedrooms in their home, what times a day they leave for work and return, or how long it takes them to get there, to be an intrusion on their privacy. With the changes that the Liberal government has proposed in this bill, the minister will no longer be able to issue directives to the chief statistician on methods, procedures, and operations. This means that the chief statistician would have sole authority to ask any question that he or she deems fit on a census or survey, including those that Canadians find intrusive. Now, the independence of scientists and technical people is very important, because without that independence, they will not be able to conduct the objective research that will determine the correct approach on very many issues. Having said that, as a public agency, I have as a principle, and I think this is the principle of all conservatives, that at the very end of the chain, there needs to be an elected official at some point. And you can have all the safeguards so the elected official does not interfere with professional and technical projects that are clearly apolitical, although it's very difficult in this day and age to find anything that's apolitical anymore. So to have an unelected staff person, no matter how conscientious they may be, completely out of any line of or chain of command to an elected official means that citizens have no redress if they find a census form to be offensive to them personally. They have no way to talk to an accountable elected official and express their concerns. Now, obviously, not every citizen gets their way when they talk to an elected official. However, somebody who is elected listens in a different way than somebody who is appointed. And again, if this occurs, this could potentially result in the creation of distrust and cynicism between Stats Canada and the public and hinder the quality of data that it receives. Moreover, the abdication of responsibility from the minister to the chief statistician, who is responsible for answering to Canadians when they raise concerns regarding the methods used. This is an important question that, quite frankly, seems the opposite of an open and transparent government to me. As well, I would like to touch a bit further on the section of this bill that amends the responsibilities of the chief statistician. And the current changes state that he or she will decide based strictly on professional statistical standards that he or she considers appropriate, the methods and procedures for carrying out statistical programs regarding the collection, compilation, analysis, abstraction, and publication of statistical information that is produced or is to be produced by Statistics Canada. One would hope as well that there will be an ongoing evolution within Stats Canada, because statistical methods do change from time to time as new research develops new methods of statistical analysis. So a research and development component would be important. And it's our job as the opposition party to highlight any implications that a bill may have regardless of intent. Even though it may not be the intent, this bill authorizes Statistics Canada to house all of its data wherever it chooses. If the chief statistician would like to move the private information of Canadians to a third party, they would have the ability to do so if this bill becomes law. Again, this is quite concerning, and the security and safety of Canadians and their private information should be the top priority of any government. And any use of a third party to house this data could, Mr. Speaker, could create security concerns and again damage the view that Canadians have in Statistics Canada. And if they don't have faith in Statistics Canada, as I said earlier, they will be reluctant to provide the information that this country needs. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development has also suggested that the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council be created to replace the National Statistics Council. And this new council will be comprised of 10 members. And again, as I said earlier, for those who don't know much about the National Statistics Council, it is already in place. So according to Statistics Canada, the National Statistics Council advises the Chief Statistician of Canada on the full range of StatsCan's activities, particularly on overall program priorities. And the Council was created in 1985 under the Mulroney government and currently has representatives from all 13 provinces and territories. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. Well, this new council will provide insight to the chief statistician and the minister as opposed to only the former, and will produce annual reports on the state of our statistical system. It will not have full representation from across Canada. This could result in one area of the country being favored over the other, which is not fair to Canadians in those parts of the country. I'm going to talk a little bit about agriculture, Mr. Speaker. I represent Dauphin Swan River Neepawa, a primarily agricultural constituency. And in my time studying statistics, most of our textbooks actually came from agricultural colleges. Agriculture and agricultural researchers developed much of statistical theory. In fact, my third-year statistical textbook was from Iowa State University, and it was written by two agricultural professors. And they developed techniques like the Latin square and other methods for assessing, doing crop research. And the research developed by agriculture has been used in all other disciplines that use statistical analysis. So if I had my druthers about this particular new body that the Liberals are proposing, I would strongly recommend that agriculture have a significant presence on this council, given the history that agriculture has had with the development of statistical theory. And again, fisheries. As a fisheries biologist myself, back in the days when I was doing fisheries research, everything we did was based on statistical analysis. We would do things, for example, age-length regression, where we would look at the size of a fish and then determine their age, and we're able to determine the growth rate. And those statistics were extremely important in developing fisheries management policy. So the natural resources industries, agriculture, fisheries, energy, need to be represented on this committee. And nay, I would say overrepresented. We need statistical academics who are professors of statistics for sure. But again, large organizations, agricultural institutions, they all employ statisticians, and having practical on-the-ground people who have experience in the real world doing real-world analyses that the public needs, I think would be very important. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I think we're extremely fortunate to live in our democratic society where the rights of citizens and the protection of those rights are treated with the utmost importance. So we need to maintain the right of privacy under the new Statistics Act, Bill C-346. And again, I will conclude my speech by saying one cannot underestimate or overestimate the importance of statistical analysis to our everyday lives, much of that we don't see in our day-to-day lives, but the decisions that governments, institutions, industries, universities make, by and large, are based on statistical theory. And under Bill C-36, it better be good statistical theory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that I'm a bit confused. I was confused by this bill, and now I'm a bit confused by the debates in front of us. Now, I was confused by the bill because the Liberals promised that they would bring back the mandatory long-form census, and that's not actually in this bill. And they promised in their platform that they would make Statistics Canada fully independent. Of course, that's not in this bill either. So I don't think my confusion is just because it took me 48 hours to get back to Ottawa from a snowy Victorian February. But now I've listened to the debate on the bill, and one thing I can agree with the Conservatives is that the fact that this bill is before us shows a paucity of proposals on the Liberal side for significant legislation. But I just heard the member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, talking about the fact that Conservatives believe in the importance of data, but it was a Conservative government, of course, that eliminated the long-form census and interrupted the long chain of very important data that was important to researchers across the country. And he says he believes privacy is really important, and it seems to be opposed to the fact that after 92 years, information might be made public from the census. And he seems inordinately concerned that people are being asked about the amount of time it takes them to commute, which, of course, I think is important information for transportation. And finally, he's concerned about protection of privacy through shared services, when it was the Conservative government who came up with the idea of shared services, which might result in the improper storage of data. So maybe the member can explain to me how his position is consistent with what the Conservative government did before.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
We Manitobans, who are often laughed at because of our very fine weather, do so much appreciate when it snows in Victoria. So regarding the long-form census, Mr. Speaker, this has truly become a red herring. Most of statistics is not mandatory. When voters are sampled, it's not mandatory for them to reply. When I was a fisheries biologist and took the fish out of the net, I didn't have to ask them. We did it. The point is, with proper sampling design, a proper sample size, and a proper project design, you can get equally good, if not better, information. I would recommend that my honourable friend pick up a statistics textbook and look up sampling theory. And if sampling is done right, it is astonishingly accurate. And much of what we do in this country, as I said earlier, in terms of decision making, is based on non-coercive, sound sampling theory.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. I do have to disagree with his last comment, in the sense that the member is trying to give an impression that you can take any sample, and as long as it's thorough enough in terms of size and you get the information that you require, that you could kind of get a good sense in terms of exactly what's happening in a broader population. I think it's important that we recognize that mandatory long-form census and the results that came from that, and this is what we heard from our science community, the professionals, the individuals that know what it takes in order to be able to get the job done. This is one of the reasons why we are making Stats Canada more independent. That's one of the reasons for this legislation, is because we need to recognize, like the member across the way, I went to university, studied some stats. It was interesting in different classes. But I recognize that there are individuals that have a far superior expertise in the issue than I do. And they would say that the mandatory form, for example, was absolutely necessary in order to validate the type of stats that we needed to collect from Canadians. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts in terms of just the importance of professionals, those that have the expertise and their ability to be able to contribute to the bigger picture and making sure that we get it right.
Honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
The opposite is making the assumption that in order to be a professional, it has to be a mandatory long-form census, which is clearly nonsense. Again, I go back to sampling theory. I mean, it's extremely complex. What you do is you sample up. If you consider all the members of Parliament in this House as a population, and you ask every one of them a question about something, that is not a sample. You're talking to the entire population, and what you get out of that is accurate. But in most cases, you're not able to ask an entire population a question or look at the population of the crop of wheat, for example, in Western Canada. So you have to do a sample. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the qualifications of the statistician and the type of sampling program that they initiate is absolutely critical, but that has actually nothing to do with the mandatory long-form census. I go back to the point, there are innumerable statistical studies in Canada, in North America, and around the world that are not mandatory and provide equally accurate information, assuming the sampling program is done competently.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Member for his speech, and there's been a lot of comment during debate on this bill about the issue of independence. And I'm going to give my honourable colleague a moment to expand on one of the points that he made in his speech around independence versus accountability. And we indeed want expert advisors to government to have independence to execute their tasks to the best of their professional ability. But accountability to Parliament and accountability to the voters is also an important consideration that we can't lose track of. The ultimate independent government agency, independent from an elected Parliament, is a dictatorship where there is not actual accountability to the voters. So the chain of accountability, I'd like him to comment on that as well.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Okay, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, again, this is a matter of policy, and the minister of the day and the government of the day can make a policy statement that they absolutely will not interfere in the work that the chief statistician does unless there is a gross negligence or enough Canadians find a certain program so deeply offensive that they petition Parliament. So again, you can set the bar quite high in terms of when a minister would make a comment on a study that the chief statistician was doing. Having said that, if one looks at the history of the Dominion Bureau of Statistics and then StatsCan, that issue actually, unless I'm mistaken, rarely came up. That organization, starting with the Dominion Bureau of Statistics, was a group of dedicated professional statisticians, and I think they've done exemplary work over the years and continue to do so. I guess it's I guess it's only us conservatives here who have the principles, who actually think citizens are sovereign in their own country, and this is why I am so very pleased to be one of those conservatives.
I have time for one more question and response. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and just to my good friend from Dauphin Swan River in Neepawa, one of the questions that has come about, of course, is accuracy, and that way we get so much more accuracy if we have the long-form census. So I wonder if he could comment on the Jedi religion that seemed to really spike up when people were forced to be able to put their religious affiliations on the mandatory long-form census.
Honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Well, being part of that religion myself, I didn't no, that's not quite true. But again, when you make something mandatory, there are people in our society, good, solid, headstrong, independent people who value their privacy, their personal liberties, and they will make a mockery of this census. And again, I go back to the point about the long-form census. I mean, if the sample size is 20 people in the country, so it's mandatory. So what? That's a lousy sample. You could have a voluntary census. If you sample 10,000 people in the country, you will have a much higher rate of compliance, and at the same time, your accuracy will be so much higher. So, again, I want to thank my honourable friend for the question, and I want to make the point that never in my parliamentary career or when I was contemplating one did I ever think I'd be making a speech on statistical sampling theory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Avant de la reprise de débat.
Before resuming debate, I would like to inform honourable members that we have had more than 5 hours of debate since the first turn on this motion. As a consequence, all of the following speeches on this subject will be limited to a time of 10 minutes for the speech and 5 minutes for questions and comments. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I was so looking forward to giving a 20-minute speech on this bill. It really pains me to be limited to 10 minutes, but thanks again for the opportunity to speak. The government prides itself on evidence-based policy, and I think Statistics Canada is a critically important institution because it provides the evidence for that evidence-based policy. And the independence of Statistics Canada is crucial because without it, we might end up with policy-based evidence. We might end up with Statistics Canada producing information or failing to produce information in response to political directives. So if we're concerned about having good governance, evidence-based policy, it's really, really important that we have an independent, professional statistics agency such as Statistics Canada. So that's why this is an important piece of legislation. Now, why is it a timely topic? Well, it's a timely topic because just in the past few years, we've had 2 chief statisticians resign in protest of a lack of independence for Statistics Canada. The first one of these resignations, Mr. Speaker, was Munir Sheikh, who resigned in protest of the previous government's very strange decision to eliminate the mandatory long-form census. Now, this was a decision that was objected to by almost every sector of society. It was a very kind of an odd decision. I don't know if it was an attempt to sort of pander to certain libertarian elements, but there was never a big groundswell of Canadians who objected to having to fill out the census once every decade in terms of the full census, or once every 5 years if we include the partial census. So it was a very odd decision, and the chief statistician resigned to protest it. And we actually just had an interesting discussion in this House about the necessity for a mandatory long-form census. And my colleague from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa said, we don't actually need to make it mandatory because we can just rely on sampling and proper sampling techniques. But Mr. Speaker, in order to design the sample, you need to know what the whole population is. In order to know that the sample is representative, you have to at some point have done a census of the entire population. So the census and a mandatory complete census is really the necessary foundation for all of the good sampling work that my colleague was mentioning. Now, he used the analogy of this parliament, and he stated that, well, if you asked all 338 MPs to respond to something, that wouldn't be a sample, that would be the entire population, and true enough. But let's try to imagine constructing a representative sample of the House of Commons. In order to do that, you'd need to know something about the whole population. For example, you'd need to know how many MPs are in each party caucus if you wanted your sample to have the right number of people from each party. You'd need to know how many seats there are from each province in order to make sure your sample was regionally representative. So just using that kind of rudimentary analogy, I think it's easy to see that you can do a lot of good research and statistical work based on sampling, but in order to construct those samples, you do periodically need to have some census of the entire population. And that's why almost all advanced industrialized countries have these mandatory census practices periodically. It's a common sense thing, and we're glad to have it back in Canada, although certainly, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, this legislation falls somewhat short in terms of truly making it mandatory. Now, the second chief statistician who resigned was Wayne Smith. And he resigned quite recently, just in the past few months, to protest the way in which Statistics Canada's arrangement with Shared Services Canada had impaired the agency's independence. And I think that this is the real motivation for this bill being brought before the House. I think the government, in response to this controversy of Wayne Smith's resignation, wants to be able to say, yes, we're doing something to protect the independence of Statistics Canada. We're taking action. We're dealing with the problem. But the odd thing, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill actually doesn't say anything about Statistics Canada's relationship with shared services. It doesn't propose any sort of alternative model for Statistics Canada to get the IT services on which its important work depends. So while I think in terms of chronology and perhaps in terms of political positioning, this bill is a response to Mr. Smith's resignation, the content of the bill actually doesn't do anything to address the problems that motivated Mr. Smith's resignation. So we in the NDP are going to support this bill in order to get it before committee so that we can try to make some improvements to it and so that perhaps we can actually address some of these problems. But I think it's important to note that in its current form, this legislation falls far short of dealing with what actually precipitated this crisis in Statistics Canada. So I think it's worth talking a little bit about shared services. This was really an attempt by the previous Conservative government to cut corners and cut costs a bit and to say we have IT services in all these different departments and agencies. Wouldn't it be more efficient to centralize them into one IT agency? And of course, you know, there's some logic to that. One can imagine how it might have worked. But as with so many of these efforts in the federal government to centralize functions between departments and agencies, there were huge problems in the implementation and in the execution. So one issue with Shared Services Canada is that all departments and agencies were ordered to transfer their IT staff to the new shared services, which of course made sense, but shared services needs more than IT professionals. It needs administrative assistants, it needs financial people, it needs other types of managers. And the way those people were put in place was that all the other departments and agencies were told, well, you need to send, you know, X number of administrative assistants, X number of accountants, etc., to shared services. So what did the managers in these other departments and agencies do? I mean, did they send their best, most reliable employees away? No, they used it as an opportunity to perhaps send people that they were trying to remove from their organizations anyway. So in that sense, Shared Services Canada was really set up to fail through bad implementation and bad execution. But even if we're able to fix Shared Services Canada and get it functioning properly, there's still a huge problem with making Statistics Canada totally reliant on this other entity. I mean, by definition, that impinges upon the independence of Statistics Canada. In setting up shared services, the government did recognize that there were some agencies in government that were so sensitive they had to have control of their own IT. This parliament that we're in right now would be an example of that. Other countries, such as Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, also managed to exempt their statistical agencies from their centralized government-wide IT structures. So I think that Mr. Smith has a valid point in suggesting that Statistics Canada could be exempt from shared services, and I'm really hoping that's something that we can look at in committee after passing the bill on the current reading. So I think that there is definitely room to consider other arrangements. Statistics Canada maybe could have its own IT capacity. Failing that, if we do want Statistics Canada to work with shared services, maybe Statistics Canada could at least have the option of sometimes going to other suppliers if shared services cannot provide the required support. But one way or another, we need to find a way to give Statistics Canada the kind of technical support and the kind of IT infrastructure it needs to do this critically important research and to provide this critically important information and evidence. And I am disappointed that the bill we're considering today really fails to address that problem at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I just had a question in terms of making the information public after 92 years, and albeit that's looking at an individual in a vacuum, I'm wondering what the impact on family members and children and grandchildren he feels that would have in terms of making that information public.
Member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I actually think it's a reasonable compromise to say that we need to have confidentiality, but that after a period as long as 92 years, it is reasonable to make information and records public. I really think it's extremely unlikely that that's going to compromise the privacy of a living person. So I really think that that part of the legislation is appropriate. It's going to help with research. It's going to help with genealogy. So there obviously are trade-offs that need to be made sometimes between making information available for research and protecting privacy. But I do think that the 92-year guarantee of confidentiality is a reasonable balance to strike. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Mr. Commentaire. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that the new Canadian Statistic Advisory Council will be appointed through the Governor and Council appointments. It is unclear at this point what the application process will look like. My concerns is that there is another opportunity for the government to appoint their buddies. Does the member opposite me also share these concerns?
Honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I do share those concerns. Statistics Canada had a long-standing advisory board that was much larger, that represented virtually every sector of society, virtually every region of the country. Of course, there's many benefits to that. I suppose to be as charitable as possible to the government, the idea may be that having a smaller body can actually be a more effective decision-making group rather than sort of a large body of appointees where it almost becomes an honorific. But of course, the devil here is in the details, and we need to know that the government is actually going to be appointing well-qualified independent people, and so I think there's every reason to be suspicious that that may not happen, and every reason for us as opposition MPs to keep a very careful watch on those appointments and on that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's been some comments from the official opposition today with respect to the manner in which the information or the questions might be created and the fact that there's lack of political influence over that in the sense that it would come back to the minister or this House. I'm wondering if the member can comment as to what his feelings are with respect to that. If he would agree that the crafting of individual questions should be done with the independence of the agency, or if that is something that should have some political influence.
Well, member for Regina Leuven.
Well, I would agree with the member across the way that certainly the crafting of questions should be left up to the independent agency. No, of course, the agency isn't operating in some sort of vacuum. I mean, the agency is going to be crafting questions based on what's happening in the country, based on what sort of data all sorts of stakeholders, including the government, want. But I think the final decision about drafting the questions needs to be made by the agency itself in order to preserve its independence, which is what we're trying to do here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and indeed it's an honour for me to be able to speak today on Bill C-36. And as someone who was in a classroom for 34 years teaching statistics, I really do wish that I would have had 20 minutes to be able to speak on this particular topic, and my former students would recognize that that would have been a very short lesson. But just in statistics, just the definition, the branch of mathematics that deals with the collection, organization, analysis, and interpretation of numerical data. Statistics is especially useful in drawing general conclusions about a set of data from a sample of the data. Now, when we consider that as the main focus as for the Statistics Act, I think it becomes important that we look at how all of that data is collected, the rationale behind it, and of course the member earlier from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa spoke of many of the different procedures that are there, sampling theory, and of course the 95% confidence intervals that we have. We hear so often when people talk about, well, this particular survey is accurate, within plus or minus 3 percentage points 19 times out of 20. Well, that's where the 95% comes in. And so this is a situation where people look at this, they have to understand how standard deviations are developed, how variances are developed from all of that, the Gaussian curves or the bell curves where people are put on, and then how we start to analyze that. And it isn't simply for questions that we are looking at here in politics, but business uses this. It's very important, which is one of the reasons why statistics and numbers that we look at are so important for everyone in all walks of life. Some of the commentary that we've heard earlier saying, well, as long as you make sure that that's mandatory, then obviously you're going to get the best answers and everything is going to work out just fine. Having sat on committees where we've had opportunities to speak with people from Statistics Canada, yes, they would have preferred that nothing changed so that the process would have been there. But as they mentioned, there are many ways to look at statistical analysis and sample theory to get the same type of results that we had from before. So it was a political decision to be done. It's also a political decision to go back. It doesn't necessarily mean that the data that you are going to have in order to do your analysis is going to be any more accurate. And again, in one of the questions that I had posed earlier to a member having to do with some of the results that you get from the mandatory forms, such as the fact that there was a great growth in the Jedi religion when it was forced to be on the form so that you would write down what your religion was. Some people suggest that that might not have been accurate. And again, so it's a position that has been presented, and people will look at some of these questions and they'll say, okay, well, what kind of a mob approach can we use to this? And people, as we have social media and everything that's going on now, they can pick a question and they can completely throw it out by putting extra pressure on it. So these are the kinds of things that have to be weeded out. The point is that Statistics Canada knows how to do that. And so they have different sampling processes that can manage some of those particular situations. Now, of course, the other thing that has been mentioned is the concept of a 92-year span. And we look at that at this point in time and say, well, that's going to make it 2109 before anybody here that's done a census when they're 18 is going to even have to worry about that. Well, over the last 100 years, we've had life expectancies that have gone from the 60s up to mid-80s. We see, again, statistical data just today that has indicated that it was a mistake for the government to take the OAS from 67 back down to 65, as we see this in many countries throughout the world. They're recognizing the fact that people are living longer, and also they have to recognize the fact that that means that they are going to be supported by taxpayers for a longer length of time. So these are the kinds of things that statistics and mathematics certainly talks about, but we have sometimes political influence or political expediency to say, well, that's what they said, so if we say something different, then obviously we're going to be on the side of angels. That doesn't necessarily work that way. So when you look at somebody that could be 110 years old, 92 years after, if they were doing a survey at 18, they will be subject to the exposure of their data to the public. All we're simply saying is that there should be an opportunity for them to be able to opt out of that. So to say, well, 92 years, that sounds like a good, well, if you'd said 120, maybe that would be the number that you would need. However, I think that we should be aware of the realities that exist and take a look at the consequences of some of the decisions that are included there. The other question is, who is it that should be making up these questions as we go and poll the public to find out what their thoughts are? So I think back to mydemocracy.ca and thinking of the kinds of questions. Of course, there was no political influence there because this was given to an outside group that would be able to come up with answers that Canadians would really want to present to the government and they could make decisions on. So that was fortunate. Now, there is a possibility that maybe some of those were moving in the wrong direction. Mr. Speaker, I still have people that had taken the Vote Compass surveys that I don't know whether they're still in therapy, but they were told that they were Liberals, and this has hurt them immensely. But we have to take a look. We recognize how some of these things happen, and we realize that it is not always going to be a 100% accurate result that you get. So my point goes back to the people at Statistics Canada know how to do this. Now, I'm extremely honored that one of my former students had worked at Statistics Canada. I understand the process and everything that is tied into it, recognizing how important the different procedures that they have there to be able to take bias out of the information that they have is really an amazing science, and I've certainly been proud to be able to work with that for many years. But, Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative Party supports and respects the work that Stats Canada does, we don't agree, however, with some of the provisions in Bill C-36. It's our position that any changes to the Statistics Act reflect our commitment to accountability and the privacy and security of Canadian citizens. To further illustrate the issues of this bill, let's look at the proposed amendments that would modify the Statistics Act. With the amendments proposed, this bill will enable the minister responsible for Statistics Canada the ability to appoint the chief statistician for a fixed renewable term of 5 years, removable only for cause by the Governor and Council. The chief statistician will have full authority over the content within statistical releases and publications issued by Statistics Canada and how and when this information is circulated. And furthermore, the CS will be responsible for all operations and staff at Statistics Canada. This bill will also assign the CS with powers related to methods, procedures, and the operation of Statistics Canada. This will mean that while the minister will still be able to issue directives on statistical programs, the minister will no longer be able to issue directives or on methods, procedures, and operations. The power is now delegated solely to the chief statistician. So now here's the first red flag. These new powers will enable the CS to issue directives without it being made public. Bill C-36 provision states that the chief statistician may publicize directives before acting on it, but it does not make that mandatory, which speaks to another provision of the bill, where we no longer require the consent of respondents to transfer their census information to Library and Archives Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is also very troubling because this amendment to the Statistics Act can actually violate the consent rights of Canadians and is opposite to transparency. And additionally, with the chief statistician's ability to issue directives on methods, procurements, and procedures, I should say, and operations, they will also be authorized to choose where all of our data is housed, being a second red flag. Now, I had the opportunity a few months ago to go to Belgium for the Blue Sky 3 Forum on science innovation and science and innovation indicators through the OECD, where a discussion of megadata research and analysis was taken, and we see how important it is to be able to take information, the massive number of data points that are there, and to be able to funnel them. We have to recognize the issues that are surrounding that, the cybersecurity side of that as well, and I think these become critical points that should be looked at as we talk about statistics and how the world is going to deal with them. There's an interaction between our country and other countries as we have universities that do research back and forth. So the whole concept of statistics and the analysis of statistics is extremely important. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to see Bill C-36 go through committee so that parliamentarians can propose some much-needed amendments to the bill. And based on that, I'm sure that we can work to make sure that accountability to Canadians is not lost by making the chief statistician more independent, but it is our duty to make sure those changes to the Stats Act encourage Canadians to provide full, complete, and accurate data so that when the time comes, they in turn will have access to quality data that is relevant, reliable, and accurate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask the same question to my colleague. And I know that they're saying make the information public after 92 years. However, those individuals do have families, they do have children and grandchildren. Do you foresee any issues and impact it would have on the family as a whole?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, certainly as we look at the way in which people believe there is going to be privacy, I had mentioned earlier that some people could actually still be alive when this occurs as as we advance our medical procedures and so on. But I think it's critical that we realize that all we're saying is that there should be an option based on this. If they look at it and say, well, that's fine, I don't really care, but you don't know what the ramifications will be. There is a law that says that if you put in inaccurate information that you have a fine. You're not going to jail now, but there is a fine. So, I mean, it opens up so many new avenues that certainly are not worth going into when all it takes is an optional thing to say, you know what, I just as soon not have this data public.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard again and again the Conservative speakers referring to the protection of privacy with the 92-year rule for the disclosure of data, but it's not like it's going to be published. And I guess as someone who comes from a family which had various twists and turns, and my mother spent years of her retirement trying to trace our family history, and one of the important sources for that was census information. And so I wonder if the Conservatives really thought about what they're doing when they talk about impacts on families, to families in the future who want to research their origins, find out where they came from. And the census has certainly been an important part of that data. So again, I can't understand how, after 92 years, it affects anybody's privacy, but it may in fact affect the ability of future descendants to find out where they came from and who they are as Canadians.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I respect the position that he has brought forward. I suppose really when you're looking at it, there may be particular reasons why people choose not to have their data presented, and some simply look at it and say, you know what, it's I will do this because I am forced to do it, but who needs to know how many bathrooms that I've got in this house? Who needs to know, what particular religion that I might be? Those are the kinds of things, and yes, they're helpful for communities so that they understand, the makeup of that community. But certainly, there has to be a place where people can say what I say and what I do could be private and should be private.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the legislation, it enables the chief statistician to be able to determine the types of questions that will be asked. And one of the things that I've known, and I've had the opportunity, and I suggest maybe the member even across the way has likewise, to take a look at community profiles, something that allows for all sorts of potential development, different types of programs go into a community, and they will vary the needs and the types of questions I suspect were well discussed well in advance. It's not just one person sitting in a room saying, here's all the 25 or 50 or 60, 70 questions. Rather, it's based on a consultation with many different stakeholders. And the member made reference to the fact that he is somewhat familiar with stats, that it is a complicated area, and I have trust in Canada's chief statistical officer to make sure that we're getting the questions that are important for all sorts of analysis being done. My question is to the members, does he believe that there is a need to have more independence within that office, and that's something in which this legislation is providing?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, and I do agree. It is very important for community profiles to have that type of information, and there are ways of expanding it so that one recognizes what takes place there. I think that the question is, what about the security or getting input in so that you know that you have the right questions? So, and again, and this is the point that we've been making about provinces and representation on the advisory committee that is going to be able to make decisions. One of the questions that was posed, or the comments that was posed earlier, had to do with agriculture and how significant it is, and this is a mandatory form that has to be done. Well, maybe they should be paying attention, though, so that they are not demanding that you get all of your information on while you're driving in a tractor and when you're seeding or when you're harvesting or when you're out calving. I mean, these are the harassment sides of it, and people, once again, they look at that, and then the next time it is that, hey, we'll get this done, but it'll be in 5 minutes' time and it will be out the door. So I think if they really want accurate information, you have to make sure that you've got input from everybody, and that input from everybody is also the public, not just a group of statisticians that are trying to make that perfect model work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honour to rise today to speak on Bill C-36 regarding some changes to StatsCan and also some of the reporting mechanisms, as well as the council that provides advice to the minister and to StatsCan on the whole. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I've looked across throughout the last 16 months, we've seen a government that has been slow to action on bills. In fact, this minister for innovation has moved and tabled 3 bills in this House. The first regarding copyrighted works for persons with disabilities. I know that was something that was worked on prior to this government taking office. The second one was the disclosure of corporate boards, which is actually at Innovation Committee right now. And the third one is Bill C-36, which is on the floor of the House right now. What we haven't seen to date is legislation from this government that is going to tackle the issues that Canadians are dealing with. And it actually doesn't matter what part of the country you're in. If you're out west, if you're in Alberta, there are obviously many issues with natural resources, with the oil sector, etc. If you're in Ontario, we know manufacturing has had a very tough time last year, and quite frankly, it's had a tough time for the last decade. And certainly what we would like to see from this government is some action on what they outlined there would be action on in their own throne speech on December 4th, 2015. But in terms of getting to this bill, which is obviously hiring a new StatsCan director, as well as the 10-person committee that's going to be reporting to StatsCan and to the minister, it's interesting that we see a change from 13 persons down to 10. That means there's inevitably going to be territories or provinces that will not be included in terms of this reporting structure. And we see a disbanding of this council without a change in focus, if that's what was being asked for, which essentially gives the opportunity for the government to then just replace and put their own appointees onto this board. And it's interesting, when I was looking through the throne speech, I found open and transparent government. That was an entire paragraph. And in it says, also notable are things the government will not do. It will not use government ads for partisan purposes. It will not interfere with the work of parliamentary officers. And it will not resort to devices like prorogation and omnibus bills to avoid scrutiny. What I found interesting of what else was not in there was the appointing of cronies, the appointing of friends. And what this is doing is it's eliminating 13 people who have been appointed in the past and appointing what I can only guess will be 10 Liberal friends. So this minister has appointed 10 other friends previously to the Innovation Council, which has traveled across the country, and they've tabled a report, yet nothing has actually come to Parliament from that report yet. So what I would really like to see from the government going forward is a change in focus. There's certainly these bills or things that we need to be working on, but it's not just what is being proposed by the government, it's what is not being proposed by the government. And they've said in their own throne speech in the opening paragraph that, quote, Canadians, they want to be able to trust their government. They want leadership that's focused on things that matter most to them. Things like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and now those working hard to join it. Through careful consideration and respectful conduct, the government can meet these challenges and all others that are brought before. And Mr. Speaker, I will admit that in the last year there have been some movements the government has tried. I disagree with their philosophy and the ways in which they're proposing changes for our country in terms of tax structures, but they have tried to meet a couple of these in terms of strengthening the middle class. But what they haven't done is they haven't focused on jobs. They haven't focused on opportunity for Canadians. They haven't focused on those who are working hard to join the middle class, because what those people need more than anything else is a job. What they need is an opportunity to be prosperous, and that just is not being talked about. We've had the minister come in this place in question period. We've had him at committee speaking about a plan, speaking about a strategy that's going to be coming. And we've waited, and we've waited, and we've waited. And we are now 16 months after the last election, and we still don't have a plan to create jobs in this country. There is nothing that's being put forward by this minister, no bill, no strategy, no plan that delineates what the government of Canada is going to do to create an environment where jobs can be created. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about the natural resources sector, which lost over 29,000 jobs last year. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the manufacturing sector, which lost 53,000 jobs last year. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about entrepreneurs, where we had over 70,000 entrepreneurs close their doors last year, or even agriculture that lost over 19,000 jobs last year. This government has failed to put a plan or strategy before Canadians. And certainly the bills, the three bills that have been brought forward by this minister, they are things that need to be worked on. But 2 out of the 3 of them were on the shelf from the previous government. 2 out of 3 of them were actually started under the previous Conservative government. So the question is, what is it that the minister has been doing for the last 16 months? And why don't we, as a government, why don't we as a House have a strategy that's tabled before this House? Why don't we, as a government, as an assembly of the people, why don't we know what the targets are for this government? What are they trying to achieve? How many jobs are they trying to create? What sectors are they seeking to grow? What businesses, what associations are they working with? Right now we have zero information on this front, and the longer I sit in Innovation and Industry Committee, depending on who you talk to, either name goes, the longer I sit there, the more I realize there's just nothing coming forward. There is no plan. There is no opportunity being created for Canadians. There is no strategy to get those who are out of work, whose jobs have left the country, back to work. And we need to focus on this going forward. It's not going to be enough to deal with bills like appointing a new chief statistician. It's not going to be enough to put a bill that was on the shelf from the previous government regarding copyrighted works before the House. It's not enough to talk about the disclosure of boards. What the people of Canada were expecting from this government was leadership, and what they were expecting from this minister in particular was a strategy to put Canadians back to work, a strategy to ensure that our natural resources sector would rebound, a strategy to ensure that our manufacturing and agricultural sectors would be able to move forward. And what we have actually, is the opposite. We have a minister for jobs, if you will, the innovation minister, who has not put a plan forward at all to create jobs in this country, and we have a finance minister who's going around raising taxes all over the place. It doesn't matter whether it's carbon taxes or payroll taxes or eliminating tax credits. The reality of what we've seen is not a jobs minister looking at a strategy to create jobs. We've seen a finance minister looking at a strategy to take money away from businesses that would otherwise be invested into jobs. And now at Innovation Committee, at Industry Committee, I can tell you this, that we've had many opportunities to talk about things like the carbon tax, and unfortunately it's not something that my friends on the opposite side of the aisle want to speak about. We've had many opportunities to talk about a plethora of items that we could use to at least determine what the future of the Canadian job market is going to look like, but we haven't gone down that road, and instead we're dealing with these 3 bills that are really operational matters. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask today that the minister do his job, that the minister bring forward a strategy, that he follow through on his words that he spoke in this great chamber, and put forward a plan for job growth in Canada, put forward a plan to create an environment where Canadians will be able to be prosperous and successful and earn their living and provide for their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, totally disagree, but appreciate a number of the comments that the member has put on the record. We are talking about Stats Canada, and hopefully we'll see this bill pass. It's important for Statistics Canada to see this legislation ultimately pass. But I do take a great deal of exception. The member talks about this plan. He wants this plan. The plan is there. All one has to do is read the budget, Mr. Speaker. All one has to do is listen to what the Minister of Natural Resources has been talking about. There's been more of a proactive approach at dealing with the creation of jobs and supporting Canada's middle class since the last election than the previous 10 years under the Harper administration, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives demonstrated that they had lost touch with Canadians, and that's one of the reasons why we've been reaching out to Canadians, explaining the plan to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Now, my question to the member is, will he not agree that in due time, Stats Canada, doing what it does best, will continue to provide us the information that is necessary so that we continue to be able to make plans and better plans to grow Canada's economy?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromodadi.
Mr. Speaker, certainly I'd like to thank the member for his great question, his passionate words beforehand. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, he may take exception with what I'm saying in this House, but everything I'm saying is true. The reality is that there is no plan. We have not seen a single plan put forward with a single measurable to put Canadians back to work. If there is a plan, can the member please stand up and tell us how many jobs you're looking to create with the private sector in the natural resources industry? How many jobs are you looking to create in manufacturing? How are you going to stop those jobs from going to the United States? How many jobs are going to be hurt by carbon taxes? How many jobs are going to be lost because of payroll taxes? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, there is no plan. In fact, I will go further than that. Not only is there no plan to create jobs, their plan is killing jobs. And quite frankly, the member needs to
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that passions are rising. Question period is approaching, so people are getting excited. But I think there's been an evolution on the side of the Conservatives on the importance of statistics, and I'm happy to see that. I would like to know whether my colleague is satisfied with the provisions contained in the bill, meaning respondents will have to fill out the survey but will not be imprisoned if they don't. What does my friend think of this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. Nothing excites me more than standing and responding. Certainly, as we look at this bill, we'll be going through it, and there's certainly some changes we'd like to see going into committee, and I happen to be honored enough to sit on the Industry Committee, and we'll be addressing those at the committee as they come forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today and his passion and his work on Industry Committee. I know, being in a neighbouring riding, we talk a lot about jobs and job creation. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask my colleague, what would you do? What would you do if you were in government?
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonti.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Certainly, we've made no attempt to hide the fact that we would cancel the carbon tax. We've made no attempt to hide the fact that we believe that the payroll tax increase is going to hurt job creation in Canada. We've made it very clear that we'd like to reduce the small business taxes. In fact, the governing Liberal Party also made it clear they were going to reduce small business taxes, but unfortunately, they never followed through on that. So certainly there's a lot of things that we could talk about. I know I'm out of time at this point, but certainly I'd love to meet with you outside and we can discuss that further.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege for me to stand in the House to speak. Today I would like to address this House as member of the Parliament Bow River riding on Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. Back in a previous lifetime, I remember taking a statistics class and the professor saying, "Statistics are very interesting. Ask me what you want to prove with your statistics. I will prove it both ways." And we looked, oh, this political science class, not statistics. But statistics can be very interesting, and I've heard many comments made here in the room today which enlightened and are very interesting. This legislation will do a number of things, as all legislation brought before us will. There are positives, but not being perfect, there's always room for differing opinions on parts of this proposed legislation. I would share some of those opinions on the pieces that I feel should be readdressed. The legislation will appoint the chief statistician for a fixed term of 5 years. This term can be renewable on good behavior, and the chief statistician will only be able to be removed by the governor in council if absolutely necessary. That's positive. The ministers will be able to issue directives on statistical programs. What the minister will no longer be able to do is issue directives on methods, procedures, and operations. That could be limited to the elected MP and minister. Just a thought. This bill will allow the chief statistician to make a decision on where all the data is housed. This brings up major potential security concerns. Should the chief statistician choose to use a third party to store data, this could mean that Canadian statistical data could be at more risk at being breached. This is clearly not an ideal situation. I think that this is a loophole that we need to address. We live in a world that is fraught with cybersecurity risks. In fact, the U.S. recent electoral campaign, one of the biggest issues discussed during the foreign policy debates was whether or not international hacking played a part in influencing some of their presidential and congressional elections. There are a number of threats that we live, and we live in a time where big data is being used for many purposes. It is important that we, as federal legislatures, take seriously our role in protecting the private information and data of our constituents. This will be an ever-evolving matter that will require close attention, and I hope the chief statistician will be diligent in deciding where the data is stored. For now, I understand it's with Shared Service Canada, which is an agency of the Government of Canada. Shared Service itself has a number of challenges and issues to deal with. The question of security is an ongoing concern and one that must not be ignored when dealing with such crucial data. Another facet of this bill is that would allow the chief statistician the authority to have the final say on survey questions. This, to me, will be a cause of potential problems that the government may not have considered in drafting the legislation. There are many people across Canada who already feel as though survey questions are too invasive as is. There are a number of people who, due to this fact, will simply be untruthful on their surveys. And I may have been one of those. This leads to bad and skewed data, which is every statistician's worst nightmare, no doubt. One survey that is very pertinent in my riding is the Census of Agriculture. I know that there are often complaints from those in the agricultural sector that these censuses are far too encroaching and prying. The last one I'll mention is the change in that talks about membership under the Act in Section 8. Subsection 2, the council is composed of, in addition to the chief statistician, not more than 10 other members appointed by the governor and council to hold office during pleasures, including one chairperson. As the committee exists now, up to 40 members representing all provinces and territories in the country. They have a view of this survey. They work with it. Now it'll be changed to be appointing 10. Those 10 may not be regional in representation. They may be just from one province, one city area. Maybe they're all urban, no rural. I think that's something that should be looked into. I do have concerns about potential issues with legislation mentioned above. That being said, I've enjoyed hearing what colleagues have had to add to this debate. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've been sitting here all day, and we've certainly had an interesting exchange of views on this very important piece of legislation concerning the independence and indeed the excellence of Statistics Canada, and it really reinforces our government's commitment to building data and informing good decisions. I've heard all of the points that the member made and some of his colleagues have made, but would the member not admit that really what this all comes down to is that on this side of the House we like evidence-based policy, on that side of the House they seem to really like policy-based evidence?
The Honourable Member for Bow River. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the colleague's question. Having been involved in a lot of science and my career, absolutely believe in a lot of science data. One of the things, though, that I didn't have time to mention was that 92-year limit that they put in there. I don't think that's acceptable. I think no is no. No means no if you're dead or alive, and I think no to data is important. So there is science and there is data, and I think that one should stay dead as long as somebody says no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I find it fascinating that the Liberal side talks about evidence-based policy. My question is a direct one to the member who just gave the speech. Would he agree with me that Liberals like evidence-based policy and science until any sort of evidence or science doesn't agree with their position? Would the member agree with that? Because we've certainly seen a history of that around here in the last year and 6 months.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for that question. One of the things in my past careers, been in situations where we had surveys and information, and whatever the results were the results, and we needed to take that information and deal with it, always believing that what has been said is what we need to deal with, not make up something else afterwards to sort of justify the results. We take the results we're given, and then we deal with that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Mr. Baines, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moved that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? I not hear any noes. On division? I declare the motion carried on division.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. And I think we're close enough to the hour to begin statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The
statements by members.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 23rd of this year, the striking workers at the Chronicle Herald hit their one-year mark in a strike where it can only be described that management was operating in bad faith, not coming to the bargaining table. Canadian media and real journalism is in, I think, a crisis in Canada. The Chronicle Herald is the oldest independently owned newspaper in the country. I spent a lot of my life growing up in Nova Scotia. I have read the Chronicle Herald for years, and it is shocking that more than a year has gone by while journalists who believe in their craft and their obligation to the public have stayed out on the picket lines, while management has ignored their many flexible responses, including agreeing to a wage cut. I mark the one-year anniversary with regret and urge both sides to get back to the bargaining table.
Honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, there is no place like Marmora, Ontario this weekend for the 39th annual Snowfest. This festival has the record as the oldest sled dog race in Canada. As Richard Lowry, one of the organizers, has said, Snowfest was started to help pull Marmora out of economic depression when the mines had closed and they were looking for something to inspire the community and bring everyone together. It all starts this Friday night with the Little Nippers race for kids at the Marmora Public School, followed by the Marmora's Got Talent contest. Then we're in for the main event on Saturday morning at the fairgrounds, a 10-mile Nordic 6-dog pure Siberian Husky race. And there are plenty more races throughout Saturday and Sunday, along with a dance, public skating, curling, food, an artisan show, and more. There's something for everyone. So mush on down to the races. It's easy to get there from Ottawa. G onto Highway 7 and then into Marmora. Thank you.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, last week my staff and I completed training with the Alzheimer's Society of Cornwall and District to better understand dementia, to recognize its symptoms, and to learn some tips on how to more effectively communicate with those who are living with the disease. I'm proud to say that my office is the first MP office in Canada to be certified as dementia-friendly community. Becoming a dementia-friendly community is a simple task and will go a long way in dispelling myths about dementia and helping to eliminate the stigma that many of the over 500,000 Canadians living with dementia feel every day. 3 out of 4 Canadians have been touched by dementia, be it a family member, a friend, or a neighbor. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to contact their local Alzheimer's Society and tell them you want to become a dementia-friendly community. Together we can become leaders and help offer better service to those in our community who are living with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to celebrate the life of a remarkable man from my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Tom Get Her Done Cameron is the stuff where legends come from. Tom became synonymous with Country Fest, Cops for Cancer, and the Royal Canadian Legion, just to name a few. Even while battling leukemia and against doctors' orders, he insisted on giving his time to his community. He lost his battle on December 17th, but refused to pass until being able to watch children shop for Christmas gifts one last time through his beloved Christmas hamper program. Before he passed, Tom willed to me this tie as a reminder. He loved his community, his friends, his family, and he loved his country. In his own words, if you have time in your life to volunteer, then pay it forward. That's something I've done all my life, and I'm richer for it. Tom, we are all richer because you've been a part of our lives.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to recognize the presence on the Hill today of preeminent Canadians who are this year's recipients of Canada's top research awards. It's my particular honour to recognize Edmonton Strathcona constituent Dr. Darren Grant, Canada Research Chair in Astroparticle Physics at the University of Alberta. He's receiving the EWR Stacey Memorial Fellowship Award. This award will support his continued world-leading research at IceCube, the world's largest particle detector. Located at the South Pole, it records nearly massless subatomic particles called neutrinos by mining deep, ancient, pure glacial ice. I'm told the study of these contributes to the knowledge of how the universe evolved. I invite all the members of the House to join me in a round of applause for Dr. Grant and all of the award winners.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, our community suffered a terrible loss on Christmas Eve when a fire broke out at a family cottage on Stony Lake, taking the lives of Jackie Gardner, Jeff Tabor, their sons Scott and Andrew, and their family dogs Shelby and Haley. We met when Andrew started JK with my daughter at Franklin Community School. Jackie volunteered in the classroom and was an active member of the parent community at Franklin and later at Montcrest. Jackie was a founding member of the Danforth Hunger Squad for Second Harvest and was always there to lend a helping hand. Jeff was a partner at Osler's and worked to support entrepreneurs. Active in the community, he was a cyclist, a leader at the Riverdale Riders, and a coach at Withrow Park Ball Hockey. Jeff and Jackie were dedicated to Scott and Andrew and supporting their love of hockey. They were growing up to be wonderful young men. We grieve for their loss, but we also celebrate all that they helped us build in our community. Thank you.
The member for Newmarket Aurora.
Who passed away on January 25th. Don was a graduate of Victoria College and a member of its football team. He graduated from the U of T's law school and practiced law for over 50 years. He acted as a NAFTA arbitrator, as counsel to the Standing Committee of the House of Commons on Finance, and as chief counsel to the Royal Commission on Newspapers. Don acted in many notable competition law cases. He also co-authored Canadian Competition Law, a widely recognized authority. Don was not only an architect for competition law in Canada, he was also instrumental in establishing one of the first boutique litigation law firms in Toronto, having co-founded Affleck Green McMurtry 25 years ago. I had the honor of working with him for many years. He was a mentor and a friend, not only to me, but to all who had the privilege of knowing him. The entire legal community has suffered a grave loss. To his colleagues at the firm, to his entire family, and most importantly, to his wife Shannon, I offer my deepest sympathies. Don, I will miss you. Rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to recognise the presence of milk producers from across Canada here in Ottawa who've come to raise awareness on the milk industry and the importance of 100% Canadian milk. I'm proud because my riding is rural and it is home to many dairy farms that create jobs. Those are often family enterprises that contribute to a key sector in our economy and in our society. I'm proud because ever since I was elected, I haven't missed a single opportunity to rise and to advocate on issues that affect dairy producers, particularly the import of milk proteins and supply management. It's time the government took action. Liberals have constantly said that they would settle the issue if they were elected, but 1 year and a half later, nothing. With annual revenues of $3.6 billion and 215,000 full-time jobs, it is time. Thank you for all that you do, and rest assured that I will not give up.
City.
Mr. Speaker, this past Friday I had the opportunity to announce over $800,000 in Government of Canada funding for heritage projects in the city of Surrey. This funding will not only allow the Surrey Museum to begin its expansion, but also to restore the historic Annydale School, Surrey's only remaining one-room schoolhouse. Annydale is Surrey's oldest surviving school building. Built in 1899, it is also one of the first ones in the city and was used until 1954. Annydale School is among a diverse collection of heritage sites in Cloverdale-Langley City and reminds us of our community's rich history. Like many heritage buildings across Canada, the Annydale School was, until recently, at risk through neglect or demolition. I'm proud to have announced the Government of Canada's involvement in the preservation of Cloverdale-Langley City's unique history. With Canada's 150th year just beginning, I would encourage all Canadians and every member in this House to promote the preservation of our country's remarkable built heritage. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be able to expect that the criminal code accurately reflects the state of the law. And yet there are multiple sections of the criminal code that have been found unconstitutional and yet remain in the criminal code. These zombie laws can have serious consequences. That was illustrated last fall when Travis Vader's conviction for 2 counts of second-degree murder of Lyle and Marie McCann was vacated after the trial judge based his conviction on a zombie section of the criminal code. Fortunately, there is something that this government can do to prevent the serious miscarriage of justice that the McCann family endured from happening again. The government can introduce legislation to repeal zombie sections of the criminal code. It's time for this government to act. It's time for this government to repeal zombie laws.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend I had the privilege of joining school children in my riding as they prepared Valentines for veterans. I also received a large envelope of Valentines from W. Erskine Johnson's public school in Canada filled with gorgeous Valentines for veterans. Chaque année, les écoles et les
Every year, schools and organizations in Canada are invited to establish St. Valentine's Day, create St. Valentine's cards for veterans.
Facilities across the country in time for February 14th. I want to make everyone aware of this great initiative, and I'd gladly like to inform you that we will accept any Valentines to veterans and make sure they get to our veterans because they deserve our thanks and our gratitude. Merci.
Thank you.
Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today we're joined on Parliament Hill by the recipients of the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council of Canada's top research award winners. It's my distinct pleasure to note that this year's winner of our country's highest award for science and engineering research, the Hertzberg Gold Medal, is from my riding, the great city of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Dr. Jeff Dunn of Dalhousie University is Canada's leader in battery research. Over the course of his career, he has helped pioneer the lithium-ion battery that is used in mobile technologies around the world. But it gets better. In June of 2016, Dr. Don entered into a collaboration with Tesla, where he will use his expertise to improve electric vehicle performance. And I'd like to mention, this is the first time Tesla has ever collaborated with a university researcher. So I proudly invite all members of this House to join me in applauding Dr. Don on this special occasion, and to once again congratulate all of the talented NSERC award recipients we have with us today.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to WestJet Airlines for a truly remarkable Christmas surprise and for their heroic evacuation efforts during the Fort McMurray fire. WestJet's generosity and compassion is amazing. On November 26th, at the Snowflake Soiree in Fort McMurray, WestJet hosted 1,000 local residents to an exciting party. Hundreds of gift boxes containing personalized family portraits and WestJet flight vouchers had arrived by parachutes from the sky. In the words of their CEO, Greg Sorotsky, WestJet is deeply connected to the community, which is why we want to show them how much we care. The event was filmed to create the 2016 WestJet Christmas Miracle video. In addition, WestJet has been working with partners to boost tourism, and I encourage all members to visit Fort McMurray and experience the boreal forest and everything our multicultural community has to offer. Thanks to WestJet for being an incredible corporate partner and bringing us some much-needed cheer. Once again, thank you, WestJet.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to invite my colleagues to join me to highlight the success of talented award winners, the top researchers in natural sciences and engineering in Canada. I'd like to pay tribute to 3 researchers from Laval University who are among this year's winners. Christian Landry was awarded the EWR Stacey Memorial Fellowship to highlight his exceptional achievements in his early career. Laurent Drisson received a Synergy Award for Innovation in partnership with ABB Inc. He has worked on significantly boosting the detail of resolution for the world's most powerful telescopes. Sylvain Moineau won the NSERC John C. Polanyi Award, leading to significant international advances on the human genome. I would invite everyone in this chamber to join me in applauding their achievements, as well as all other award winners of the NSERC Top Research Awards. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. We are seeing a tragic outbreak of hatred in this country and in the United States. We must speak out and denounce hatred in all of its forms, whether it comes as an anonymous tract left outside a church door, as happened recently in my riding, or whether it comes as a statement or action from the new President of the United States. All of us have the responsibility to speak out against hatred. Nous avons vu il y a 9 jours.
9 days ago, we saw how far this can go after the massacre in a Quebec City mosque. This must never be repeated, and that's why we have to speak out.
Canadians and Americans are marching, talking, reacting on social media, because we all understand that hatred is wrong, that love should govern all of what we do in our lives. Jack Layton's final words were clear. My friends, love is better than anger. Hope is better than fear. Optimism is better than despair. So let us be loving, hopeful, and optimistic, and we'll change the world.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Yesterday, Canadians across the country joined with all of the people of the Commonwealth in celebrating and congratulating Her Majesty the Queen on her Sapphire Jubilee, marking 65 years since her accession to the throne. Her Majesty has dedicated her entire life to service. As the Queen of Canada, she unites Canadians and gives us a shared sense of identity and belonging to our country. Remarkably, Her Majesty has witnessed more than half of our country's history over her lifetime, and has reflected on her admiration for how Canada has grown and matured while remaining true to its history, distinctive character, and its values. As we enter the 150th anniversary of our Confederation, we will continue our loyal dedication to the crowning Canada. God save the Queen.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, today is the last day of celebrations of the World Interfaith Harmony Week, as adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2010 to promote better understanding of different cultures and faiths. In Canada, there were celebrations across the country, including harmony through music, culture, and dialogue. In light of the recent events in Canada and across the globe, the work of World Interfaith Harmony Week is crucial. I encourage all members to reach out to people of different traditions and backgrounds to build bridges across all faiths. Canada has long been a diverse and accepting nation, and we must never allow a minority of people to spread hate and create intolerance. Let us all embrace and practice the motto of WIHW, love of the good and love of thy neighbor. Peace, Om Shanti, Salam, Shalom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on the evening of July 30th, 2008, Vincent Lee boarded a Greyhound bus and beheaded 22-year-old Tim McLean. Today, he walks the streets like a free man, and he's even legally changed his name to Will Baker. I think I speak for a lot of Canadians when I say this doesn't seem right. Can the Prime Minister assure Canadians he'll look for ways to close loopholes that allow killers to change their names and even walk our streets only a few short years after their heinous crimes?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians need to know that they're safe in their communities, and that's why one of the most important priorities of any government is to keep Canadians and their communities safe. We have a very strong justice system that we're working hard to continually improve, and I'm very confident that our Minister of Justice is doing everything she can to make sure the Canadians are safe and that there are the right framework of laws and justice in place to protect all of us.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Justice Minister is looking to reform the law in a different way. So when I hear the Prime Minister's response, I can't help but think that he's more concerned with the well-being of Vincent Lee, the man who actually beheaded Tim McLean in the middle of the bus, than he is Tim's family. The concern here, Mr. Speaker, is Vincent Lee is going to be living not that far from Tim McLean's mother. Exactly. So can the Prime Minister once again reassure me that he's going to put the rights of victims ahead of criminals?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr.
Speaker, our heart goes out to the McLean family and specifically to his mother. I can't imagine the grief, the anguish that she had to go through and that she must continue to experience. It is the responsibility of all of us in this House to protect Canadians' rights, to protect victims, to make sure that every Canadian's rights are being respected. That is something that we take very seriously, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui,
Mr. Speaker, today this House, I hope, will be voting to block the Liberal plan, which will impose taxes on health and dental benefits. But it seems that the Prime Minister wants to target seniors now by eliminating the age tax credit and pension income splitting. Those are measures he's targeting. Will the Prime Minister reverse his decision, which will simply take money out of the pockets of seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite were the ones that increased the retirement age. We brought it down to 65. This was an election campaign promise that we kept. We also increased the GIS by $1,000 for seniors, for the most vulnerable seniors. And we have reformed and strengthened the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that everyone has retirement in the future. We are committed to defending seniors, to help the most vulnerable Canadians, and that is exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's not the answer to the question that I asked. The tax breaks that I'm referring to for seniors could be worth, on average, over $1,000 per senior. Most seniors are already on a fixed income and they can't afford to lose this kind of money. Is the Prime Minister seriously considering this kind of a cash grab on seniors to pay for his out-of-control spending?
Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government takes very seriously the well-being of seniors. That's why we increased the guaranteed income supplement by $1,000 for the lowest income seniors. That's why we committed and actually followed through on our commitment to lower the retirement age from 67 to 65. That's why we've strengthened the CPP, which will help seniors, but also everyone as they approach retirement. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on helping our seniors, our vulnerable low-income and middle-income seniors, and we will continue to do just that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, so we still don't have an answer. Mr. Speaker, with over 3/4 of our exports going to the U.S., thousands of jobs are riding on the Prime Minister's plan to renegotiate NAFTA. And so far, his track record isn't so great. The softwood lumber talks have gone so badly that the Prime Minister didn't even include them in the mandate letters for his new Foreign and Trade Minister. So, since the Prime Minister has abandoned softwood workers, why should Canadians have any faith in his ability to protect their jobs when he renegotiates NAFTA?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since we formed government, we've been working very closely with the American administration, both the last one and this one, to deal with the softwood lumber issue that means jobs for thousands of Canadians and indeed jobs in communities right across the country. We need to make sure we are preserving market access to the United States. That's exactly what we're focused on. We continue to engage with the highest levels of the new American administration to emphasize how many Canadian jobs and American jobs depend on close working relationship between our two countries and smooth flows across the border.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has broken the law on conflict of interest during his exclusive vacation for him and a few friends. When the Prime Minister was forced to admit this fact, he said, quote, "We don't see an issue on it." My question for the Prime Minister: has he personally met with the Ethics Commissioner, and what excuse did he provide her for breaking the law?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, this was a personal family vacation, and I am working with the Ethics Commissioner to respond to any of her questions, and I look forward to continuing to engaging with her as questions arise.
A member from Outremont.
Sorry, but knowing a billionaire for a long time doesn't excuse the Prime Minister breaking the law.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can do all kinds of things to try to distract us and to blame others. But the fact remains that this is the first time that the Ethics Commissioner has decided to investigate a Prime Minister. who is still in power. What kind of a message are we sending to Canadians when the Prime Minister breaks the law and doesn't think that he should face any consequences? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is a victory for transparency and accountability. I'm very happy to answer any questions that the Ethics Commissioner has. It's important for us all to answer the questions when put by the Commissioner on these important issues for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
And those hoping to join the billionaire class. Hier, le comité consultatif.
Yesterday, the Finance Minister's economic panel recommended an increase to the retirement age. When asked about the proposal, the Liberal Finance Minister said, quote, "We'll take that into consideration." Increasing access to retirement when, in fact, seniors are already suffering is a terrible idea. Can the Prime Minister reject this recommendation and confirm that Canada will not increase the retirement age? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I was elected on a promise to reduce the retirement age from 67 to 65. That's exactly what we did. We're going to continue.
Question, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister's panel recommended an increase to the retirement age. When asked about this proposal, the Liberal Finance Minister would not rule it out. No, instead he said, quote, "We'll take it into consideration." So this government is considering forcing seniors to work years longer. I don't remember seeing that in the Liberal election platform, Mr. Speaker. So will the Prime Minister stand up and dismiss this recommendation, and will he tell his Finance Minister that raising the retirement age is out of the question?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I invite the member opposite to go consult liberal.ca, where that promise is still written down. We will lower we lowered the age of retirement from 67 to 65 the way we promised to do it. That's what Canadians expect of us, and that's what we're going to keep to.
Order, please.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, more than half of Canada's industrial production is exported. 75% of those exports go to the U.S., Mr. Speaker. And with the new American administration, it wants to keep jobs in the U.S. It's very protectionist. How can Canada face that? We need a plan with objectives, with clear objectives, in order to support Canadian companies. What is the plan that the government has to do that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is working hard to ensure growth for the middle class and for those who are working hard to join it. We are working in close cooperation with manufacturers, suppliers, and union leaders in this country. We need a Team Canada approach. We must work together, and that is what we are doing. We will vigorously defend our national interests and defend Canada's values. The Honourable Member. Not very reassuring, Mr. Speaker. And now I understand that there are ministers from across the country who came to Canada to talk about, or producers rather, to talk about softwood lumber. And now there are dairy producers in town today talking about their concerns. Now, they said this issue of softwood lumber will be dealt with in 100 days. We need to know what the government's plan is, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The softwood lumber agreement expired under the previous government, Mr. Speaker. Our government will energetically defend the interests of workers and producers in the softwood lumber industry in Canada. We will continue to work in close cooperation with workers and producers. We are seeking a good agreement for Canada, not just any old agreement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister, once again, dodged an answer when I asked him if his government planned to take steps to change pension income splitting. And, Mr. Speaker, our fears were warranted because the National Post is talking about this gluttonous attitude by the Minister of Finance, and now he's taking aim at the age tax credit. There have been two questions put to the Minister. Can the Minister tell us Yes or no, if he plans to change the errors and mistakes of administration that his government is taking with respect to seniors? And the Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we are going to continue with our plan to help Canadians across the country, especially the middle class and Canada's most vulnerable people. We started with measures that have truly helped the middle class. A tax cut for the middle class. An increase through the Canada Child Benefit. We will continue to work on measures like this to improve the situation for Canadians in the future. The Honourable Member.
Comes again. Can answer real question. This is bad. And is it really the Dodger-in-Chief in this government? It must be the MVP of the year. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that today, the National Post called another shot against him, talking about an even bigger pot of money for the Liberals is the age-amount tax credit. So can we have just once, crystal clear answer, yes or no? Does his government intend to attack his bad judgment and bad and misadequacy to address the issue of finance public money against the elder?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to just remind the House, this is the government that has moved forward on measures to help the most vulnerable with Canada Child Benefit, to help the middle class with reductions in taxes, to help seniors that are most vulnerable. We are going to continue to move forward in this regard. All of the measures that we put in the upcoming budget and budgets to come will be intended to improve Canadian situation. That is our goal because we recognize that that's important for the future of this country.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Government of Canada's own website, it clearly states that 1,202 infrastructure projects have not started construction. That means 96% of the projects the Liberals have announced are not being built and are not creating jobs. Announcements don't create jobs. For 3 days, I have asked the Minister to flow the remaining $9 billion before the next construction season. He has refused to commit each and every time. When will the Minister finally commit to flowing the $9 billion to communities for infrastructure projects?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
We are doubling our infrastructure investments to create long-term growth and jobs for the middle class, to build a low-carbon economy as well build strong, inclusive and welcoming communities. We have approved more than 1,200 projects, and I would like to tell the member more than 60% of those projects are currently underway, creating opportunities for Canadians. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, mayors across the country are concerned. The Liberal government had promised $13.6 billion for infrastructure projects, but according to a report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, only $4.6 billion have been approved. How can these elected officials, who work hard day in and day out, plan their budgets not knowing if the government's going to free up the money that's been promised to them? Can the minister stop simply repeating the same list of projects that have been approved and finally free up the $9 billion that is so necessary for all of our communities?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell the House what the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities had to say about the program. He says these unprecedented infrastructure investments will mean more growth, more jobs, and stronger communities. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what my mayor has to say about our plan. He says, across the board, today's announcement is a big acknowledgement that cities are critical partners in nation building. Let me tell you what the Mayor of Surrey has to say, Mr. Speaker. The City of Surrey applauds the federal government's commitment to providing stable...
All we have time for. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, do you know how cynicism grows in our politics? First, you ask Canadians to get engaged on reforming our democracy. Next, you have MPs hold town halls right across the country. Then you spend millions of dollars going back and forth asking Canadians, and in good faith, they respond, and in droves. They get excited about their democracy. But then Liberals say, sorry, Canada, not good enough. That's not the answer that Liberals were looking for. That's how cynicism grows in our politics. The Prime Minister campaigned on being an antidote to cynicism, not a brand new source of it. So at the very least, will he find the decency to apologize to Canadians who took him in good faith?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sincerely hope that that's not the road that anyone in this House would go down. It's incumbent upon all of us as Canadians, as leaders, as political leaders in our communities, to continue to encourage all Canadians to engage. Whether or not they pursue policies that they are championing, engagement in our political process is so crucial and so fundamental, and I look forward to working with all members in this House to ensure we continue to encourage all Canadians to engage in politics.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we've just learned that a Canadian family of Muslim faith was denied entry into the United States. What's worse, they were questioned on their religious beliefs. This is a direct consequence of Donald Trump's discriminatory policy. Will this government finally join the NDP and vigorously denounce this shameful treatment of Canadian citizens? The Honourable Minister.
Our government is clear on continuing the progressive tradition of Canada as being an open and compassionate society. We've been assured by the White House that Canadian citizens and holders of permanent resident cards that are valid continue to have access to the United States. We will assist anyone with difficulties, but we remain an open society that is open to people and ideas.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
A high-level Finance Department memo predicted of the Liberal carbon tax that it will, quote, cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices, thus leading all firms and consumers to pay more for goods and services. This memo focuses on the potential impact of a carbon tax on households. Key findings are blanked out. This government knows the cost to average Canadians of its carbon tax. Why are they hiding it?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that taking action on climate change will make us more competitive, not less. Also, with respect to the document...
Order. I know members want to hear the answer. We need to hear the answer, so no interruptions are allowed. As members know, the Honourable Minister of Environment has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite well knows, the document to which he refers was actually created in 2015 under the previous government. So we may actually know what is in the document. I'd like to also remind the member that it's non-partisan public servants that manage the access to information requests.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The member is quite right. It was produced the day after the last election when public servants were scrambling to find out how expensive this new party would be to the average Canadian. In fact, they very dutifully produced a report which said that these costs would cascade down onto middle-class and working-class Canadians. And if that member is so confident in the findings that were produced in that document, she would uncensor it and release it for all Canadians to see. Why won't she?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would actually encourage the member to go visit the Government of Canada website, where they can actually find the findings of our provincial and federal working group on carbon pricing. I assume that he hasn't gone there yet. I'm happy to direct the member to that website. But with respect to access to information requests, those are handled by non-partisan public servants. So that is why the document was produced the way it was.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of transport is built into every single good and service. When you increase the cost of transporting goods and services with a new carbon tax, you increase the price of everything, making Canadian products uncompetitive. When asked about the economic impact of the carbon tax, the Minister of Transport's response, "It depends," doesn't inspire confidence. Can the Transport Minister tell Canadians if his department has conducted any analysis of the impact the carbon tax will have on Canada's transportation sector?
Good question. Minister of Environment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes that the economy and climate change go together. That is why working with the provinces and territories to deal with greenhouse gas emissions and to work on the economy. You can look at my department's website, Environment and Climate Change Canada, and you will find the information that the member is looking for.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative members of the Natural Resources Committee demanded that we do an emergency study on the economic impact the carbon tax would have on our energy industry. The Liberals on that committee refused. Now we are asking for data that shows the impact the tax will have on our most vulnerable, seniors, young families. Again, the Liberals have refused. If the carbon tax is supposed to be some sort of job creation revelation, why are they hiding the facts? Will the facts show that thanks to the carbon tax, all Canadians will pay absolutely more for absolutely everything?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to take this opportunity and grateful for that from the member to remind the House that we all have a duty to meet the needs of our most vulnerable population. And this government has taken historic steps to reducing poverty, including taking 40% of all children in poverty out of poverty, including taking 13,000 seniors out of poverty, including, Mr. Speaker, looking forward to increasing the income security of our seniors. That's a package, Mr. Speaker, which would invite our colleagues opposite to support very strongly.
Member for Churchill, Quebec, Nokaski.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Youth told a room full of young people that their skill set is the reason their generation faces precarious work. Unfortunately, this is only one of the many comments made by this government that show just how out of touch they are. Low-wage, precarious work is not the fault of the millennial generation. So when will this government stop blaming young people, show leadership, and build good, stable jobs for millennials and all Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the investments that we're making after 10 years of inaction by the previous government. We're proud of the fact that we're investing $1.5 billion in our bursaries program so that more students can go to university. We're proud of the fact that we're doubling the number of summer jobs by doubling the funding for the summer jobs program. And we're also proud of the fact that we're investing record amounts in science, technology, and innovation so that when those students graduate, they have the jobs waiting for them. One more thing, Mr. Speaker. Youth can be proud of the fact that for the first time the Prime Minister also took on the role of Minister of Youth and is taking a hands-on approach to making sure they have all that they need to realize their full potential.
Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Order. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Youth is completely mute. He's issued letters of mandate for all of his ministers, but he hasn't written his own. Maybe that's why he's not familiar with his own files and why he gets booed by young people during his conferences. Maybe that's also why he doesn't respond to my questions, which leads to ludicrous situations where, like in December, the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources answered in his place. Will the Minister of Youth stop hiding behind his other ministers and finally explain what his objectives are? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all the investments that I have just mentioned, our government always engages with young people. With the creation of the Prime Minister's Youth Council, with the fact that we created an expert committee to talk to young people, so to see how they can have the best chances for job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, we work hard for young people, and we're going to keep doing so.
Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada the mandate letter instructions to reinstate a modernized court challenges program. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage update this House on the government's progress on this file?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member
from Scarborough Rouge Park for his important question. I am pleased to announce, along with my colleague, Minister of Justice, the reinstatement and modernization of the Court Challenges program. Ce programme a poussé les gouvernements successifs.
This also helps the government to be accountable for the rights and freedoms of all Canadians.
A strong voice to argue for language rights and equality rights in all spheres of life. Alors, ce sont des bonnes nouvelles.
So that is good news, and I'm very happy to make this announcement.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we've learned that 2/3 of the Super Hornets in the U.S. Navy have been grounded and are awaiting parts due to high costs. And the Super Hornet now costs more to buy than the F-35. This is what happens when you buy a fighter jet at the end of its production life. You get higher costs and lower performance. Will the Liberals proceed immediately to an open and transparent competition and stop this dangerous and costly sole source purchase of Super Hornets?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to making sure that our women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces have the right equipment, including our Air Force. That's why we will have committed to an open competition that we will be launching. But also we are committed to making sure that we have the right equipment now to fill all the gaps, and that's the reason why we're having the interim purchase that the Minister of Procurement is currently discussing with Boeing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Equipment. Les avions Super Hornets.
The Super Hornets are going to be used for a maximum of 12 years and are going to cost Canadians over $300 million each. Even worse, there are no industrial benefits that would seem to be coming to Canadian businesses. The Minister of Procurement is supposed to manage taxpayers' money properly and by fostering Canadian business. How far is the Minister willing to go to foster the interests of the Liberal Party instead of fostering the interests of all Canadians?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, if the previous government had looked after the Canadian Armed Forces and made the purchase, we wouldn't be in this situation, but we are where we're at, and decisions have to be made. We're committed to making sure that we have the right equipment, and that's why we're moving very rapidly, making sure that we fill the gaps that have been created, and we're committed to making sure that we have the equipment, not just for our Air Force, but the entire Canadian Armed Forces, and that's why we conducted a very thorough defence review that I look forward to launching with our government in the early new year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, it's a manufactured make-believe capability gap the Minister speaks of. Now, the Prime Minister has been campaigning on the backs of our men and women in uniform in the Canadian Armed Forces to earn himself a temporary seat on the UN Security Council. The Defence Minister has refused to say where in Africa our troops are going to be going, and he knows that our troops will be in combat against child soldiers. Clearly, this is not a peacekeeping mission. Before the Prime Minister sends our troops into combat against child soldiers in Africa, will he bring this UN combat mission to the House for a full debate and a vote?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I've said right from the beginning, when it comes to conflict, we need to understand the situation on the ground. That's why we're taking the time to making sure that we look at all the various factors. We are talking to experts, including former General Romeo Dallaire, when it comes to the issue of child soldiers. My Chief of Defence Staff has done considerable work on this, and any decision that we make, we're making sure our troops have the right equipment, the right rules of engagement, to making sure that they have the right impact on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are talking about peacekeeping missions, and they said that this would never be a combat mission. But now we're talking about guidelines for child soldiers, and they will have to use force to kill them where necessary. When we know that how much child soldiers are used in Africa, we know that gunfire will be exchanged, and that sounds like a combat mission. So why are the Liberals insisting on getting us involved in the African quagmire without debating it in the House?
Mr. Speaker, as many times we stated that Canada has a responsible place in the world. As we look at the various threats that we need to deal with, we need to reduce conflict as well. We need to reduce the recruitment into these violent extremist organizations so that we can prevent a situation like child soldiers. But we have an extremely competent Canadian Armed Forces. Our Chief of Defence Staff is looking at these issues. Any mission that we send our troops, we're making sure ensure that we're going to have the right impact on the ground. That's why we are taking the time to make this very important decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. In each of our ridings, we have owners of small businesses, farmers, and fishers who want to take their retirement and sell their business to the next generation. But the problem is that a farmer who wants to pass his farm on to his children must spend hundreds of thousands of more in taxes than if he sold to someone outside of the family.
Minimizing tax avoidance opportunities, amendments could be made to minimize them even more. But instead of working with me, the government will clearly whip the vote to defeat this bill without even proposing an alternative. Why won't they allow for a free vote?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that we recognize the importance of farmers, small businesses across our country. We recognize the importance of ensuring that they have an opportunity to pass their business to their next family member. The bill in question, unfortunately, would have the unintended consequence of opening up a tax loophole of up to $1.2 billion for the richest of Canadians. So it's for that reason that we believe that this is not something that we can move forward on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the sustainability of our family farms is a very important matter, and I'd like to thank my colleague for all his hard work on this file. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of dairy producers here on the Hill with us. They are calling on the Prime Minister to protect family farms by voting in favour of this bill, but also by addressing their concerns about supply management within the renegotiation of NAFTA. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm to us today that in the renegotiation of NAFTA, he will defend our supply management system in full?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said many times in this House, our government certainly truly supports our Canadian dairy farmers and the supply management system. We're the party that fought hard to put the supply management system in place, and we will continue to protect and defend it. Canada's supply management system is a model for the world, and our government will continue to work closely with farmers to make sure that our agricultural programs remain in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, let's take a deeper look at the Prime Minister's close friends who run the Liberal Party think tank Canada 2020. Tom Pitfield worked on the Prime Minister's leadership campaign and the federal election. He is also married to the President of the Liberal Party of Canada. Tim Barber of Blue Sky Strategies co-founded Canada 2020, and his bio brags about his experience in defence procurement. And Susan Smith, another Canada 2020 co-founder, is registered to lobby this government. She is also president of the Ottawa Laurier Club for Liberal Donors. So will the Prime Minister commit today to quit giving taxpayer funds to his close Liberal friends at Canada 2020?
Hear, hear. The Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, our government values science and scientists and the important work they do. The Social Sciences Humanities Research Council has a mandate to share and promote research with Canadians. As I said, the Council is an arm's-length organization. It is able to issue contracts below a certain threshold. The amount was below the threshold, and the decision was made by the Council. As I've said before, we will not politicize science like the previous government.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they've certainly turned ethical lapses into a science. Canada 2020 has its hands all over this Liberal government. They are even out bragging about their new office space in the parliamentary precinct. We already know of the close relationship their President Tom Pitfield has with the Prime Minister. But what about Susan Smith? She is the co-founder of Canada 2020, principal of the lobby agency Blue Sky Strategies, and president of the Liberal fundraising Laurier Club. The Prime Minister has given his friends at Canada 2020 and Blue Sky Strategies unprecedented access. Will the Prime Minister promise to quit giving taxpayer funds to his close Liberal friends at Canada 2020?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, our government values science, scientists, and the important work they do. As I've said, the Granting Council is an arm's-length organization. It has the ability to issue contracts below a certain value. This contract fell below that value, and the decision was made by the Council. I can't repeat it enough. Our government will not politicize science the way the previous government did.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, Well, thousands of Canadians are looking for work. The Ministers of Agriculture and Justice are giving partisan jobs to their cronies. And if that wasn't enough, the Liberals are also giving money to their friends. They are contributing hand over fist to Canada 2020, that think tank that includes notorious Liberals. And, Mr. Speaker, instead of always compensating his friends, will the Prime Minister take his job seriously and end this demonstration of his elastic ethics? Honourable Minister of Science.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are so proud in this government that we value research, science, scientists, and the important work they do. As I've repeated many times in the House, the Granting Council is an arm's-length organization. It has the ability to issue contracts below a certain value. This contract fell below that threshold, and the Council took a decision. We are proud of our commitment to science.
Well, member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Minister of Transport made an announcement in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie about our government's investments in regional airports. In my region of Northern Ontario alone, the airports of Sault Ste. Marie, Bearskin Lake, Fort Albany, Deer Lake, Lansdowne House, Moosonee, and Sachago Lake all received important investments this year. Can the Minister of Transport please update this House on how he's helping to improve connectivity in rural Canadian communities?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the hardworking member from the Soo for his very important question. We do deeply care about transport connectivity in our region. C'est pour ça qu'on dépense 58.
That is why we're spending $58 million for our regional airports, including a very long list, for example, in Rouyn-Noranda in Quebec, God's River in Manitoba, the airport of Points North Landing in Saskatchewan, an airport in BC, the aeroport of Red Sucker Lake in Manitoba, the airport of Magdalen Islands in Quebec, the airport of Wabush, Labrador, the airport of Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Should I go on?
St. Albert, Edmonton.
The Minister of Justice has lamely tried to justify the Liberals' opposition to Wynn's Law on the basis that it was not recommended in the Alberta Bail Review. Jonathan Dennis, Alberta's former Justice Minister who ordered the review, says Wynn's Law actually complements the review, a review that was limited to provincial jurisdiction. So now that the minister's lame excuse has clearly been debunked by the very minister who ordered the review, will she do the right thing and support Wynn's Law?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to stand up to again underscore that we are doing a comprehensive review of the criminal justice system, including bail reform. And the report or the study that the member opposite is referring to was conducted or put in place after the tragic death of Constable Wynn. And none of the 31 recommendations from the report spoke to the legislative changes that are proposed in this public members' bill. Having said that, I will continue to work with my counterparts in the provinces and territories to ensure that we provide safety to Canadians through the justice system and ensure that we move forward with the comprehensive reform that hasn't occurred in over 20 years.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
1 in 5 sexual assault allegations are dismissed by police as unfounded. Rape victims are being told that their experience did not happen. In some places, the unfounded dismissal rate is as high as 30%. And this is the result of a culture that continues to spread sexist myths about rape. And it's exactly why many women are reluctant to report sexual assault in the first place. We need a system that believes survivors. When will this government ensure rape victims get the support they deserve?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 5 unfounded cases of sexual assault is too many. 1 is too many. No one should live in fear of violence, regardless of their gender, where they live, or who they love. And we've heard the call for federal leadership, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm looking forward to releasing the federal strategy on gender-based violence in the coming weeks.
Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is growing, and as we grow, the needs of Canadians also grow. The increasing cost of rent in our larger cities is squeezing lower-income Canadians out of urban areas. Would the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please update this House on the progress of the government's national housing strategy and how it will benefit low-income Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to thank the member for Guelph for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. Our government believes that all Canadians deserve access to housing that meet their needs and that they can afford. Budget 2016 invested an additional $2.3 billion over 2 years, which will directly help 200,000 Canadian families. We will also be launching this year the first national housing strategy in 4 decades. This strategy will give our communities and our housing partners the long-term support they seek to meet the housing needs of our families.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last weekend, not one but several anonymous sources reported details of the Cabinet meeting in which it was decided to change course on electoral reform. Now, any Cabinet leak is prohibited by the Policy on Security of Cabinet Confidences. By law, such breaches require immediate investigation. Given the existence of 2 anonymous sources, this does look a bit like a coordinated effort to allow the Prime Minister to spread the blame for changing course to the entire Cabinet. But I could be wrong about the source of the leaks, so has a PCO investigation been launched into these leaks from Cabinet?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no, it hasn't. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, for a few years now, every time Ottawa negotiates a deal, it uses supply management as a bargaining chip. They want to open the European market to Western beef producers. It's Quebec who loses out. They want to open the Trans-Pacific market to grain producers. It's our Quebec producers who lose out. And they don't even adequately compensate Quebecers. Now, the Minister of Finance is off to Washington, so can the government guarantee that for once, supply management will not be used as a bargaining chip?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I appreciate
you, Mr. Speaker.
As my honourable colleague is well aware, we have and will continue to support the agricultural sector in this country, including supply management. My honourable colleague is well aware that we put a $350 million fund in place in order to of innovation in the dairy farming process, or in the processing sector. What this government is doing is making sure that the farmers in the processing sector has the tools in order to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Americans are engaging in unfair competition with generous subsidies to their dairy producers, and the federal government is abandoning our producers. Supply management is not covered by NAFTA to protect Quebec dairy producers. Now that the Minister of International Trade has finally gotten his limousine and his portfolio by selling out Quebec to the banks, will he act to protect supply management? Honourable Minister of International Trade. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He'll be happy to know that I met with dairy producers this very morning to reaffirm our commitment to supply management in this country. Mr. Speaker, we're working for all Canadians, for farmers, and we are working to engage in trade. That is our commitment, and we'll keep it.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Gerhard Hertzberg Canada Gold Medal for Science and Engineering Prize winner, Dr. Jeff Don. And the John C. Polanyi Prize winner, Dr. Sylvain Moineau. Also with us in the Ladies' Gallery are the winners of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council Synergy Awards for Innovation, Stacy Memorial Fellowships, and Gilles Brassard Doctoral Prize for Interdisciplinary Research. The Ladies' Gallery. Il est mon devoir, alors, Alors,
It is my duty
il est mon devoir de faire savoir la
It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. The Honourable Stéphane Dion, member for the electoral district of Saint-Laurent, by resignation effective Monday, February 6, 2017. Pursuant to subsection 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
The
Honourable Member for Repentigny has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that you will see there is unanimous consent for the following motion, that this House condemn unreservedly the statements made regarding the people of Quebec by the Washington Post columnist on February 1st and ask the Government of Canada to defend Quebec's reputation internationally. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is not unanimous consent.
Alton is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to inform the House of a breach of Standing Order 39. It is in regards to what is now popularly known as the carbon tax cover-up, and it may rise as such.
Order, order, order. Allard, Lord, Allard. Order. I just remind colleagues that the member is allowed to present his point of order, and I would encourage the member to remember that this is not debate and to carry on with his point of order.
And I ask members of the House not to shoot the messenger, Mr. Speaker. That's just what people are saying. Mr. Speaker, this matter might, though, it is a serious matter. Under the standing order referenced earlier on, members have the right to submit questions to the government and receive responses to those factual questions. Beyond a potential breach of that standing order, this is a matter that may rise to the seriousness of contempt. This chamber, of course, is the child of the Mother Parliament in Britain, wherein the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege attempted to provide a list of types of contempt, which included, and I quote, deliberately altering, suppressing, concealing, or destroying a paper required to be produced for the House of Commons, end quote. My point of order refers to the suppressing/concealing of said information. The evidence for the possibility of this breach is in comparing an order paper question and the non-response to it with subsequent documents that were released under access to information. The original order paper question asked for, quote, analysis conducted in 2015-16 by the government with regard to the impact on family household budgets of the carbon tax. The government refused to release any documents in that regard, suggesting that none existed. Now, at the time, acting in good faith, I refused to ascribe to malice that which might only have been explained by incompetence. It would be incompetent not to have done such an analysis before imposing such a tax, but I took the government at its word. Subsequent ATIP, a subsequent access to information revealed that, in fact, they do have documentation that says, quote, imposing a price on carbon emissions, either through a cap-and-trade or tax system, would raise the cost of fossil fuels and energy. These costs would then cascade through the economy in the form of higher prices. Those prices then are laid out in a table which is whited out. As a result, we do not know what's in it, but we do know that it exists, and therefore we know that the government was breaching its duty to share that information with respect to the original order paper questions. Then I asked the government what impact the new carbon tax would have on the price of the market basket measure. That's a measure by Employment and Social Development Canada, which determines the full cost that a family must absorb in order to buy basic goods and services required to live as a functional part of a society. Again, the government claimed not to have any data on that whatsoever. However, the ATIP to which in which I subsequently came into possession says, and I quote, imposing a price on carbon emissions either through a carbon tax or a cap-and-trade system does lead to higher prices, and it goes on, and it makes reference to a second table which would answer the question. So that table also exists. Finally, I asked, Mr. Speaker, for the government for any impacts to the change in food prices for a family of 4. Again, the ATIP makes implicit reference to changes in the costs of food to nourish a family, but, of course, Mr. Speaker, that too is blacked out. I can go on and on. In fact, I will be submitting to you, I think the government would like me to, but in the instance of brevity, I will give you a systematic list of all of the documentation to which the government admits it is in possession, but which it deprived me of receiving when I submitted my original order paper question. Now, the Prime Minister is attempting to portray himself as a cornucopia spraying riches far and wide. But he did not produce those riches, Mr. Speaker. He takes them from those who did, and by depriving those people of the information on the original costs, he deprives...
The member is now straying into debate. I'd like him to stay to his point of order and conclude.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude by simply referring back to the parliamentary tradition from which we take everything we have here in this august chamber. And of course, that tradition comes from the mother parliament in Great Britain, where in the 17th century the adoption of the Bill of Rights gave every subject and now citizen the principle of no taxation without representation. That is, that the public must not be forced to bear the burden of any cost without its consent, but you cannot cost to something when you cannot consent to something when you do not know what it is. Therefore, there can be no taxation without information. And so I ask the government to do the honourable thing and release that information immediately. Now, if the government refuses to do so, you as president of this chamber have the obligation to compel them to do so, and I ask in the interest of taxpayers and in the interest of the common people which we are gathered here to represent that you do just that. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on the same point of order.
On the same point of order.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my comments will be brief. I will limit my response to what has already been stated many times in the House on this issue. As you know, the Speaker does not judge the content or quality of answers provided in the House of Commons. The Chair has ruled consistently in this regard, Mr. Speaker. Think in terms of Speaker Jean Sauvé in her February 28, 1983 ruling stated that it is not the Chair's responsibility, and I quote, to determine whether or not the contents of documents tabled in the House are accurate. Speaker Milliken's ruling of December 12, 2012 stated that, quote, the Speaker has no role in reviewing the content of responses to written questions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, your ruling of September 27, 2017, concerning the government's response to Order Paper Question 152 again supports this position, and I should have said 2016, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition on page 522 states that, quote, there are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions. Mr. Speaker, I submit that the matter before us has been dealt with on numerous occasions in the past, and I have no further comments at this point.
I thank the Honourable Member for Carleton for raising this point of order. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I'll come back to the House in due course with a decision.
It being 3:12 p.m., in accordance with the order adopted on Thursday, February the 2nd, the House will now proceed to a recorded division on the motion regarding supply. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Detel, seconded by Mr. McCullen, moves that, given the surcharge that is already weighing on middle-class Canadians, the House is asking the government to renounce any plan that might tax in any way whatsoever the health care system and dental care systems. Mr. Alba, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, moves the following amendment.
Adding after the words overburdened with taxes, the following, such as taxes on carbon, savings, payroll, small businesses, and children's arts and sports programs. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Bloss.
Mrs. Bloss.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Donta, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Laud.
Mr. Laud.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Jenner.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sagan.
Mr. Sagan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Ms. Mihaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eichling.
Mr. Eichling.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Carr. Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jevsnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Serwick.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elielson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamitis, Matane
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé Avignon Lamitis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcy.
Monsieur Marcy.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Island.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 88, 88. Nays contre 225, 225.
L'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. McColman, moved that given the average middle-class Canadian is already overburdened with taxes, the House call on the government to abandon any plans it may have to in any way tax health and dental care plans. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Yea. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod-Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Delpech.
Mr. Delpech.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Podus.
Mr. Podus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmontonda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Mrs. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Ms. Mahaicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Eichen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Cheval.
Mrs. Caesar Cheval.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner. Kitchener.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jefneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangare.
Mr. Hernandez Sangare.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Malone.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon-les-Métis, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquet, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqueak, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 175, 175.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motions at report stage of Bill C-30.
Porte sur la motion numéro 2.
The question is on motion number 2. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 3 to 53.
Madame Ramsey, appuyée par
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Caron, moved that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 11.
Qui appuie la motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saniscoff.
Ms. May Saniscoff Islands.
Qui s'oppose à la motion va bien se lever.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico-North.
Ms. Duncan et Tobico-North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Javneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Serres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alistev.
Ms. Alistev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé-Avignon-la-Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Avignon, la Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessy.
Madame Nessy.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rabia.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusna.
Mr. Rusna.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mrs. Shaw.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota. Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Rota and Mr. Tutu. Madame.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboulte.
Mr. Aboulte.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Generous.
Mr. Generous.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Light.
Mr. Lightbert.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost. Yeas pour 50, 50. Nays contre 263, 263.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 3 to 53 defeated.
Mr. Champagne, seconded. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order. I believe if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Excellent.
I'm going to have to move the motion first, and then I'll call upon the Chief Government Whip. The Minister of Fisheries says he's very efficient getting up early, you see. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-30 enact to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures as amended be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Here I go again. So I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this one, with Liberal members voting in favor.
Is it agreed? The Honourable Chief Government Whip of the Opposition. Sorry, the Honourable Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply, and we will be voting no. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply, but we will be voting against. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply the vote, and I will be voting no.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply, and I'll be voting yes.
Yeas pour 263, 263. Nays contre 50, 50.
Declare the motion carried. Whence the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, spring debate at the report stage of Bill C-31, Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 29 minutes. All right. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Madame Qualtrough for Monsieur Champagne, seconded by Madame Haidu, moves that Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Ukraine, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agree. All those in favor say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Motion carried. Madame Qualtrough for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Madame Haidu, moves that Bill C-31, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise in the House today in support of legislation to implement the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. In the review of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement to date, many members have underscored the friendship between our two countries and the importance of support to Ukraine in light of Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and the ongoing Russian-backed insurgency in eastern Ukraine. As we witness renewed violence in the conflict, our hearts are with the people of Ukraine. In spite of these challenges, Ukraine has made significant strides in its anti-corruption and reform efforts. We would like to emphasize the need to encourage the momentum towards securing Ukraine's future as a stable, democratic, and prosperous country. The Government of Canada remains determined to deepen our bilateral ties with Ukraine to this end, including through this landmark agreement. A free trade agreement is a very valuable instrument to enhance our commercial ties and nurture a more stable, predictable trading relationships for sustainable economic growth. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement is a high-quality agreement that, once implemented, will create new commercial opportunities for Canadian and Ukrainian business alike. This agreement will result in preferential market access for virtually all Canada-Ukraine trade. It will facilitate enhanced cooperation, improve our ability to resolve trade irritants, increase transparency in regulatory matters, and reduce transaction costs for businesses. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement addresses non-tariff barriers and helps to ensure that technical regulations relating to food safety and animal and plant health and life are not used in a discriminatory way. These provisions will help to ensure that companies can take advantage of market access and not be hindered by unjustifiable or discriminatory rules. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will contribute to the protection and enhancement of intellectual property rights, which will help to foster competitiveness, innovation, and creativity, and to combat infringements, and to establish a consultative mechanism that provides a way to aid in bilateral resolutions. This agreement includes provisions on competition policy, monopolies, and state enterprises to ensure that the benefits of trade liberalization are not undermined by anti-competitive business conduct such as collusion among competitors or by market distortion from monopolies or state enterprises. This creates a fair and predictable environment for Canadian businesses. This agreement addresses the needs of a 21st century economy. Provisions on e-commerce will help to facilitate e-trade by ensuring that Canadian and Ukrainian businesses and consumers will not face customs duties on electronically transmitted digital products. Also, the agreement includes comprehensive and progressive provisions in the areas of labour, environment, transparency, and anti-corruption, as well as protections for the government's right to regulate in the public interest. Canadians can be very proud of this agreement. It will contribute to building sustainable economic growth in Ukraine, and it will also create opportunities to deliver to Canada and to Canadian businesses in a progressive and inclusive manner. A key outcome of this agreement is the new market access that it will provide for goods produced and manufactured in Canada. Once the agreement is fully implemented, 99% of Canada's exports will be eligible to enter Ukraine duty-free. This will put Canadian exporters on a level footing with European companies, which are already benefiting from the European Free Trade Agreement with Ukraine. Once implemented, the high-quality provisions of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will create opportunities across Canada and across our industrial, fish and seafood, agriculture, and agri-food sectors. These sectors are all areas where Canada offers something important to the world and are integral to our economy and small and large communities right across the country. Our exports of industrial products currently face tariffs of up to 25% in Ukraine. The majority of these tariffs will be eliminated the day that the agreement enters into force. Examples of goods that stand to benefit include iron, steel, industrial machinery, plastic products, cosmetics, and fish and seafood. With regard to fish and seafood, for example, the sector employs 76,000 Canadians. Exports to Ukraine in this sector face tariffs as high as 20%, which will be eliminated when the agreement takes effect. The agreement will also create opportunities for Canada's agriculture and agri-food sector. According to Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, in 2014, Canada was the 5th largest agricultural exporter in the world, and the agriculture and agri-food industry employ 2.2 million Canadians. Canadian exports to Ukraine in this sector face tariffs, however, of up to 30%, the majority of which will be eliminated upon entry into force of the Free Trade Agreement, and nearly all of the remaining within 7 years. Key Canadian agricultural products that stand to benefit from this duty-free access include beef, pulses, grains, canola oil, processed foods, oilseeds, and animal feed. And it's important to note that nothing in this agreement weakens our supply management approach for dairy, poultry, and eggs. Western Canada already has a significant export relationship with Ukraine, which averaged almost $93 million per year over the last 5 years. The tariff eliminations and reductions we've secured will expand this relationship. Canadian pork exporters, for example, will be able to take advantage of unlimited duty-free access on fresh and chilled pork. Canadian exporters will also benefit from a large duty-free tariff rate quota for frozen pork and certain pork products, which currently face tariffs of up to 15%. The tariff rate quota will create meaningful new opportunities for Canadian farmers as it exceeds current Canadian exports of pork by a significant amount. It will also allow them to compete on a level playing field with competitors from across the European Union. Canadian wine producers and pulse exporters will also benefit from full tariff elimination. This will open up new opportunities for these important industries. Canadian companies from central Canada already export to Ukraine and export an average of $69 million per year over the last 5 years. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will provide new opportunities from the exporters of central Canada. For example, Ukraine will eliminate its 5% tariff immediately on maple syrup, which will provide new opportunities for the Canadian maple industry. Manufacturers in central Canada will be able to take advantage of new opportunities provided by the elimination of tariffs in this sector. The majority of these tariffs will be eliminated as soon as the agreement is implemented, which means early benefits. Canadian exporters in Atlantic Canada already exported an average of $11 million annually. Exporters from this region will also benefit, in particular as a result of the elimination of Ukrainian tariffs on fish and seafood. Creating new commercial opportunities like these is crucial to Canada's economic success because, if done properly, our government believes that trade can raise living standards, create more jobs, increase prosperity, and help to strengthen the middle class. Canada is a trading nation, and we need access to international markets to thrive. In Canada, 1 in 6 jobs is related to exports. In 2014, there were more than 43,000 Canadian goods exporting companies, most of which are small and medium-sized enterprises. These companies understand the necessity of trade and the opportunities for trade that are generated by free trade agreements like the one we are discussing and supporting today. That's why implementing and expanding Canada's free trade agreements globally is a priority for this government. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement is a tangible expression of our belief and experience that open, rules-based trade is a driver of economic opportunity and growth. And by eliminating essentially all tariffs on currently traded goods between our two countries, Canada's exports will become more competitive in the Ukrainian market, a market that is very promising. Though Canada and Ukraine's bilateral merchandise trade was relatively modest in the years immediately following Ukraine's independence, our countries sought to encourage bilateral trade to complement the strong and extensive people-to-people linkages that tie our nations together. In 2015, despite ongoing challenges in Ukraine, bilateral trade between Canada and Ukraine increased to almost $300 million. Economic analysis undertaken by Global Affairs Canada projects that once fully implemented, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will result in an increase of 19% in bilateral merchandise trade between our two countries over bilateral trade in 2014. Mr. Speaker, this government also recognizes the need to provide support to companies that are seeking to utilize the provisions of a new free trade agreement. In order for the benefits of free trade agreements to be fully realized, businesses need to be aware of the agreements and how we can help. This is especially important for Canada, as many of our exporters are small and medium enterprises who may not have the resources to remain informed about business developments such as this. In order to ensure that Canadian companies have the information they need to take advantage of this free trade agreement when it comes into force, the government will lead communications and outreach initiatives with business. The government will also coordinate and conduct information seminars for business audiences organized with provincial, territorial, and private sector partners. In addition, Canadian trade commissioners will be ready and able to assist companies seeking to expand into the Ukrainian market and will be able to advise their clients about the provisions of this free trade agreement and the opportunities. We also know that Canadian stakeholders support this agreement. We've heard that support from provincial and territorial government representatives, Canadian companies and industry associations, and groups such as the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress and the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce. Some Canadian stakeholders, such as the Canadian Pork Council, the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, Alberta Pork, Spirits Canada, and the Canadian Meat Council, have publicly also announced their support for this initiative. And we saw over 400 businesses attend the Canada-Ukraine Business Forum in Toronto in June of last year. The objective of this forum was to provide information on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, so this level of participation gives a clear indication of the strong support that exists for this agreement in Canada and in Ukrainian business communities. The importance of our relationship with Ukraine, the benefits that Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will bring, and the level of stakeholder support all indicate that this is an initiative we should move toward without delay. I therefore urge all honourable members of the House to support Bill C-31, moving us closer to the realization of the economic benefits of the agreement and setting forth a clear demonstration of our ongoing commitment to deepening our partnership and our relationship with Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate my colleague for her appointment in this position. I think this is the first opportunity I've had a chance to say this. And I know she's probably expecting a question about religious freedom in eastern Ukraine. But instead, I want to ask a slightly different type of question. Could the member share with us, of course, there's strategic importance to this deal as well, our ongoing cooperation with Ukraine on a number of different levels. And one of the things this government did when they took office was they canceled the sharing of satellite images with Ukraine, imagery that I know was very important to the Ukrainian military. So I wonder if the member could share her thoughts on that decision and if this government is going to be prepared to reverse course on that and restore this important form of support to Ukraine.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reiterate something that we have echoed on both sides of the House for the entire time that I've been here, which is that Canada is a strong and steadfast ally of Ukraine, and we always have been. We're all, I think, very proud of this agreement. It's progressive, and this is important because we are here to support labour, environmental, and provisions on anti-corruption for Ukraine as it improves. And furthermore, I should mention that in this agreement, in recognition of the support we're giving together, services and investment are not included. In 2 years, we look forward to discussing those further, but we are going in a step-by-step process to ensure the success of this free trade agreement. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be voting in favour of this agreement, of this bill. But what is interesting is that this agreement is a fairly simple bilateral treaty, contrary to CETA, which completely overhauls intellectual property and individual rights that Canadian businesses don't have, and also that undermine dairy producers, especially since I represent a riding where there are a great many of these dairy producers. Does the member agree that the treaties like this one that require fewer compromises than multilateral treaties that are more controversial, for example, the TPP and CETA, doesn't she think that this type of treaty is preferable for Canada?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the support extended by the member opposite. This is a high-standard agreement. It's good for Canada. It's good for Ukraine. It certainly is fully satisfactory, as she mentioned. And I'm going to stick with the question, actually, of the agreement itself. We were able to move very quickly. We believe that there are other aspects not included in this agreement which will strengthen this as well. With regard to CETA and TPP, we have just completed extensive consultation on TPP. The committee is reviewing those right now, and there is no question that that input will guide us as we move with our progressive trade agenda in Asia. With regard to CETA, that is being debated all week in the House of Commons, and I look forward to the support for that as well by members of the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me join my fellow colleagues in echoing my congratulations to my fellow colleague upon her appointment as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. I want to follow a little bit on the comments made by my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, with respect to his earlier question, and I want to pose it in the context of Canada's relationship with the Ukraine. First, I again want to reiterate the government's position that Canada, regardless of which political party has stood in this particular House, has condemned most aggressively the actions of Russia with respect to its unlawful annexation of Crimea. But notwithstanding that, Canada also takes a very strong position with making sure that we move Ukraine forward in an open, democratic, liberal fashion. And I want to ask my honourable colleague why this particular agreement and what further steps Canada will be taking in the future to ensure that Ukraine continues to move down this particular path.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my colleague. The agreement contains a review clause which obliges parties to consider amending and expanding upon this strong foundation within 2 years. We want to make sure that we get this right. We want to support Ukraine in every way that we can, and at the same time, of course, support Canadian small and medium businesses in particular. And I think that that's the right way to go, and it seems like this agreement may enjoy the full support of every member of the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey, South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague here. Now, my other colleague here had just asked a question regarding the sharing of satellite images to the Ukraine military, and she didn't respond, and I'm just wondering if she could please answer the direct question.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to actually stay on the topic of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. This is a landmark day, I think, for both our countries. It's another shining example of the fact that we are friends and allies, steadfast and strong, not only in creating better economic opportunity, but also in standing up for Ukraine and against the recent actions of Russia.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand the point that the member has made about only wanting to narrowly discuss the trade file. But the fact of the matter is, throughout the speeches at second reading, we had very expansive discussion from members of the government as well as members of the opposition about the importance of our relationship with Ukraine and the interrelationship between the economic issues and security cooperation. After all, it was a question of trade that touched off the Maidan revolution. So could the member, and third time's a charm maybe, could the member just tell us what the government's plan is with respect to sharing RadarSat images? This would be a very clear, concrete way for the government to put its money where its mouth is when it comes to standing with our ally, Ukraine.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for reminding Canadians that as we considered this free trade agreement, we considered a much bigger picture. As I stated in my opening comments, obviously Ukraine has been through very challenging times, but in spite of that, it's made significant strides in anti-corruption and reform efforts, and we'd like to encourage momentum in the direction it's going through adoption of this free trade agreement. The Government of Canada remains determined to deepen our bilateral ties with Ukraine, including through this agreement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments that the Parliamentary Secretary has put on the records today in regards to Ukraine trade. Trade is something that's important for both Canada and Ukraine, and it's great to see that we've come into an agreement. It wasn't that long ago, just a few yards in front of you, the President of Ukraine addressed this House and talked about the importance of trade and wanting to see a trade agreement. And there should be no surprise in the sense that we have a very rich Ukrainian heritage here in Canada, estimated at about 1.3 million people. And I do believe, and growing, I must say, which is a great thing to see. And I'm wondering if the member would concur with me and many others that look to this trade agreement as one of the ways in which we're going to be able to bridge those economic ties. And that will not only assist in Ukraine, it'll also assist here in Canada. In essence, both countries, both great nations can benefit by this particular agreement, and would she not concur with that thought?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, I would concur, and I'm hopeful that every member of this House will concur. It comes at an important time in general. I appreciate the comments around free trade agreements. This is one that is highly supportable. It's fully satisfactory to Canadians, and it strengthens opportunity for our friends in Ukraine.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and address this very important discussion about the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, which, of course, we in the Conservative Party are very pleased to be supporting, and I think not unfairly take a fair bit of credit for it being here today. But also, this gives me an opportunity to speak more broadly about the Canada-Ukraine relationship and the importance of ongoing cooperation, and indeed some of the areas where we believe the government needs to do better when it comes to supporting our ally, Ukraine. People watching this debate will hear members from all parties speak about the importance of that relationship and the critical contributions that the Ukrainian community here in Canada have made to our country, but also about the ongoing opportunities for mutually beneficial exchanges economically and on other fronts. You'll hear those sentiments from all members of this House, but there are some important ways in which the government is not putting its money where its mouth is when it comes to cooperation with Ukraine. So I appreciate the opportunity to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, and the attention of members of the House to those issues, as well as certainly celebrating the important step forward that this marks. Now, if you'll indulge me for a minute, I'd like to just make a few comments about my own constituency, because we have a very large and a very active Ukrainian-Canadian community in my own constituency of Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I might get in trouble with some other members of my caucus if I said we're number one in terms of reflecting Ukrainian culture in Canada, but certainly we're up there. We have the Ukrainian Cultural Heritage Village, which is it's an outdoor interpretive center that provides visitors with an opportunity to learn about and understand the experience of early Ukrainian pioneers to Western Canada, many of whom came at a time when multiculturalism was not recognized or appreciated in the same way that it is today, but were brave in coming to a new country, stepped out and contributed so much to the rich multicultural fabric of Western Canada in particular, but also of our entire country. And my constituency is home to many eminent Ukrainian Canadians, including former Alberta Premier Ed Stelmach, who continues to be very active and a great citizen of our community. Now, I personally had the opportunity to visit Ukraine in August of this past year, and I was there for the 25th anniversary of independence. And of course, we are celebrating this year the 150th anniversary of our country, but very much that's the founding of Canada is an event in our history, not an event of personal memory. And yet, being in Ukraine and living through, in a sense, observing the emotions and the joy that people there have in their independence, and the recence of that experience, how people, most people remember a time before independence, really hits home the importance of that national pride and how much Ukrainians have struggled in order to achieve their independence. Ukraine and Canada are very similar. We have a great deal in common in terms of our values, in terms of our history, in terms of our diversity, our commitment to democracy. But the one thing that makes us very different, of course, is that Ukraine is in a much tougher neighborhood. And that has created all kinds of challenges, histories of occupation, ongoing occupation in eastern Ukraine. And yet the resilience of the Ukrainian people in the midst of all sorts of challenges is really inspiring for me. And just the opportunity to hear from people about events as recent as the Maidan, where young people of all ages risk their lives to stand for democracy, to stand up for the kinds of values that they wanted their country to embody. And it's inspiring for me as a Democratic politician here to see people in other countries willing to risk, willing to give their lives in order to stand up for the values that they believe in. Many of us here stand up for our values in different ways, but fortunately we're not in a position where we have to risk our lives to do so. So the opportunities to interface with people who are in that situation really pushes me, and I think other members who haven't had an opportunity to have those conversations, prods them to value the things that we hold dear and to be willing to stand up and fight for them. So we have an important relationship with Ukraine. It's a relationship of shared values. It's a relationship of shared history. And that relationship is particularly evident in my constituency and in the many people in my constituency who trace their origins to Ukraine. Now, the history of the recent changes in Ukraine, the Maidan, the democratic movement again, for change that took place 2 years ago, this really was the touchstone for that discussion was a trade debate. It was about the desire of Russia to prevent Ukraine, I shouldn't say Russia, but the desire of the Putin regime to prevent Ukraine from having closer trading relationships with Europe. And so as we move forward with this deal to implement closer trading relationships between Canada and Ukraine, it's worth thinking about it in that context, that these kinds of trading relationships between Ukraine and countries, democracies with similar values, these things are very important for Ukraine as a country that is solidifying its position and its commitment to the kinds of values that we share. The kind of trade as well as security cooperation, this is important for Ukraine to continue to develop and to continue to be reflective of those values. And we speak in general about the benefits of trade, and maybe I'll get time to speak more broadly about the economic benefits of trade. But there is a strategic dimension to trade as well. Trade provides us with an opportunity to deepen our partnership, deepen the people-to-people connections that exist between countries with similar values. If I can draw a parallel, Mr. Speaker, to another trade discussion, I think the debate around the Trans-Pacific Partnership was quite similar, insofar as the Trans-Pacific Partnership was an agreement between like-minded democracies, generally speaking, in the Asia-Pacific area, who were trying to set the terms of trade in a way that reflected their values, without instead allowing a situation where the terms of trade in that region were set by China. And that was, yes, one could speak of the economic benefits of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but also there was a critical strategic value that I think was not often enough recognized in the context of our discussion. Similarly, we can speak about trade with Ukraine, trade and other forms of cooperation between Canada, Europe, and other countries with Ukraine as helping to ensure that Ukraine isn't economically vulnerable to the kind of extortion that Russia has, that the Putin regime has at times tried to exert on other countries. So there is a strategic importance to this deal in terms of ensuring that Ukraine is able to continue to stand for the kinds of values that we regard as important. And certainly that reflects the desire that I saw in the Ukrainian people when I was there last year. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I can, just continuing on that vein, talk then about the things I think the government needs to do better on when it comes to supporting Ukraine, because there are a number of policy areas, and I suspect there are members of the government who agree with me on these issues and want to see the cabinet respond. And we've had a change in terms of some of the cabinet positions involved in foreign affairs. So I hope that we will see some changes in these areas. Because the government talks about the importance of our friendship with Ukraine, but they also have talked about wanting to have closer relations with Russia. And we need to make sure that the relationships, that the partnerships we establish internationally are indeed reflective of our values, that we're not making unacceptable compromises in that respect. And one of the issues that's critical here is the issue of human rights inside of Russia. And it's interesting for me that many people in the Ukrainian community, key priority for them is Canada being involved in the fight for improved human rights inside of Russia. Now, this is because I think we can look around and see that any time a nation becomes a threat to the human rights of its own people, the government that is exacting human rights abuses against their own people will also be a threat to international peace and security. And there is a continuity between the abuses of basic human rights that happen inside Russia and the abuses of human rights that are the result of Russian actions in Syria, in occupied parts of Ukraine, and in other countries. Of course, many people have been horrified by what the Russian government undertook inside of Syria. But of course, similar actions were undertaken in Chechnya and elsewhere. So there is a continuity between the internal policies and the external policies. And that's why it's so important for the Ukrainian community as well as for the Russian community that Canada take a strong position in support of Magnitsky sanctions. Magnitsky sanctions are sanctions that target individual human rights abusers. They're named after Sergei Magnitsky, who was a Russian lawyer who was murdered. And the goal of these sanctions is to individually, directly sanction people that are involved in human rights abuses in a way that would limit their ability to travel, to undertake economic activity in other countries. Canada can be a leader in this respect. It's important for our partnership with Ukraine and for our commitment to our values more generally that we have a government that stands for Magnitsky sanctions. This is something that our party supports. If I'm not mistaken, it's something that the government supported when they were in opposition. And I think it's something that we need to move forward on. So I will hope to see on that point some clear signals from the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, because this is important for standing up for our values in that region of the world. More directly, Mr. Speaker, and I've already raised this during our debate and questions and comments, we need to strengthen our military cooperation with Ukraine. Ukraine is in the middle of a foreign occupation. The Putin regime has occupied Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine. And even some of the language that's often used around this is somewhat misleading. That the language of separatists, perhaps Russian-backed separatists. In reality, what I was told repeatedly by Ukrainians who I talked to is that this wasn't a case of local people that were upset at the Ukrainian government. This was an issue of people sent over the border by the Russian government, not identifying themselves, at least initially, as Russian soldiers, but really very clearly agents of the Russian state. And so the cooperation in response to that occupation is so important. And again, I think on some aspects of this, of course, there is agreement from the government, but our position is that Canada needs to do as much as we can to support Ukraine. And one of those key areas is under the last government, we were providing vital satellite images to Ukraine that were useful for their military activities. Canada had the resources, we were collecting these satellite images, and we were sharing that information with Ukraine. It makes sense for us to do so. It makes sense for us to recognize that, yes, Ukraine is a key ally of Canada. It's an economic partner. It's also an ally. So let's share that satellite imagery with Ukraine in a way that helps it to succeed in its fight against these, let's call them what they are, Russian-backed terrorists that are occupying their country. So I want to emphasize that in the strongest possible terms as being of critical importance to me, to my constituents, to the opposition, and I suspect, at least to some members of the government, upgrading our military cooperation in terms of the use and sharing of those satellite images. Now, also, we need to hear clearly from the government with respect to renewing Canada's ongoing training mission. That's obviously another issue that clarity from the government going forward about what's going to be done here is very important. And ongoing support, any ongoing support that we can provide would be very valuable. I know that the contribution of Canadians was greatly appreciated. And it was, and we can make a very positive difference. It's noticed and it's appreciated by Ukrainians. Now, finally, one of the things that we can do in terms of our ongoing cooperation with Ukraine is reinstate international initiatives around communal harmony. One of the activities undertaken by the Office of Religious Freedom, which existed in the previous government and has since been canceled, was to support programs supporting communal harmony in Ukraine. And members may not be aware of the religious dimension of the occupation, but there has been a great deal of persecution of different religious communities in in Russian-occupied parts of eastern Ukraine. That has been a key dimension of the repression of human rights that has taken place there. So Canada's engagement on this front, on initiatives to promote communal harmony, is very helpful to Ukraine. And I know the government has canceled the Office of Religious Freedom, and they've touted this alternative office that they've created. But we haven't actually seen the restoration of the direct involvement in key projects around the world that are making a difference in these areas. So I would challenge the government. I think the model that existed was working, but at the very least, let's look at reinstating some of that involvement that Canada had in Ukraine, because it was positive, it was helpful, it was certainly making a valuable difference. So those are some key areas where we can do more. I know members, again, across all parties are committed to the idea of a partnership with Ukraine, but there needs to be the putting of real metal behind that sentiment. Standing up for human rights issues inside of Russia as well as throughout the region would mean Canada implementing its own Magnitsky Act, strengthening our military cooperation with Ukraine, providing some clarity around the renewal of that training mission, restoring the sharing of satellite images, and then finally reinstating these communal harmony types of activities. I see these types of initiatives as being very positive for Ukraine. Now, Mr. Speaker, just in the remaining time I have, I'll make just a few comments with respect to some of the economic aspects of this agreement as well, and the impact that it will have. Now, as other members have mentioned before, when this agreement comes into force, we know that Canada and Ukraine will immediately eliminate duties on very close to 100%, 99.9%, and 86% of respective current imports, thereby benefiting Ukrainian and Canadian exporters and consumers. This will provide real substantial concrete benefits to Canada and Ukraine. Yes, there's the friendship dimension, there's the strategic dimension, but there are also real economic gains that will come from this type of partnership. Canada's GDP is expected to grow by 29.2 million under this agreement, and Ukraine's GDP would expand by 18.6 million. The opportunities for more expanded trade over time between Canada and the Ukraine as like-minded allies, countries with shared values and a great deal of shared experience, I think the economic benefits that come from this are significant as well. Estimates are Canada's exports to Ukraine will increase by 41.2 million. Canada's export gains would be broad-based, with exports of pork, machinery and equipment, transport equipment and other manufactured products, cars and parts, as well as chemical products would be some of the key sectors affected. Now, there also are major potential benefits in the area of agriculture. And we see those benefits in particular to Western Canada. Our current exports from Western Canada to Ukraine average close to $80 million between 2011 and 2013, and we certainly have every reason to believe that we're going to see some increases there as well. And let's be clear, we know that trade produces economic benefits. We've seen the benefits across trade deals that Canada has signed throughout its history, usually signed under Conservative governments, or at least in this case, maybe the process being started under Conservative governments. We saw in the early debates we had around free trade with the United States, many naysayers, many people saying this would be the end of our sovereignty, and look at the incredible economic benefits that have flown from free trade with the United States. This is another trade deal that complements so many trade deals that were either signed, finalized, or at least initiated under the previous government. And I hope to see from this new government, we're seeing now, we just voted on a bill around the Canada-EU free trade agreement, this deal, that we're seeing the moving forward of trade deals that were undertaken under the previous government. But I hope we'll also see from this new government some new initiative around trade deals, the proactive negotiation of new trade deals, as well as the continuing of trade deals that were begun under the previous government, especially in the kind of climate we're seeing internationally, the debates we're having around trade. It is important that we have a government that believes in the open economy and stands up for it. With that in mind, I'm pleased to be supporting this trade deal, and I look forward to continuing to encourage the government to do more to promote our positive relationship with Ukraine. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today in support of the Canada-Ukraine deal. The New Democrats will be supporting Canada-Ukraine in the deal as well, and I appreciated his speech and the importance of ensuring that that friendship remains strong and the positive influence that we can have here in Canada to help the Ukraine. So my question really is more around trade in general. And when we look at trade deals, today is a perfect example of a deal that was put through the House earlier around CETA, which is a large multinational deal with some losses that Canada will experience in certain sectors. And then we look at this deal, a bilateral agreement, where it's clear that we were able to have more comprehensive conversations. We were able to advocate for those sectors in Canada that would see the benefit, and vice versa for Ukraine, where we were able to have that really one-on-one conversation between two countries about the benefits of trade for both countries. And I think that's why, we see in this agreement no significant losses, because we were able to sit down one-on-one and have those conversations and ensure that the trade deal that we are working on would benefit us all. So my question to the member is, does the member agree that bilateral deals such as CUFTA are better than deals like TPP or CETA, large multinational deals, which trade away intellectual properties and Canadian jobs?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that we'll be voting the same way on this bill, although that doesn't seem to be impeding other kinds of disagreement during the debate. Because I disagree with the premise of the question, but I'm still willing to say no in any event. I don't think there's some inherent superiority of bilateral trade deals over multilateral trade deals, but I think this reflects a different understanding of what a trade deal is all about. And I don't mean this pejoratively, but this is the kind of sort of the Donald Trump approach to trade deal and the NDP approach to trade deals, which is that it's all about wins and losses, that you're either winning or you're losing in a trade deal, and therefore somehow if we're in negotiating smaller trade deals, we're more likely to be winning as opposed to losing. But trade deals aren't about beating other countries in the negotiation. Trade deals are actually about expanding the space for shared prosperity. And free trade is really about extending the space for liberty, allowing individuals greater opportunity to buy and sell products from other countries. And of course, nations are involved in a negotiating process as that proceeds, but the goal really is to open up opportunities for individuals as well as businesses in both countries. And in cases where it's possible to negotiate larger scale multilateral trade deals that include more countries, I think it's always better to pursue free trade with more countries. We can do that through bilateral deals or through multilateral deals, but it takes longer to get to more countries if you did it all solely on a bilateral basis.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his interest in the Ukraine, and I will give him credit for being in a very strong Ukrainian segment of Alberta, because that's where I grew up. But the situation in Ukraine, with the constant battling going on and the war between Russia and the Ukraine, there's been many injuries to Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian civilians. And a large number of doctors from across Canada, from coast to coast, have traveled at their own expenses to the Ukraine to assist in very crucial surgery, facial reconstruction, etc. Do you see a role where the federal government could play in assisting doctors from Canada to assist the Ukraine? Because right now it's being done on their own expense. Thank you.
Once again, I'm sure he meant the member for... Sure, yes, through me. That's good. I'm glad that we got that clarified. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question and for his commitment to this topic, and for an interesting proposal that the government might support perhaps Canadian physicians, other kinds of healthcare professionals that want to go to other parts of the world to be involved, in this case in Ukraine. I mean, I think it would be a proposal worthy of consideration. But I have no doubt, on the other hand, that there are many people in Canada who are willing to make those investments personally, and certainly applaud those that are doing that. I know there are many people from my community that travel around the world to involve themselves in humanitarian types of activities like this, and we're all, I think, so proud of having the kinds of communities where people are willing to step forward and invest of their own time and their own resources in making the world around us a better place.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, we have a question from the honourable member for Essex.
I wonder if the member, he spoke a lot about the situation in Ukraine, and certainly human rights is a concern. We know that there are ongoing conflicts that are happening inside Ukraine. So when we were at the committee level, I brought forward a proposal around human rights, and I firmly believe, as my NDP colleagues do, that human rights should be enshrined in every trade agreement going forward. It's incredibly important that we address both our human rights here in our own country, our own flaws and history that we've had around human rights, certainly around Indigenous people in our own country. But when we look to other countries, I think it's important that we have a level playing field around human rights. So I had pushed at Trade Committee to have a provision in place so that we could receive reports on the conditions inside Ukraine and Canada. It would be reciprocal to ensure that human rights and the human rights of the people of the Ukraine and Canada were being protected. So I wonder if the member could speak as to whether he would support the enshrining of human rights into trade agreements going forward.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for provoking a discussion, certainly of an important issue. I would not be prepared here yet to endorse the text of the member's motion. I'm not a member of the Trade Committee, and I don't know exactly what she was proposing. Of course, trade deals generally do include detailed discussion of environmental issues, of labor rights, and of other issues around human rights. And it's important that they do that. Certainly, that was part of our approach when we were in government, and I'm sure that will continue to be par for the course in trade deals. It may be that when we looked at the details, we might have disagreements about the specific mechanism for best achieving that result, and I'd be very interested in looking at the specific proposal that the member has. In principle, of course, though, our trade deals are not just trade deals in isolation. They include issues around some of these other topics that have been addressed.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, before we continue, conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-31 today at third reading. As my honourable colleagues will know, the New Democratic Party supported this bill at second reading, and we intend to continue supporting it at third reading here today. A Canada-Ukraine trade agreement is significant for reasons beyond the opportunities it provides to Canadian exporters. The agreement symbolizes our country's strong friendship, which is increasingly important as Ukraine continues to deal with conflict within its borders and a fragile relationship with Russia. These two issues are obviously deeply connected. In these tumultuous times, Ukraine is looking to its friends in the West. There's a strong case to be made that having a trade agreement with Ukraine is of great strategic importance. Indeed, Canada and Ukraine's friendship is often described as historic. We've spoken a lot in this place about the close socio-cultural ties between our two countries and the strong Canadian-Ukrainian communities across Canada. Who Canada trades with is very important and must be considered when it comes to analyzing free trade agreements. It's also important to consider the other country's record on labour and environmental rights and how its government treats its citizens. Canada's certainly not perfect with regards to our own human rights record. How our country has historically treated Indigenous peoples is shameful. When we point our finger at other countries, it's important that we not forget our own failures with regards to respecting human rights. Having strong labour and environmental rights is not a question of either you do or you don't. It requires an ongoing commitment. These rights can be granted, but they can also be eroded without vigilant stewardship, and there is always room to strengthen them. Canada still has a ways to go. CUFTA includes chapters on labour and the environment, both of which are regarded as substantive. It's positive to see that these chapters are included in the agreement. One of the big criticisms of NAFTA has been that these two important areas were left out of the main agreement. They were relegated to side agreements, almost like they were afterthoughts. Proponents of free trade claim that trade and investment deals will increase prosperity for all citizens. It's the idea that a rising tide will lift all boats. In fact, the opposite is true. Unfortunately, with trade agreements, history has shown us that the benefits of trade are not.
Le député de Mégantic-Clérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable.
Si nous avons le quorum nécessaire pour
I'm not sure if we have quorum in the House to continue.
Check with the table. Okay. I believe we have quorum. The honourable member for Essex, resuming debate.
Well, that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we had to stop my speech because there weren't enough Liberals in the House. In fact, I think there were
The Honourable Government House Leader, or Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on point of order, on many occasions I've been in the House and there hasn't been one New Democratic MP in this chamber, and I've never made reference to that. I don't think it's appropriate for members to be making reference to who's in or who's outside of the chamber.
I believe we have a rule in the House that states that we're not allowed to name who is and who isn't in the room. So I look at both the honourable member for Winnipeg North and the honourable member for Essex, who I think clearly broke that rule. So I think they both should retract that. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
And Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw my comment.
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my comment as well.
Now we'll resume debate. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, it's the idea that a rising tide will lift all boats. In fact, the opposite is true. Unfortunately, with trade agreements, history has shown us that the benefits of trade are not evenly distributed amongst all participants in the economy. While corporate profits are soaring, wage growth in Canada since the 1970s has been stagnant. Household debt persists at record high levels, while our younger generations struggle to find meaningful employment in an economy that no longer provides the stability and prosperity associated with full-time jobs that include benefits and pensions. Looking at NAFTA, while it led up to job creation in some sectors, it has also devastated our manufacturing and textile sector. Let's not try to paint over that fact. Furthermore, having labor and environment as side agreements in NAFTA did not raise the standards in Mexico to the same standards as here in Canada. So again, I'm pleased to see that the Canada-Ukraine agreement, which we're debating today, does not treat labor and environment with the same disregard as NAFTA did. Mr. Speaker, when we look at Ukraine, we see that the country has made a lot of progress since 2014, when they were in the grips of a civil war that killed over 9,000 Ukrainians and displaced around 1.5 million people. However, just this past week, we read about conflict breaking out again in eastern Ukraine. 35 people were killed after what's been described in the media as extensive and indiscriminate shelling. There's a war going on, and it's destroying families and communities. Children have lost their parents. I spoke earlier about how a country's human rights record is not a static thing. It changes over time, and we know that in Ukraine, there's still a lot of uncertainty and continued conflict. The fact is, Ukraine is still at an early stage in its transition to a market economy. It has a history of political instability and has a weak constitutional framework. It's viewed as having a weak business environment for these and many other reasons. Canada is currently looking at whether to add Ukraine to our automatic firearms country control list. There were consultations over 1.5 years ago, but the government has been mum on whether Ukraine will be added to the list or not. If they are added to the list, Canadian companies could be allowed to export certain prohibited firearms and weapons to Ukraine. Given the ongoing civil war in eastern Ukraine, I would be very concerned about Canadian weapons ending up in the wrong hands. It's not just about today, but about tomorrow and 10 and 20 years from now. We are hopeful that peace and stability will prevail. In the meantime, a very practical way that Canada can know with greater certainty that increased exports of Canadian goods won't negatively impact Ukraine's human rights is by requiring an annual independent review of the impact of CUFTA on human rights in both our countries. As a member of the Standing Committee on International Trade, I propose this as a possible amendment to this legislation. My colleagues felt the inclusion of such a review would be seen as, quote, an unnecessary criticism of Ukraine, end quote. As I said at committee, I think when we have relationships with other countries, there are sometimes difficult things that have to be addressed, and this is one of them. Human Rights Watch has noted concerns over steps by the Ukraine government to restrict freedom of information and the freedom of the media. Free trade agreements shouldn't be a reason not to talk about differences or broach difficult subjects respectfully. In fact, as a Canadian citizen, I would expect that my government is having these conversations as part of trade negotiations. These were the concerns I attempted to lay out before the committee. I also attempted to have the committee hit a pause button for a moment on C-31 so we could hear from some witnesses on this legislation. Unfortunately, the committee chose not to study the bill or hear from any witnesses beyond department officials. Without commenting on the merits of this legislation, I'd like to note my deep concern with this approach. As parliamentarians and as a committee member, it's our job to study the legislation that comes before us, not just rubber stamp it. Even if witnesses support the agreement, it's incredibly helpful to hear their testimony and to have an opportunity to ask questions and learn about the issues. For example, when the committee studied CETA, albeit briefly, even stakeholder groups that supported the agreement talked about concerns with how the agreement would be implemented and how Canadian businesses needed support with accessing potential new markets. They made recommendations that they wanted us to carry forward to the government. I would urge my colleagues on all sides of this House to not be afraid of asking questions and listening to Canadians, even on topics where we assume there will be overwhelming agreement. In the Prime Minister's latest mandate letter to the Minister of International Trade, he said, if we are to tackle the real challenges we face as a country, from a struggling middle class to the threat of climate change, Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and willingness to listen. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a little more time to discuss some of the feedback our committee has received over the past year on how specifically the government can better help Canadian businesses access international markets. I think there are important points that are relevant to our consideration of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. From the perspective of Canadian small and medium-sized businesses, the signing of a new agreement is just the beginning. Having a new agreement won't magically translate into increased trade flows. Supporting markets is a big challenge. I'm pleased to see this is part of the new minister's mandate letter. Specifically, he is instructed to develop and implement a new trade and investment strategy to support Canadian businesses exporting to international markets and help Canadian jurisdictions attract global investment. In particular, I'd like to see the minister's efforts really focus on supporting Canadian SMEs, not just the large companies, which have more means to pursue new markets. Around 90% of Canadian SMEs do not export their goods or services, and this would include micro-businesses as well. In my riding of Essex, a lot of businesses can't even connect yet to high-speed internet. It's difficult to think of how they'll connect to potential new markets in Asia, Europe, including Ukraine, if they don't even have a quality internet connection. We've talked a lot at the Trade Committee about the important role of Global Affairs Canada and what they must play in terms of engaging Canadian businesses, listening to what the non-tariff barriers are, and working in close collaboration to address these issues. I'm pleased that the Canada-Ukraine Chamber of Commerce has been actively working to connect Ukrainian and Canadian businesses. There's also a role for the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service to play, and of course, Export Development Canada. So I want to hear a lot more from this government on what their trade and investment strategy will include. I think too often these conversations are brushed to the side. They come as more of an afterthought after the agreement is signed. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to speak to a few more specific areas covered by the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. At second reading and in committee, I raised the issue of steel. As we know, the issue of steel dumping is one of great concern for us in Canada. It impacts my riding of Essex, as well as Hamilton, Sault Ste. Marie, Regina, and many other Canadian communities. So when I saw that CUFTA will reduce tariffs on the trade of steel between our two countries, I wondered how this may impact the global steel trade and the challenges of overcapacity and dumping. It's something to keep an eye on. In the meantime, I'd like to once again urge this government to take action on improving and strengthening Canada's trade remedy system. Canada needs to do a better job of protecting our steel industry. And that means enforcing the rules and doing a better job when other countries like China are breaking the rules. Standing up for Canada's steel industry is about standing up for Canadian jobs. The Trade Committee has committed to a brief study of dumping. I hope we can make room for this soon. It will be important to hear from Canadian producers and workers on how the broken trade remedy system is hurting our industry. The Finance Committee has already done a study of the trade remedy system, so the solutions are there. Now it's time for action. By and large, Canada's steel sector won't stand to lose in CUFTA. In fact, there aren't really any losing sectors in this agreement, which is rare. In CETA, Canada made some big concessions around pharmaceutical and intellectual property rights and around dairy and our maritime industry. These concessions will mean a higher cost of medicine for Canadians, and they'll mean our dairy sector will lose millions and our maritime sector will lose thousands of jobs. I was surprised that Canada didn't take a second look at what we gave up in CETA after the UK voted to leave the EU. After all, the UK makes up about half of Canada's market in the EU. In TPP, Canada would be forced to make many of the same concessions. We also know TPP would hurt our auto sector. In fact, TPP is estimated to cost Canada 58,000 jobs. Both CETA and TPP include harmful investor-state provisions that erode Canada's sovereignty. These provisions make it harder for Canada to enact and enforce environmental rules. And they can also make it harder for Canada to introduce a national pharmacare plan. Even in the TPP, a special carve-out was required to allow countries to preserve their ability to regulate cigarette packaging. The problem with mega deals like TPP and CETA is that they ask countries to make a lot of concessions in areas that extend far beyond the traditional realms of trade. For example, the TPP includes a clause barring every other TPP member state from ever adopting Canada's notice and notice system for copyright rules. Our system is widely considered to strike a fair balance that represents users' rights to share and collaborate while ensuring that artists are fairly compensated for their work. Perhaps the case could be made that trade-offs required by multilateral deals are worth it if a government is willing to take proper steps to mitigate the negative effects. These trade deals can increase inequality if proper action isn't taken to make sure that they don't. In this regard, bilateral trade deals tend to require countries to make far fewer concessions. They're easier to negotiate and they're easier to ratify and implement. This is the kind of trade that New Democrats tend to support, trade that reduces tariffs and boosts exports. I would also point out that CUFTA is the second trade agreement New Democrats have supported in this parliamentary session. We also supported the Trade Facilitation Agreement. My colleagues in the Liberal and Conservative parties like to spread misinformation that the NDP is somehow anti-trade because we point out the flaws in the agreements like NAFTA or the TPP. We don't think a trade and investment agreement is appropriate with countries that have deeply concerning records on human rights. We want to see Canada do business with good partners of strategic importance. We want to see trade deals that do not harm the interests of everyday Canadians. I would challenge my colleagues to participate in these debates about the merits of trade and investment deals on a case-by-case basis, instead of relying on blanket statements that all trade and investment is good, therefore no study or critical analysis of agreements is needed. On the question before us today, I have studied the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement closely. Like other trade agreements New Democrats have supported, on balance, this agreement does serve Canada's interests. In closing, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mr. Marvin Hildebrand, Chief Negotiator of CUFTA, and his team for their hard work on this file. I do not doubt that our trade negotiators always have Canada's best interests in mind. I'm pleased that all parties in this House have extended their unanimous support for Bill C-31. And let's not forget, it's time to ensure that this and every trade deal works for Canadians and creates market access and benefits for Canadians that we expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New West. Oh, sorry. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for championing the best interests of all Canadians and indeed all of our trade partners when we're negotiating bilateral agreements. We can see how far superior they are. We can see that when, as she mentioned, the NDP has shared the very concerning shortcomings of agreements like CETA and the TPP that take advantage of people. We know that labour standards are going to be improved with the Ukraine under CUFTA. And so I wanted to talk a little bit more about having the entrenchment of human rights being considered in trade agreements. And this is one of the reasons that we're discussing today this trade agreement, is because we do want a more fulsome response to human rights and our international obligations, especially when we have trade relationships. So I hope that she can expand on that a little bit for us, as it's very, very important for all of us to be paying attention to.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh for her wonderful question. I know she does a great amount of work around human rights, and that the NDP really firmly believes in protecting human rights around the world, not just for Canadians, but we look beyond ourselves. And certainly Ukraine is a prime example of an opportunity, I believe, to extend human rights and to ensure the human rights of Ukrainian people as well as Canadian people. Unfortunately, the amendment that I brought forward at committee was not adopted, Mr. Speaker, around having such a provision, as we have had in previous agreements. We had in the Colombia Free Trade Agreement, where we really tried to enshrine that into the agreement. I think it's so important because, as I mentioned in my speech, these past few weeks in eastern Ukraine, the civil war has reignited. And this is sparking, the worst fighting that they've seen since 2014, 2015. And the Canadian government and everyone in this House has to be realistic about the potential human rights impacts of CUFTA. And we, of course, would like to see peace and stability in Ukraine and continue to push for that. And if they're being threatened in some way, it's important that we're a strong ally to them. So human rights should be entrenched in every agreement. When they are not a part of the agreement, it is unfortunately something that we can't keep an eye on in a positive manner. And I believe that we have a responsibility to do that. And certainly in our friendship with Ukraine, it's incredibly important that we extend that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start off by, I guess, giving the New Democratic Party credit for supporting what we believe is a very progressive trade agreement between two countries. I think there's people of both Ukraine and Canada will benefit by it immensely. The member made reference to a number of issues surrounding Ukraine that one could easily become very sympathetic as to why it is so important that we actually see this legislation that we have before us today and ultimately have it passed. But my question more so to the member is related to trade agreements in general. As I say, it's great that they're supporting Ukraine trade agreement, but I'm a little bit surprised in terms of their going against the CETA agreement or voting against the CETA agreement. And can the member tell us what it is that is so upsetting with the CETA agreement that they find acceptable with the Ukraine agreement?
The honourable member for Essex.
I thank the member for the compliment, and the NDP is pleased to support the Canada-Ukraine deals. We did support the previous trade facilitation agreement, so that's two agreements that we've supported around trade in this particular session. So to the member's question around CETA, when we're talking about increasing the cost of pharmaceutical drugs for every Canadian, it's a serious, serious matter. There are people, I'm sure, inside of all of our ridings that come into our office every single day telling us that they cannot afford medication. And whether they have a plan through their workplace or not, or they're being supported in some way for the province, to increase the patent, to extend that 2 years, that didn't happen in the Ukraine deal. The Ukraine deal does not address that. So 25% of the implementing legislation around CETA are changes to the intellectual property pharmaceuticals. And so this is of grave concern and should be for every member in this House. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, it was disappointing to me that Liberals at the committee level and in this House refused to acknowledge the pieces inside of CETA that are of concern. The maritime jobs that will be lost, the cabotage jobs that will be lost across our country. Again, we're seeing human rights violations in ships that are sitting in our own waters because these are flags of convenience. Maritime workers from across this country have written to me about the changes in CETA around the Canada Coasting Act. And so I think that it's incumbent upon all members, but certainly the government, to look at all aspects of a trade deal, not just the positive, Mr. Speaker, because it's easy to only bring in the positive. When we're doing our full work around a trade deal, when we are being comprehensive, we look at both the positive and the negative. And certainly there are ways to mitigate the negative. It was very unfortunate to see in CETA that that dairy, first of all, was being impacted in supply management in the way it was. But the compensation package that came forward, Mr. Speaker, was not even close to the $4.3 billion that was promised under the previous government. We see a small drop in the bucket that will not help family farms across Canada. And there are many, many other pieces of CETA that are of grave concern. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that around every trade agreement, every parliamentarian take it upon themselves to learn about which sectors will be impacted, which communities will be impacted, and how it will impact average Canadians. That's right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Essex for the voice that she brings to the House of Commons and to the Trade Committee. She does an extremely effective job of speaking out for regular families across the country that are left aside by many of these trade deals. Of course, we're supporting the Canada-Ukraine trade deal, but as we've had in this discussion taking place this afternoon, a number of other trade deals have been referenced. Now, none of them are fair trade deals. None of them actually take as a starting point how we can improve the lives of regular families in Canada. And that is part of the reason why the NDP and the member from Essex speaks out against these bad trade deals that don't put in place the fair trade practices that most Canadians want to see. For example, human rights, she referenced that. When we look at Mercosur in South America, they actually put poverty alleviation as part of their trade agreement. Though there are a number of different models that are fair trade agreements rather than these right-wing free trade agreements that have all of the weaknesses that the member from Essex has cited. So I'd like to ask the member from Essex, what is her vision of trade for the future in Canada? How can we actually build trade agreements that actually help regular working families across the country, rather than, as she's mentioned, contribute to higher drug costs and to lost jobs, as we've seen consistently in the manufacturing and other sectors?
The honourable member for Essex.
I thank the member for his question and his previous work on the trade file. He certainly has been available to me at any time to have conversations about previous parliaments and trade deals that have gone through. And I think this is an incredibly important question, because if you look across Canada today, Mr. Speaker, average Canadians, families, people that are working hard every day feel that trade deals have not served them, have not worked well for them. There has been no advantage to the average Canadian worker. When we look at large trade agreements, as we are in this House shortly, I believe, Mr. Speaker, if we're talking about a renegotiation of NAFTA, 25 years on, we've lost our textile industry in Canada. There were many people employed in that sector. Our manufacturing sector has been hit incredibly hard. And if we look to NAFTA as you know, a previous agreement where we see some opportunities to improve, if we look at the Ukraine deal and NAFTA, you know, in NAFTA we have labor and the environment sitting in side letters, side agreements, if you will, Mr. Speaker. And in CAFTA, they're enshrined in the agreement. And that's so important, because it really gives teeth, it really gives an ability for people to bring forward issues that they have around those particular chapters and ensure that people in both countries are protected under them. When we look at Mexico as an example, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mexico, the Mexican workers never raised up to the standard of average North Americans as they were told that they would in NAFTA. And we believe that's largely because things are not enshrined in that agreement. You know, on a renegotiation, it's so important that we ensure that these things are included. And when we look at this trade agreement as opposed to other trade agreements, there is no ISDS clause inside this agreement. So other trade agreements include the investor-state dispute settlement in some shape or form. We see it kind of shifting a little bit, if you will, inside of the CETA agreement. This has not worked well. We are the most sued developed country in the world under these provisions. So when we see them not in a trade deal, we're quite pleased, because that's a contentious issue, and most Canadians understand that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we begin our debate here this evening, I note that tomorrow morning the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will be debated in the Verkhovna Rada, Ukraine's parliament. And I issue a challenge to Speaker Parubey in Ukraine's parliament and our colleagues, and a sign of friendship to see which parliament will pass this free trade agreement first. But more seriously, Mr. Speaker, this past July, as the chair of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, and as a Ukrainian Canadian, I had the honour of bearing witness to the historic signing of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement in the Presidential Ceremonial Hall in Kyiv. I would like to thank our Prime Minister for including me in the delegation, and more importantly, for making this state visit and signing a priority for our new government. In fact, it was the Prime Minister's first one-on-one state visit of his term after his visit to the United States. And this will most likely be the first free trade agreement to be ratified by our government. Watching my fellow Ukrainian Canadian, the former Minister of International Trade, sign the treaty was especially poignant, as we had first met in Kyiv in 1992 as young and idealistic Canadians who were intent on making a difference in the ancestral homeland of our parents and grandparents. The Minister as a journalist, and myself a Canadian organizer of RUCH, Ukraine's Democratic Front. 25 years later, the Minister worked hard to make this free trade agreement a reality. 25 years later,
we accompanied Canada's Prime Minister for the signing of this historic agreement. Mr. Speaker, why would the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement be a priority for our country? Our bilateral trade has been a modest $289 million on average for the past 5 years. Why was CUFTA's implementation specifically referred to in the previous International Trade Minister's mandate letter? And why would this free trade agreement be the sole such agreement to have the unanimous support of this current House? Mr. Speaker, it's because not every free trade agreement is just about trade. It must be seen through various lenses, one of which is Canada's special relationship with Ukraine. Internationally, and in this House, everyone is aware of Canada's and Ukraine's special relationship. However, the word special is not just an adjective, but a term defined in an agreement in 1994, the Joint Declaration of a Special Partnership between Canada and Ukraine, an agreement which was reaffirmed in 2001 and again in 2008. As well, Ukraine is one of 25 countries of focus for the Canadian International Development Agency, CIDA. Although Canadians and our symbol of the maple leaf are warmly received in almost every country of the planet, there is no country where Canadians are more warmly, in fact affectionately, welcomed than in Ukraine. Many of us literally stood shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine during the independence movement of 1988 to 91 and the democratic revolutions, the Orange Revolution of 2004 and the Revolution of Dignity of 2014. I cannot relate to this House and the Canadian people how often during these historic events Ukrainians, upon hearing that I was from Canada, would embrace me and say, "Thank you, Canada. Please say thank you to the people of Canada from us." For the past 25 years, tens of thousands of Ukrainian Canadians, as well as many of their Canadian friends, have directly engaged in building democracy in Ukraine. In many ways, my personal story of engagement in Ukraine's difficult journey towards freedom began in earnest in the summer of 1991, on the centenary of Ukrainian immigration to Canada. A group of youthful Ukrainian Canadians traveled into Ukraine's eastern Donbas region, the front line of the current Russo-Ukrainian war. It was the time of Mikhail Gorbachev's glasnost, when the Iron Curtain had been slightly drawn, allowing in the winds of change. For most in the Soviet Union, especially in the regions, it was like the wind rustling leaves at the tops of trees. You could hear it in the distance, but you couldn't feel it down on the ground. Our group of Ukrainian Canadians decided to head into a region which had been amongst the most devastated by Soviet rule. The epicenter of the Holodomor, the genocide by famine of the Ukrainian people. A region whose churches had mostly been dynamited generations ago under Stalin's decrees. A region in which history, the past, had been destroyed. In whose libraries and schools history began with the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution. A coal mining and heavily industrialized region which was also amongst the Soviet Union's most ecologically devastated. It was here, to a region formerly closed to Westerners, that we brought Ukrainian and Russian language copies of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms and pamphlets describing our multicultural nation. It was also in this region that we had a glimpse into the future. It was here that in various towns during the span of a week, I'd been taken in for so-called conversations by Communist Party first secretaries, the local KGB, and police. At times, conversations were theoretical. Sometimes they were quite threatening. And others were almost pleasant. Mr. Speaker, I recollect one particular incident where the police came. We had set up our little table with copies of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the police came and took me to meet with the Communist Party secretary in his offices. And as I sat there, he was intent on showing me a model of a Lenin monument that he was going to build in his town of Milove, near the Russian border, and today near the front of the Russo-Ukrainian war. And as I listened to him, I saw out his window how a fire truck that looked like it was built in the 50s pulled up, and it had a nozzle, almost like a tank turret, which it pointed at our Ukrainian Canadians standing at the little table with their Canadian flag and copies of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And as I was watching that out of the corner of the eye, I mentioned to the First Party Secretary, wouldn't it be better for him to be spending resources not on this grand monument to Lenin? I said, you know, it may be that in the next few years, that monument may be taken down. No matter how they might laud him in Moscow, wouldn't it be better for him to spend those resources on local schools or to fix the potholed streets of his town? In all of these conversations with officials, I noticed there was a plan formulating. They spoke of how Ukraine was not really a country, and if Ukraine were to become independent, it would split up into regions. In fact, the same map was produced in different towns showing a small truncated Ukraine and a Novaya Rossiya, New Russia, a republic which encompassed all of Ukraine south and east. Later in Luhansk, the capital of the current so-called Luhansk People's Republic, I met Don Cossacks, who had come from Russia's Rostov-on-Don, who were, after selling me a Cossack hat for $10, confided to me that they were actually soldiers sent in from a Russian military unit in friendship. As I've previously stated, my experiences are just one example of the thousands of such personal experiences of Ukrainian Canadians in Ukraine. However, the ties between Ukraine and Canada run much deeper than the personal contributions of Ukrainian Canadians over the past 25 years. You see, Ukraine has given Canada its most precious of gifts, its people. 1.3 million Canadians trace their ancestral roots to Ukraine. Next year marks our 150th anniversary. Last year, Ukrainians marked the 125th anniversary of the arrival of the first Ukrainian pioneers in Canada's prairies. These pioneers transformed the bush of the prairies into the golden wheat fields of Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. As one travels the vastness of the prairies, the golden paysage is regularly broken by grain elevators and the domes of Ukrainian churches. In fact, there isn't a city in Canada where golden church domes don't testify to the presence of Ukrainian Canadians. They testify to the perseverance, industry, and spirituality of Ukrainian Canadians. The ribbons of steels of the Canadian Pacific Railway bound our vast confederation together. It was largely Ukrainian Canadians that filled that prairie vastness. Their presence countered the movement of American settlers north, who, as had their southern brethren in Texas, California, and other states previously, were posing sovereignty threats to their northern neighbor. Canada may well have had a very different geography if not for the government's policy of the time of free land to the people in sheepskin coats. However, Ukrainian Canadians did not only transform our landscape, they gave us a deeper understanding of who we are as a nation. The term multiculturalism was first used by Senator Paul Yuzek in his maiden Senate speech in 1963. And the Ukrainian Canadian Committee, as the Congress was called at that time, lobbied the federal government through the 1960s on this issue, a government of the time whose official policy was biculturalism. It was due to these determined efforts that former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau officially announced the federal policy of multiculturalism in 1971, thus transforming our understanding of Canada and who we are as a people. Today, in a world of resurgent xenophobia and nativism, Canada stands as an aspirational city on a hill amongst liberal democracies. Our multiculturalism, our strength in diversity, a shining example to a world of darkening chauvinism and increasing divisions. Ukrainian Canadians' contributions to Canada, both in numbers and in length of time qualifies us as one of this country's founding peoples. It is why when Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov referred to us as a rabid diaspora in January of last year while ranting against Canada's steadfast policy of standing with Ukraine, that his denunciation was responded to by Canada's Foreign Minister's statement of January 27th last year in this House. Minister Dion stated, "I am so pleased to express the steadfast support of Canada for Ukraine, how much we deeply disagree with the invasion and interference of the Russian government in Ukraine, and also how much we will not tolerate from a Russian minister any insults against the community of Ukraine and Canada. We owe so much to Ukrainian Canadians, and we will always support them." It must also be seen through a geopolitical lens in a world in which Ukraine has been the victim of military invasion and annexation of her territory by a Russia that does not subscribe to international treaties on the sanctity of borders, a violation of accords that have largely brought a grand peace to Europe since World War II. And it must be understood in the context of the 2014 Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity, a modern revolution by a people of 45 million in support of liberal democratic values and in support of their dream to be part of a multilateral European Union of states with enshrined universal human and democratic rights. Today, Russia poses the gravest geopolitical threat to liberal democracy in the West, and Ukraine and her people are literally on the front line. When Putin ordered his armies to militarily invade and annex Ukrainian territory, he broke a fundamental principle of international rule of law, the sanctity of borders. We've not seen European borders change through military force since the 1930s. 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers, mostly volunteers, and civilians have been killed by invading Russian soldiers and their proxies. 2 million Ukrainians are currently internally displaced. In annexed Crimea, Muslim Tatar leaders continue to disappear. Why did Putin invade? It was because the people of Ukraine chose liberty and democracy. Ukraine's revolution of dignity was a revolt against a new enslavement by the kleptocratic President Yanukovych, puppet of a dictatorial Kremlin. It was the first time in the history of the European Union that people, including student demonstrators, were shot by snipers, killed while carrying the European flag, Union flag, a symbol of the Western democratic values that we cherish. These protesters were not only a threat to the puppet President Yanukovych and Putin's revanchist imperial vision. As the Russian president watched Kyiv's Maidan, with hundreds of thousands of citizens building barricades, he envisioned the contagion of the revolution of dignity spreading, infecting Russians. Since 2000, Putin has methodically dismantled Russia's nascent democracy and created a new Russian dictatorship. At least 132 investigative journalists have been silenced in Russia through murder. Opposition leaders such as Boris Nemtsov symbolically assassinated outside the Kremlin walls. FSB defectors such as British citizen Litvinenko gruesomely poisoned by radioactive polonium in London, England. Glorious patriotic war started in Chechnya in 2000, Georgia in 2005, Ukraine in 2014. However, Russia's war against Ukraine is not only imperial revanchism. It's to create a terrifying example of Ukraine for his own Russian people, a dismembered, failed democratic state. The Kremlin has not only declared war militarily against Ukraine, and there's not only just an ongoing propaganda war, there's a Kremlin economic war against Ukraine. Russia had been Ukraine's largest trading partner, equivalent in importance to Canada's economic relationship with the United States. At the same time that Russia militarily invaded, Putin shut down trade with Ukraine. It is why the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement is of such importance. It's a clear statement of support by Canada for Ukraine at a time of Kremlin military aggression and economic war. It's not just a reaffirmation of our government's policy in regards to free trade, it's a geopolitical statement of support. Having earlier noted the current modest levels of trade, we should not dismiss the opportunities that it affords to the business communities of both countries, especially for small and medium-sized businesses. Ukraine, with her free trade association with the EU, can be the entry point for Canadian low-cost capital investment and low manufacturing costs on the European continent, a de facto gateway into the European market. And Canada can become a gateway for nascent small and medium-sized Ukrainian businesses to expand and invest in Canada as an entry point into the North American market. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I note that CUFTA is but one effective tool in a policy kit to strengthen democracy in Ukraine and to contain Putin's plan to create a democratic failed state of Ukraine. We must renew and broaden Project Unifier, our military training mission in Ukraine. However, while standing with Ukraine, we must also strengthen our resolve to stand shoulder to shoulder with Russia's embattled yet courageous democratic opposition. Madam Speaker, this past week, I received the terrible news that my friend, Vladimir Kara-Murza, had been hospitalized in Russia due to acute intoxication by an unknown substance, poisoning. My prayers are with Vladimir and my thoughts with his wife, Evgenia, and their 3 children. Vladimir had testified before the Foreign Affairs Committee in Ottawa this past spring, stating that Canadian Magnitsky sanctions for gross human rights abusers would be a pro-Russian measure. He was joined on the panel of witnesses by Zhana Nemtsova, the daughter of the late Boris Nemtsov, also an acquaintance of mine, who'd come to Canada's Parliament in 2012 to testify in support of Magnitsky legislation and was assassinated 2 years ago on February 27th, and by Bill Browder, whose lawyer said Magnitsky had been tortured and killed in a Russian prison for uncovering, documenting, and reporting a massive fraud against the Russian people by individuals sanctioned by President Putin. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we must join our American legislative colleagues in sanctioning gross human rights abusers by expanding our Special Economic Measures Act to build upon the U.S. Jackson-Vanik repeal and the Serhiy Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act of 2012. Madam Speaker, I conclude by thanking Canada on behalf of all Ukrainian Canadians. This has been freedom's shores and the land of opportunities for waves of Ukrainian immigrants for over 125 years. This is the land in which our ancestors, with their perseverance, industry, built new lives, and in building their lives, helped to build and transform our great country, Canada. They built a future in their new homeland. However, they never forgot their ancestral roots, who they were, and where they came from. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement is a hand of friendship and solidarity by Canada to a country, Ukraine, which gave its most precious resource, its human resources, its people to us. Long may our special relationship endure. Slava Kanadi, Slava Ukraini.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to stress that Canada has always been a good friend of Ukraine. I still remember the time when Prime Minister Harper and I attended the opening ceremony of APAC in Beijing. And the first thing our Prime Minister said to Putin is, get out of Ukraine. So that shows our Conservative Party's strong support for our good friend in Ukraine. And economic growth is also the best way to grow a country, a region, or a community. I still remember the time I was training Muslim women who were single parents in Malaysia how to start and run a small business successfully. These women saw the need for economic independence, and they successfully become women entrepreneurs in their own country. SMEs are important, and so is the strength of the Ukrainian community in my riding of Richmond Centre. My question to my honourable colleague is, how would you demonstrate that trading can help entrepreneurs even including small and medium-sized entrepreneurs and businesses to benefit and create jobs because of this free trade agreement.
I just want to remind the member not to use the word you. Maybe that would be a lot easier, so address it to the chair. Perfect. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I, through you, thank the honourable member, our colleague in the House here, for mentioning previous Prime Ministers. And we have a proud history of Canadian Prime Ministers since 1991, both Conservative and Liberal, standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, the first Western leader to acknowledge Ukraine's independence in December of 1991, a day after the referendum for independence in Ukraine. Prime Minister Paul Martin, who during the Orange Revolution sent an unprecedented, up to that time, 500 electoral observers to Ukraine for the rerunning of the presidential elections. In fact, I note that former Prime Minister John Turner headed that mission. And when the former Prime Minister Turner was called and asked if he would head up that mission, Prime Minister Turner was older at that point in time, and it was Christmas in Canada, and he said, you know, I will go to Ukraine to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and perhaps I can celebrate with my family a little after Christmas. But this is too important that we show that we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian people. The example of Prime Minister Harper was given, and I'd like to also relate something I saw during the Prime Minister's state visit to Ukraine. On the first evening, there was an event, and as usual, crowds were gathering around the Prime Minister. He noted two soldiers who'd had facial reconstruction surgery done, and he pointed them out to me. We walked over to them, and everyone was asking for pictures of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said, I would be honored to have a picture with these two Ukrainian soldiers, volunteers, who'd fought on the front line in Ukraine. It's symbolic of the sort of position that all Canadian Prime Ministers have had in regards to Ukraine.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to thank my honourable colleague for the speech with regards to this very healthy trade agreement that sets an example for us on the merits of bilateral agreements. And I wonder if the member can talk a little bit about, because, you know, as our party, as the NDP always gets told we dwell on the negatives with agreements. One of the positives is the addressing of labor standards in the Ukraine. And I wonder, since it sounds like my colleague is very familiar with the Ukraine, would you please, Madam Speaker, through you, I'd love to hear a little bit more about addressing labor standards as a way of addressing human rights and how this bilateral agreement is so important in achieving that.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'd like to thank, through you, the colleague, our colleague from the NDP, and I would like to extend thanks of appreciation for the NDP's support for this very important free trade agreement. As I mentioned in my speech, this free trade agreement isn't strictly about trade. Yes, it's important for trade between our two countries. It provides opportunities for investment for small and medium-sized businesses in our two countries. But it also is a show of support for Ukraine as Ukraine transforms to a fully functional democracy with all of the guarantees of democratic rights, human rights, labour rights, and we have a number of projects that Canada is funding in those areas. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I greatly admire the member for Etobicoke Centre's work on Ukrainian files over the years. I've learned a great deal from him. I have some Ukrainian ancestry of my own. But as I saw in the last question, there's a common misparlance where we refer to the country as the Ukraine versus Ukraine. I'm wondering if the member could please explain to us why there's a difference and why it's important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, most Ukrainian Canadians are very sensitive to this point. Ukraine is an independent country. It's not a territory. We refer to the Northwest Territories as a territory, not as a country. In Ukraine's case, you'll often hear Russian diplomats and use that terminology of the Ukraine. So it is something that Ukrainian Canadians are sensitive to and Ukrainians are sensitive to, and I thank the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, for having raised that particular point.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre, especially for the work that he does through the Ukrainian Friendship Group and through Ukrainians across this country and for the Ukrainian people themselves. I mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, you weren't here, but I had asked a question of one of my colleagues earlier about the work that many of our doctors from coast to coast to coast in Canada have done in the Ukraine on a volunteer basis, going over there, working, doing reconstructive surgery, fixing the troops that were hurt in the Ukraine, fighting the Russian aggression. And I wonder if the honourable member would stand up and just speak about that. And if, through you, Madam Chair, if he thinks that there's a need that our government can play to help and assist the doctors that are going over to the Ukraine to assist our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member across the aisle for all of the work that he puts into the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, and I'd like to thank him for mentioning the work of Ukrainian Canadian doctors and Canadian doctors who've accompanied them. There are hundreds of projects that are funded, sponsored by Ukrainian Canadians. I mentioned the two soldiers that the Prime Minister had noted that evening who had facial reconstruction surgery. It was done by a doctor, Oleg Antonishin, in my riding, who's gone over and he's done this incredible work, as have other doctors. And I should mention there are camps being run by Ukrainian Canadians funded from Canada, which are also working in the area of psychiatry and psychology with the widows and the orphans of people who volunteered and fought on that front. Ukrainian Canadians continue to make an invaluable contribution to Ukraine at this time of Russia's war against the people of Ukraine.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement here at third reading, Bill C-31. Again, I'd like to thank the government for getting this over the finish line. I want to, of course, take credit for it with our own Conservative government, the previous government that started these negotiations, the member from Abbotsford, and the member from Lloydminster, who worked so hard in getting this done before when they were in cabinet, really does speak to how, on an all-party basis, we do feel that this is an important trade agreement, that this is an agreement that benefits Canada and Ukraine, but it's also about Canada demonstrating to the people of Ukraine that we stand with them during these very destabilizing times
with the fighting that we're seeing in Donbass, with the ongoing Russian proxies and the Russian military coming across the line into Donbass and continuing to escalate the violence. And of course, we always have to remember about the illegal invasion and occupation and annexation of Crimea, and demand that the Russian Federation return that property, return that land back to Ukraine. And no one in Canada and no one in the international community should ever recognize Crimea as anything else but sovereign Ukrainian territory. Now, on the issue, Madam Speaker, of Canada-Ukraine free trade, it is something that I think that many Canadians often ask on where is the economic benefits, where's the spin-offs, and you know it has only averaged around $290 million a year bilateral trade between Canada and the Ukraine, but we know that Ukraine itself has great opportunities to grow and prosper. We know that the people are very industrious, that they are now a hub of high-tech expertise, and that as they start to recover from the sanctions that they face from Russia, from the ongoing revenues that are required to protect Ukrainian territory and fund their national defense efforts, that there will be a growth in GDP. And as they start to adjust and come out from underneath the damage that was done to the economy and the corruption that was created by President Yanukovych and his regime, we know that there is greater opportunity for Canadian business, as well as greater opportunity for Ukrainians to do business with us in Canada. Now, all the numbers suggest that we'll see an increase in GDP in the U.S. or in Ukraine as well as Canada, but ultimately, we are trying to ensure that all those that are over there right now in Ukraine that are fighting for their freedom, fighting for their sovereignty, will someday enjoy that peace, and with it comes prosperity. And the only way that you can give them the hope of seeing their livelihoods and their fortunes improve is that we have to also be with them from an economic standpoint. Now, there's no question that both the Liberal government and the previous Conservative government have helped with humanitarian efforts. We've helped with providing non-lethal kinetic equipment to their military. We have helped with reformation and getting corruption out of the Ukrainian government. But we do know that that type of assistance is welcomed, but ultimately people of Ukraine are demanding that their government continue on with those reformations. They're demanding that corruption end and that they can actually enjoy the fruits of their labor without being shaken down on the street when they're taking their kids to school by someone from the police or someone from the Russian mafia or anything along that line. Now, I just want to quickly highlight there is some great opportunities, and there's already Canadian companies that have done some amazing business in Ukraine. A lot of people don't realize, but if you go shopping at Canadian Tire online, their entire online system is provided by a company out of Lviv, EPAM. And it's a high-tech organization. They are there to help with any outsourcing that any company wants to do and managing their online and web services. From shopping to website management, they're there to assist and then do great work. Bombardier is already in Ukraine doing work and providing more in the areas of engineering, research, and development in Kharkiv. And then right out of Winnipeg, Ag Growth International is providing green handling equipment. They're joint venture farming in Ukraine, and really like to see that expand. They really see the future. And any of us that have agricultural backgrounds, and I know the member from Battlesford Lloyd Minister and myself as being farmers, whenever we go to Ukraine, it's just amazing, the agricultural expanse there. That is the breadbasket of Europe. And they become a greater and greater exporter, and that is one of the main resources that Ukraine has and can capitalize on. And anything that we can do from a Canadian standpoint to do more business in the agriculture sector there and to help with grain handling, with testing, with getting it to market, I think that's something that we can really capitalize on and would be very beneficial to both Ukraine and to Canada. And of course, Pratt & Whitney has just started a joint venture project with Antonov to refurbish aircraft and supply engines, of course, to Saudi Arabia and other countries. Now, often Ukraine is referred to as the modern Silicon Valley because of the high-tech sector, but how it's developing, the education system, the way it's been set up. And they have a number of hubs that have been situated around the country that's attracting the right talent, and the right environment has been created, that there's things that we can do in the high-tech industry there. And it's already worth over $5 billion U.S. And so there is this great opportunity for Canada to partner with them, capitalize on that as well, and make our companies more prosperous along with Ukraine. Now, one of the things that having more trade creates a new need, and that is the free flow of people. And I tabled a petition in the House here a while ago with over 2,400 signatures on it from across Canada, demanding that there is a new visa regime brought in so that people could visit Canada from Ukraine a lot easier. We get to go over there visa-free for 6 months. They're asking for a reciprocal agreement with Canada so that their youth, their students, that their business people, and those that are trying to reconnect with family can more easily come to Canada. And as trade improves and as their economic prosperity improves, there is going to be an increasing demand for us to change the visa regime. And so I encourage the government, Madam Speaker, I encourage the government to look at the visa situation. What we are looking at today with the fighting that's taken place over the last 2 weeks, the escalation in fighting, Madam Speaker, in Donbass, with Russian proxies and Russian military equipment and Russian soldiers that are so-called on leave that are fighting in Donbass, that it has definitely increased. And we know that President Putin loves to test the strength of world leaders. And so we got a new president in the United States. And even though there's been a lot of platitudes and diplomatic niceties exchanged between both President Trump and President Putin, we are seeing Putin, kind of behind his back, escalate the aggression in Donbass to see what type of response he's going to get from President Trump. He wants to see whether or not Trump is a man of his word, that he's going to stand by his rhetoric, or whether or not he can determine whether or not he has the strength or weakness to deal with the international obligations that surround the violence in Donbass, and whether or not he'll stand with President Poroshenko and the people of Ukraine in pushing Russia out of Donbass. So there is a situation where Ukraine still needs defensive military equipment. Madam Speaker, I do believe that the government needs to look at everything from defensive weapons to more non-kinetic military equipment, as well as supplying Ukraine again with the radar-sat images that Canada had been providing until June of last year, something that Prime Minister Harper had committed to allow the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian military, to see what type of excursions were taking place by Russian forces across into Ukraine, and also where the military units in Donbass, operated by the rebels, the Russian proxies, where they were stationed, so that they could adjust their military defensive lines in the appropriate fashion. And so it is time to reinstate those radar-sat images, to share those images with the military of Ukraine. And it is also time for the government to finally sign the Defense and Security Cooperation Agreement that our government, the Conservative government under Stephen Harper, had negotiated. And all it needs is to be inked out to ensure that we can have not only the ongoing military cooperation that we already see with Operation Unifier, which runs out at the end of March, and I'm hoping that the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Foreign Affairs will renew that mission for more training, more cooperation. And training is beyond just training soldiers. We're also training military police. We're training logistical officers. We're training their medics so that they can deal with traumatic injuries in the field, something that we have a great deal of experience with coming back from Afghanistan, including what's happening today in Iraq. And so sharing that wealth of knowledge is one thing through Operation Unifier, and one that I hope and I demand the government renew and extend for at least another 2 years. But the Operation Security Agreement also helps with the exchanges of soldiers and military officers that can come here into Canada. It helps with the ongoing movement of military equipment between our countries because they'll be on a most favored nation list then in being able to acquire Canadian military equipment. So it is important that that agreement is signed and finalized, and now is the time to do it. We're going to be getting the trade deal done here. We're at third reading. It's going to be going over to the Senate, and I expect that they'll be finalized in short order. But Ukraine needs our help today with the military fight that's taking place in Donbass, with the invasion and the escalation of violence coming from Russia and its proxies in Donbass. Now, President Poroshenko, when he was here, talked both about the extension of Operation Unifier and asked the Government of Canada to do that, as well as address the need to make sure that we bring back or get them the Security and Defense Cooperation Agreement signed, get the radar satellite images re-implemented, and continue on with our cooperative training and assistance that we've been doing with over 200 soldiers. And we pay tribute to all those soldiers who are over there. So I would hope that our Prime Minister is listening, that they will come to the aid again and stand with President Poroshenko and the government of Ukraine. But more importantly, it's about standing with the people of Ukraine who have to deal with this situation and are really, they see Canada as being their closest friend and ally. They appreciate all the help that we've provided, the way that we've been able to work through Operation Unifier, the way we've worked with our NATO allies through NATO Operation Reassurance. When we've brought our frigates into the Black Sea, it was something that they truly appreciate when we come in there with the NATO Maritime Task Force and do cooperative training and exercises with the Ukrainian Navy. Now, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs liked to talk about having a normalized relationship with Russia. And he talked about how he wanted to appease President Putin by talking to them about what's happening in Ukraine. I have great hope that the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was the Minister of Trade and helped get this final agreement to the House as a legislative bill, will continue on with her love of Ukraine and not appease Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin. She has a lot of experience in Moscow, working there as a journalist, and she has written extensively about the corruption in Russia and how they continue to try to exercise their sphere of influence over Ukraine. So I would hope that despite her predecessor taking a rather soft stance with Ukraine and trying to appease Russia, that she will have the intestinal fortitude to stick to her beliefs, someone that is, as I am, proud of our Ukrainian heritage, and will continue to fight for the people of Ukraine. And it's going to be interesting. Her, like I and a few others in this House, have been banned from Russia. So when she needs to go and meet with Foreign Minister Lavrov in Moscow, they're probably going to have to find a different rendezvous point. Perhaps Kiev would be a good place for them to have their discussions. Now, one of the things that, and I do congratulate the government on, is that they have continued on with our line of sanctions against those in Russia and Ukraine who are responsible for the violence in Donbass, as well as the illegal activities that have taken place in Crimea. And we have to make sure that not only are we continuing on and holding those sanctions in place until Russia returns Crimea to Ukraine, but we have to continue to expand them. And one of the ways that we can do that, and one of the things that we've looked at, and I know that the Foreign Affairs Committee is studying, is the Magnitsky Act. And as you know, Madam Speaker, I've tabled a bill in this House to have the Magnitsky Act become law, and a similar bill was tabled by Senator Raynell Anderchuk in the other place. Now, that bill over in the Senate has passed committee stage. It's coming back at report stage to the Senate and then third reading. And it is my hope that we'll see it over here in the next few weeks so that we can actually have that debate here in the House and give the tools to the Government of Canada through the Special Economic Measures Act as well as the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to ensure that we have all the tools in the toolbox, that we can impose travel bans, and we can take action on economic sanctions against those corrupt foreign officials who are not only responsible for what we see happening in Ukraine today or what we're seeing in Russia today, but also take action against other global individuals who are abusing their authority and their power within their own governments against their own people. So this could apply to corrupt dictators in North Korea, in China. We could also be looking at individuals that may be committing human rights abuses in Venezuela, Indonesia, even Cuba. So there is an opportunity to use this on a larger scale. The way it works right now under the Special Economic Measures Act is that Canada will not take moves against individuals unilaterally. We always work through multilateral organizations. So if the UN passes a resolution, the OSCE passes a resolution, or NATO provides an article saying we need to go after certain countries and individuals within those countries for their human rights abuses, for their corruption, for their military excursions that are happening from time to time, then we can take action. But it doesn't, but the way our legislation is set today, Madam Speaker, is that we are prevented to unilaterally act on our own, under our own authority, when we think it is right. And so that's why the Magnitsky Law is so important, to pay, not only to go after Russians. That originally was the case in the law that was passed in the United States a few years ago at the urging of Bill Browder to remember Sergei Magnitsky for his fight that he had with the Russian government to stand up against corruption, to stand up against human rights abuses. And Sergei Magnitsky, unfortunately, was murdered after being tortured and arrested and detained in prison. So if you look at the U.S. just this past December, they passed a new global Magnitsky Act, similar to what I'm trying to do with my bill, or Senator Raynell Anderchuk is doing with hers, is to provide that global scope in the memory of Sergei Magnitsky and for fighting all that freedom. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd just say that I'm looking forward to seeing this bill come into fruition, that it hopefully goes through the Senate in a very expedited fashion, and ultimately that we'll see a very strong relationship on the trade front grow and expand because of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And I know that the people of Ukraine are the ones who will benefit the most, and I will see that their economy will improve. And I do subscribe to the I guess, saying that a rising tide lifts all ships, and this is about raising the waters right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank our colleague across the aisle for all of his work on the Ukrainian file over these past number of years. And as he spoke, our support, the Canadian government's support, has been multifaceted. We're all thankful that in this House everyone stands united when it comes to CUFTA, the Free Trade Agreement. He also mentioned Project Unifier. The Minister of Defence last week signaled that the odds are this training mission will be extended. My personal hopes is that it'll be expanded, and I noted that the member had referenced that as well. And I also noted that he made a distinction between kinetic defensive weapons and non-kinetic defensive weapons. Back when he was a member of the government on this side, there was an opportunity to provide Ukraine with kinetic defensive weapons. And I was wondering, now that he's in the opposition, it didn't occur at that time, and now that we know that Russia sent over 600 tanks into eastern Ukraine, over 1,000 artillery systems, and that Ukraine keeps looking for systems such as the Javelin to counterbalance the threat of those tanks. Now that he's in the opposition, has he changed his opinion about kinetic defensive weapons for Ukraine?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Crossway for his question. And I can tell you that actually it hasn't. My position today is a position I had when we were in government as well. And I did encourage government to look at using, some of our tank buster missiles as possible defensive equipment. Unfortunately, the ones that we were decommissioning were not considered useful from the standpoint of providing them to the government of Ukraine. So it's something that was discussed, but they were decommissioned because of question around their efficacy, I think would be the more polite way to put it. So, things are also evolving. And what we're now witnessing is a bigger push by the rebels and the Russian military further into Ukraine. They are trying to gain more territory. And so because of this new aggression and this expanded land grab that's being orchestrated from the Kremlin, I think that there is now a need for us to provide Ukraine with those defensive weapons. And no doubt, as we are fighting in the wintertime, there still needs to be more supplies to help deal with winter weather. Ukraine's military is definitely getting better equipped all the time, but any chance for Canada to go and provide the required military equipment that's needed by the soldiers out there, we should be working with the government of Ukraine to make it happen.
It being 5:59, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman will have just a little over 6 minutes left for questions and answers the next time that this is before the House.
Private members' business. Resuming debate on the consideration of motion M69 on water quality in the name of Mr. Bertina and on the amendment of Mr. Lamoura.
L'honorable député ce débat.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
It gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak on this important motion. It's obvious, but nonetheless worth repeating, Madam Speaker, that water is a vital resource. It is vital to human health. It is vital to the environment. It infuses our ecosystems, and it's vital to our economy, not just to agriculture and aquaculture and obvious industries that would use water, but also to industries like pharmaceuticals and computers. Just ask someone from the computer industry how much water it takes to clean computer chips to make sure that they are absolutely pristine. Water is also a very complex issue from the point of view of creating an integrated approach to the resource. or a national water policy vision. Autrement dit, Madame la Présidente,
in other words, Madam Speaker, water is a very complicated issue. It's very complicated to create an integrated approach to water, fresh water in Canada and elsewhere. And there are many factors that all come under the umbrella of what we refer to as water more generally. There are also many jurisdictions responsible for water.
Water, and water is governed by more than one jurisdiction, by a multiplicity of jurisdictions. The challenge is, how do we focus public and political interest on such a big issue that calls for a broad, visionary, and systematic policy approach? The answer, Madam Speaker, is to shine a light on water at every opportunity, namely when specific water incidents arise, such as Walkerton would be one example, or boil water advisories in First Nations communities, or sewage overflows during rainstorms, or controlled sewage releases. Madam Speaker, we have to use these opportunities not only, obviously, to solve what are serious matters in a timely fashion, but we have to use these incidents to channel public concern about water to governments. These issues, in addition to being matters that require immediate government attention, are doorways for the public into the multiple facets of water policy. The political ground is fertile for engaging Canadians around the issue of water. Canadians already rank water a top priority. The RBC, Royal Bank of Canada, Water Attitudes Survey finds consistently that water ranks number 2 as a concern for Canadians after health care. So there's clearly an interest. The question becomes how to channel this interest to very specific water issues, and the more the better, because the more the public becomes interested in an array of water issues, the greater the chance that governments will act in an integrated, broad-based fashion to advance the water agenda, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek for putting the spotlight on one particular issue, a very important issue, the issue of lead in drinking water, and in the process putting a focus on drinking water in general, and therefore on water itself in general. Madam Speaker, lead drinking water pipes are one pathway for lead to enter the human body. As we know, lead gasoline was another. Fortunately, we've addressed that problem. Lead in paint was another conduit, and that's been addressed fairly significantly. As far as I know, lead in jewelry is another way that lead can contaminate the human body, and of course dust from smelters in areas that have smelters that would emit emissions that have lead in them. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, one of the most recent flashpoints that underscores the need for a strong focus on water is what happened in Flint, Michigan. Flint also highlights a dimension that needs to be taken into account whenever we make policy decisions about water, or quite frankly, any policy decision. That is the social-economic dimension. In this case, we're talking about a question of environmental justice. In other words, the question that poses itself is, are decisions or a given decision likely to negatively affect disadvantaged socio-economic groups more than other groups in society? To quote from a U.S. EPA white paper dated October 2016 on revising the agency's lead and copper rule, and I'll quote here, Madam Speaker, because of disparities in the quality of housing, community economic status, access to medical care, lead in drinking water and other media, lead in drinking water and other media disproportionately affects lower income people. In addition, lead has disproportionate health effects on infants and children. In revising the LCR, EPA seeks to address environmental justice concerns and to prioritize protection of infants and children who are most vulnerable to the harmful effects of lead exposure. In Flint, Madam Speaker, 42% of residents live below the poverty line. It's a stunning figure. To reduce the water fund deficit, the city switched water sources in 2014. It was getting its water from Detroit, but that proved to be too expensive, so it had the intention of connecting a water line from Flint to Lake Huron, whereby it could access drinking water more cheaply. But in the meantime, it had a 2-year period in which it needed another water source, another source of drinking water other than the Detroit drinking water system. So the town turned to the Flint River for its drinking water for this, as I mentioned, 2-year period. But Flint River water was of poor quality, among other things, due to earlier industrial pollution. It was 19 times more corrosive than Detroit water. The water, therefore, corroded the aging lead pipes of Flint's drinking water distribution system, and we know what the results were: a water crisis, a drinking water crisis in Flint, Michigan. Just to give you an example, Madam Speaker, one home, the home of Leanne Walters, mother of 4, had 104 parts per billion of lead content in that home's drinking water, as compared to the EPA limit of 15 parts per billion. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, our Liberal government has made a major financial commitment to upgrading and modernizing our infrastructure, including our water infrastructure. We will thus hopefully not be plagued with problems like those in Flint. In fact, this can be called Canada's infrastructure moment. The 2016 budget made a 10-year, $120 billion commitment to Canada's municipal infrastructure in 2 phases. The first phase includes $2 billion for rehabilitating and modernizing water infrastructure. Then in the fall 2016 economic update, the Minister of Finance increased that commitment by $80 billion over 11 years, beginning in 2017 and 2018. This will be a further opportunity to address aging infrastructure, including old lead pipes and municipal water distribution systems. Health Canada, for its part, is taking the initiative on lead in drinking water. A consultation has been launched by the Federal Provincial Territorial Committee on Drinking Water, and this consultation is open until March 15th, and it aims to set a new limit for the maximum acceptable concentration of lead in drinking water. The existing limit was set a quarter of a century ago in 1992. Health Canada's consultation document proposes a limit of 5 parts per billion, citing the impact of lead on IQ, especially in children. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that no threshold can be identified below which lead is no longer associated with neurodevelopmental effects. The U.S. limit is 15 parts per billion, and the World Health Organization's is 10 parts per billion. Different limits are the product of different assumptions about consumption rates, body weights, and so on. But in Canada, we are aiming ambitiously at lowering the maximum acceptable limit to 5 parts per billion. Now, while Health Canada is working on the question of maximum allowable concentrations, we need to examine the issue from the point of view of controlling lead in drinking water, which is fundamentally an infrastructure issue. Lead in drinking water serves to highlight the interdependent, interdepartmental, and I would say interjurisdictional challenge surrounding water policy in this country. We need at minimum a 2-track approach to this problem. The best permanent approach to getting lead out of drinking.
I'm sorry, the time is up. I'm sure the member still had a few things to say on this matter, but perhaps he'll be able to deliver that at some other point in time. Reprise au débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Merci. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rest assured, I would very much have liked to hear what else my colleague had to say. He was certainly getting into the subject, and I would have very much liked to hear the rest of it. I'm sure, though, that we'll have the opportunity at another time, certainly at the Transport Committee. we will have an opportunity to hear his comments on this very important issue. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that we are in favor of eliminating lead in drinking water systems whenever possible. Of course, we have to make sure that the federal government does not encroach into areas of provincial jurisdiction, and therefore we will support the motion which requires that the federal government address the growing concerns and that the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Committees undertake a study on the federal government's role. But we mustn't forget the provincial cooperation side. I'd like to talk a little bit about the format in which this motion was put forward by the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek, first of all. The first motion stated that, in the opinion of the House, the government should address the growing concerns of lead pipes and water quality in private residences across Canada by working with the provincial and territorial governments, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as Indigenous partners to advocate and establish possible solutions to these issues. And B, that the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities should undertake a study on the federal government's role in lead pipe infrastructure in Canada. And C, that the committee should report to the House no later than December 1st, 2017. In the amended motion, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North moved the following amendment. That significantly changes the impact of this motion. The amended motion would read as follows. The Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities should undertake a study on 1. The presence of lead in Canadian tap water, 2. Provincial, territorial and municipal efforts to date to replace lead water distribution lines, and 3. Current federal efforts to support other levels of government in the provision of safe district water, drinking water rather. The major difference between these two motions is that the federal government's obligation to meet increasing concerns about drinking water conduits has been removed. And a parliamentary committee, which is a committee I have the pleasure of co-chairing, the committee is being given a mandate to do pretty much everything that the federal government should have conducted as part of a study. The committee would also be asked not only to do the government's work, but also, and I quote, to study efforts made by the federal government to help other levels of government in the provision of safe drinking water. Madam Speaker, this is almost a way of dictating what conclusions the committee is supposed to come to, since they are to recognize efforts made by other levels of government in the provision of safe drinking water. The first unamended motion talked about the federal government's role and left some margin for maneuver so that the committee could study problem issues. It didn't become a sort of order of the House, a decree, telling the committee what subjects to study and how long to spend on them and how to study them. So I am somewhat surprised by the amendment moved by the member for Winnipeg North. We have seen similar things happen at the committee, Madam Speaker. This is the second time that resolutions or letters by ministers dictate what the committee should study. We saw this with the Shipping Protection Act, or the letter by the Minister of Transport, which asked the committee to study the legislation and reject the amendments brought by the preceding government. So the committee was asked to undertake a study and was told what solutions it was to include in its report. Madam Speaker, I fear that we're seeing the same thing happening again with the amendment before us. It is up to the committee, Madam Speaker, to determine whether efforts currently made by the federal government to help other levels of government provide safe drinking water are in fact adequate. It's up to the committee to decide whether this government has helped provinces. It is up to the committee to see whether the federal government is providing enough help. So, with regard to the format of this motion, I can say that I'm extremely disappointed. We agree on the substance of it. We agree that there is an important role, a major role, for the federal government to play with regard to lead in drinking water, be it in the regions, be it in the cities, be it in private residences. The federal government absolutely has a role to play, and I believe that the committee can make a difference. But, Madam Speaker, let us leave it up to the committee to decide what conclusions it will come to in its report. Let it be the decision of committee members from all parties to decide what conclusions that they will come to in their report. Let us not dictate their conclusions just so that the motion, I should say, would receive a favorable vote from the government side. The motion, without the amendment, would have obliged the federal government to undertake discussions with other levels of government. So, as I said at the outset, it's very important that the government not encroach into areas of provincial jurisdiction. I can say that the province have made a great deal of headway, particularly in Quebec. They've done a great deal about lead. On the site of the Quebec Environment Department, the website, there is a listing of all measures taken by the government of Quebec, which are handed down to the municipalities and are designed to protect citizens. The question, or the issue, I should say, always remains the same. I was a mayor of the municipality of Thetford Mines, Madam Speaker. We spent months testing the water to see what the lead levels were. And when we did see we had a slight problem in Thetford Mines with lead contamination, then the issue was who's going to pay for the pipes to be replaced. The problem isn't seeing whether there's a problem. We know the problem. We know where the lead pipes are. Now, what do we do to fix that as quickly as possible? What do we do to protect the health of Canadians? In Thetford Mines, there were infrastructure investment programs which made it possible for us to improve the situation tremendously. But what about when it's a private residence, a house that's 40 or 50 years old, when wells have been made using lead, when the pipe coming from the municipal water main is made of lead, or the connections are made of lead? Who pays to replace that? For many Canadians, unfortunately, who don't have the means to pay, we're going to let the water flow 5 minutes every morning before trying to drink the water, thus clearing the lead. What if there are pregnant women in the room? That's not a solution. It's paradoxical to be asking people at the same time to save on drinking water while asking them at the same time to have the water flow for 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes to avoid contamination with lead. I believe that there's a great deal of awareness raising needed. People need information because as long as we haven't dealt with the issue of lead in the pipes, we will have to protect Canadians against the impact, particularly pregnant women who are very vulnerable to serious illnesses when ingesting lead.
So we'll be supporting this bill. We don't like the form of the motion, as I pointed out, but I think that the committee will be in a position to make its own recommendations. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that I could, in fact, to call my remarks on this motion could be called how to evade the issue 101 or how to turn a good idea into a waste of time. Now, the initial intent was to call on the government to respond to concerns in communities facing lead in water and quality of drinking water, and the motion called on the committee to conduct a study on the role of the federal government in infrastructure, lead infrastructure in Canada, and to report back by December 1st, 2017. And it was something that needed to be done quickly, and still does, because this situation is problematic. Now, this study appears to have been converted into simply the establishment of an inventory, and is far from what the initial plan was. Under the original text of the motion, the committee was mandated to recommend policies to the government to deal with the issue of lead water lines or water lines with lead soldering. And a study of this kind would have made it possible to focus on the issue. And we could have drawn a parallel, in fact, with asbestos. However, by one of the all too common Liberal magic tricks, the government amended the motion so that the responsibility of the federal government disappeared from the text of the motion. The government's amendment removes the responsibility of the committee to recommend specific policies to resolve this problem, and simply reduces the work to a simple establishment of an inventory of efforts undertaken by the various levels of government to deal with this problem. As a member of the committee, I want to say how disappointed I am in this lay of hand, which eliminates our ability to propose solutions to a potentially significant public health problem. Moreover, the same amendment removes the urgency from the original motion. That makes absolutely no sense when we know that at least 200,000 households in Canada run the risk of being exposed to lead coming from their water pipes. We know that the presence of lead in water pipes is the cause of several types of disease and behavioral problems. A WHO study has shown that even trace amounts of lead can be toxic. More specifically, the conclusions of this WHO study confirm that there is no safe level for exposure to lead. Despite the seriousness of this issue, there is no federal program to support provincial, territorial, and municipal initiatives to replace water mains that contain lead or pipes that are soldered together with lead. However, Canadian communities aren't sheltered from a crisis like the one that occurred in Flint, Michigan. Remember back in April 2014 when Flint decided to draw their water from a river crossing the city. The poor quality of water corroded their water ducts and led to lead being released. And 39,000 residences saw their water mains corroded, and for 1,000 days, inhabitants of the city were deprived of drinking water, and lead levels were 200 times higher than the limit allowed. In Montreal, 10 years after an agreement was concluded with the provincial government, only 9,000 of the 69,000 water pipes or mains have been replaced or will be replaced by 2026. Despite the existence of provisions to process drinking water, the only method to remove lead from the pipes is to replace the pipes. Given the difficulties facing the provinces, territories, and municipalities, it's high time for the government to establish a national strategy to participate in the solution to this problem. And that's what a committee study could provide in terms of a conclusion. Now, perhaps the government's change of heart with respect to this could be linked to the privatization of infrastructure, as they're proposing through the infrastructure bank, this probably wouldn't generate enough profits for potential investors. The NDP is opposed to the privatization of public infrastructure and proposes practical solutions where the government can help communities to upgrade their infrastructure in order to eliminate lead from their pipes. The diagnosis is very clear. Many municipalities and Aboriginal communities are deprived of a registry of waterways, and a lack of financial resources is often the main cause. In order to make up for these funding shortfalls, the federal government could put in place a program to assist small communities so that each of them is in a position to identify where the waterways are, the water mains, and to assess the quality. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities has supported our position. I'll quote something that the Canadian Federation of Municipalities stated. We have to see the water distribution network as an extension of the treatment facility, the objective of which is to produce good quality drinking water at the best cost possible. We put in place a network put in place, in fact, an oversight or surveillance type of system for the network without strict regulations. We must be in a position to monitor and manage aspects of the water distribution system to ensure that it is of good quality and assess the gravity of the situation in the event of an emergency. There are programs, loan programs, interest-free loan programs for homeowners that have been put forth in Hamilton, London, and Ottawa. These programs are designed to help residents, and the NDP is also calling on the Transport Committee to examine how the Drinking Water Fund and water processing treatment facilities could integrate a program to upgrade and modernize infrastructure into it. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, despite the many observations I've made here today on this debatable approach, I will be supporting this motion because it's difficult to be opposed to something so important. I would like to point out once again that the Liberal government has completely distorted the text, the initial version of the motion. Let's hope that the committee will take charge of this study using a more generous approach, one that is more in keeping with the reality expressed by our partners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin my remarks on the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek's motion, I'd like to thank him for taking the leadership role on the issue of eliminating lead from our drinking water systems. As he quite rightly points out, there is probably over 200,000 households across Canada that are currently at risk of lead exposure. I know the member has dealt with this issue as the former mayor of Hamilton and has continued to shine the light and provide guidance at the federal level. I'm also encouraged to see the government propose an amendment to the motion, as I believe it'll provide clear direction to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. At this time, we only have rough estimates of how many homes and Canadians are at risk of lead exposure. And by determining the presence of lead in Canadian tap water and learning and disseminating about what communities and municipalities have done to replace lead water distribution lines, it will provide the federal government an opportunity to review what supports are currently in place to assist other levels of government in the provision of safe drinking water. In my constituency of Brandon-Souris, we are not immune from lead exposure, which stems from antiquated water pipelines. I would like to quote the late Bill Patton, who was a renowned professor at Brown University and was well sought out for his advice on public policy matters. Back in February of 2013, Bill wrote to the Brown and Sun on the larger issue of the responsibility of governments to ensure safe drinking water. He wrote that Canada and its provinces should commit to water in our country that is drinkable, fishable, and swimmable. He said that if we have those three things, it'll guarantee to make our lives, our economy, and our health better. I couldn't agree with Bill more, and even though we came from complete and utter opposite ends of the political spectrum, our passion for sustainable environmental practices was one thing that we had quite a bit in common. In fact, he would probably enjoy that a Conservative member of Parliament was quoting one of his many letters to the editor, while at the same time supporting a private member's motion put forward by a Liberal. It was only a couple of years ago in the city of Brandon, Madam Speaker, that high lead levels were found in the tap water of older homes that had pre-1950 water connections. A provincial study showed that lead contamination was in excess of the national drinking water guidelines, and in one case there was a water test that came back that showed lead concentration was 5 times greater than the nominally accepted levels. Even though these homes have had lead service connections for over 60 years, many residents were surprised to find out that there was up to 3,600 homes in the city that may still be at the risk of exceeding lead contamination in their potable water. Now, in response to this troubling report, the City of Brandon started offering testing kits to residences, subsidized the cost, and delivered them to the lab in Winnipeg. However, there was still a $20 fee to the residents, charged to the residents to help offset the cost of the water analysis. While I know other communities across the country have offered to make these same sorts of tests free of charge, I believe this motion, and if passed, the subsequent committee report, could dig deeper as to whether test kits should be free of charge. While $20 may not seem like a lot of money, I believe that we can all agree that there should be no monetary barriers to determine whether drinking water supplied by a municipality is in fact safe to drink. Regardless of the $20 charge to test the water, it was reported in 2014 that no more than 570 city homes had their water tested, and in those, 59 were found to have higher levels of lead contamination than the provincial standard of 10 micrograms. While preparing for this motion, I read a variety of different approaches and government initiatives that encouraged home and building owners to get rid of their lead service lines. The City of Brandon originally put in place a new pipe program where the municipality would pay for half of the pipe replacement from the property line to the water main, and the homeowner would financially be responsible for the rest. However, the homeowner was also on the hook for the entirety of the costs of their own property, while also having to cover half the costs of the municipalities. So essentially, the homeowner would have been paying a very high portion of these project costs. To no one's surprise, not a single homeowner took them up on the deal. As we all know, it costs thousands of dollars to replace underground water pipes, and that number could skyrocket if a sidewalk or a concrete driveway had to be ripped up and then repaved in order to do so. Now, obviously, municipalities would like to make their water services lead-free, but it could cost a significant amount of money and put further strain on homeowners who are already paying significant amounts in property taxes. To give just one example that highlights the costs associated with replacing pipelines, the City of Brandon estimated that if it were to assume all the costs from replacing the water service from the water main to the property line for 3,600 homes, it could cost approximately $27 million. Not only are there financial concerns for both municipalities and homeowners, the presence of lead pipes, even after the drinking water has been tested and is found to be safe, can still diminish the resale value of a home. A couple of years ago, before this report showing 3,600 homes in Brandon were at risk, home buyers were not concerned about the safety of drinking water. Furthermore, many routine water tests don't actually look for lead. But now, due to the issue being on the front page of the local paper and the potential of severe health issues related to lead exposure, it would not be unreasonable to see an uptake in conditions in sales agreements to include such tests in those agreements. I believe that this could also be another angle the committee might want to investigate if they undertake the study contained in the motion. Another aspect of dealing with traces of lead found in drinking water without ripping up existing water pipelines could be increased use of filters. Due to the aforementioned high costs associated with both the municipality and homeowner of ripping up lines, it's my hope that the committee hears evidence about how water filters could be a more cost-efficient but equally safe way of guaranteeing water supplies. And on a final note, one of the issues that I actively pursued since elected is the federal government to be a strong and consistent partner for local infrastructure projects. across my constituency, and I know it's the same in many others. I was pleased that our former Conservative government supported and invested in numerous water projects, such as the expansion of water pipelines in my area of Brandon-Souris in the RMs of Elton and Whitehead, and we also invested in lagoon and water treatment facilities in communities like Verdon and Deloraine. I believe that this motion will allow the committee to discuss if water projects should remain a high priority for the Infrastructure Canada program. Even though the federal government has no direct involvement in the maintenance of municipal water systems, I think all members in the House will agree that having access to safe and reliable drinking water is absolutely paramount. It is my sincere hope and desire that the committee consults as broadly and widely as possible. We should look at best practices used in other countries and even here in our own backyard, where municipalities have approached this issue using a myriad of programs and financial incentives. I also believe that the federal government can play a productive role in working with provincial and territorial partners through existing infrastructure programs, such as the Gas Tax Fund, which I was pleased we doubled, made permanent, and indexed in our Conservative government days, and so our communities have a safe source of reliable infrastructure funds. As we move forward, all of us in the House, even government members, should continue to ask the tough questions and hold the executive accountable for not getting infrastructure money out the door and get projects moving. The recent PBO report is a reminder that just because infrastructure money is allocated, it does not guarantee that it gets spent on critical projects that will improve the quality of life of the people we represent. With that, I would like to thank once again the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, for bringing this motion forward, and I applaud the member from Winnipeg North for his very constructive amendment. I do believe this motion should be passed unanimously and the committee begins its study. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Right of reply to the honourable member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to all the members who spoke today and previously. The member for Brandon-Souris, Trois-Rivières, Mégantic-L'Érable, and Lac-Saint-Louis. I'm touched by the government's willingness to move forward with a difficult subject. Our discussions surrounding M69 and lead in drinking water are very timely, and if you will think about this, in Flint, Michigan, where more than 1,700 residents are suing the U.S. government's Environmental Protection Agency for its mismanagement of the water crisis after the extremely high levels of lead were leached into the drinking water. The lawsuit states that the EPA failed to warn citizens of the dangers of consuming lead and failed to ensure state and local authorities were accurately addressing the crisis on the ground. And the member for Mégantic-Érable mentioned that in Thetford Mines they knew that there was a lead issue, so it wasn't about that, it was how you're going to fix it. But there are many communities who are continuing to find that they do have lead issues. So it's not general across every municipality throughout our country, even though the science is there and the knowledge should be there. So it's quite important that we bring this back into focus. It's an example of the crucial role the federal government should play in accumulating best practices and generating awareness surrounding the dangers of lead consumption. So it is my hope that the Transportation Infrastructure and Communities Committee study will bring forward key findings regarding the scope of the problem of lead in drinking water across Canada, as well as recommendations for our government's role in guidance, advocacy, and education for eradicating these lead lines and effectively treating our water. And it brings me back to my number one point, which is that no amount of lead consumption, Madam Speaker, is considered safe. The current guideline is being studied right now by the Health Canada's Federal Provincial Territorial Committee on Drinking Water, as mentioned by my friend from in the House, regarding their study. And that study is planning to update the Canadian drinking water guidelines for lead and suggests that it be reduced from the current number to half of that number, which shows the seriousness of this problem. So we can't take any longer the reactive approach to combating lead pipes and drinking water quality. The time has come for the federal government to work together with its provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous partners to create a unified, cross-country solution to eradicate these issues, which affects the very young more than the old. It affects low-income families more than the affluent. Children in older, poorer neighborhoods should not be exposed to a serious health hazard because of where they live or their family's economic status. Safe drinking water in Canadian homes, schools, and places of work should be a right and not a privilege, and that's why we have to move beyond words, Madam Speaker, and begin to do the deeds that are required. And I thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. Mr. Bertina, seconded by Mr. Long, move that in the opinion of the House, A, the government should address the growing concerns of lead pipes and water quality in private residences across Canada by working with the provincial and territorial governments, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as well as Indigenous partners, to advocate and establish possible solutions to these dispense. There's also an amendment. Monsieur Lamoureux, appuyé par Monsieur Finnegan.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Finnegan.
La mise aux voix porte sur l'amendement.
The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Adopté.
Carried.
The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Bertina, seconded by Mr. Long, moved that in the opinion of the House, dispense. So be it. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Carried.
À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised and therefore that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've got this opportunity at the end of at the end of the day to ask members of the government to answer a question that we don't feel was properly answered during question period. And I have to say, reviewing the question and the answer that were given in this case, it was as if the question wasn't even heard when the answer was given. The question I asked was, Mr. Speaker, China has just passed a new law aimed at shutting down Christian house churches where over 70 million Chinese people worship. In the same week, Muslim parents in the PRC were told that they would be reported to police if they encouraged their children to participate in religious activities. I ask the Minister to take this opportunity right now to specifically condemn these outrageous abuses of human rights. Will the government speak out clearly and specifically against the latest crackdown on religious liberty in China? That was my question. That was a clear question, asking the government to take the opportunity to identify, to respond to, hopefully to condemn the abuses in China happening then, happening now, against Christians and Muslims and other faith communities. Now, here's the response that I got from the then Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the Office of Human Rights, Freedom and Inclusion. We have a comprehensive mandate that includes all human rights, including, as I know it is so important to the member opposite, freedom of religion. However, we have all 135 ambassadors championing this comprehensive vision. It is entrenched in their mandate. It is central to their work. This allows Canada to be a more effective defender of universal human rights, which are universal, indivisible, and interdependent, and is properly reflected in the Office of Human Rights, Freedom, and Inclusion. Unfortunately, in asking a question specifically about the abuse of human rights in China, I got a response that did not mention China. The minister didn't even say the word China in response to a very clear and important question. And I should add that these human rights issues are not difficult partisan questions. I'm not laying a trap for the Parliamentary Secretary. I'm simply asking the government to speak out clearly and specifically about things that should be Canadian values. So the government tonight has another opportunity. We know what's happening in China right now. We know that that the current president, Xi Jinping, is pushing this crackdown against faith communities. And it's something that we need to speak clearly about. Many members in this House have spoken clearly about religious liberty issues in other places. We had a whole emergency debate here, which I participated in, around some of the policies in the United States. And yet, we need to speak more about the situation in China, the country with the world's greatest population, a rising economic power, and a country who we have an important relationship with, but with whom we cannot allow the compromise of our values in our interactions. So we have the opportunity tonight, again, for the parliamentary secretary, a different parliamentary secretary, to take the opportunity to clearly and specifically speak out against the abuses of fundamental human rights that are happening in China. If we are true to our values, if this government is true to their stated commitments around human rights, then we need to hear them speak specifically about the abuses in China. In the past, the government has declined to take the opportunity to make these clear and specific and pointed comments. But I think minorities in China, the Christian community, the Muslim community, the Buddhist community, other communities, want to see that kind of response. So I look forward to the parliamentary secretary now, again, speaking clearly and specifically about the human rights abuses in China and how unacceptable they are to us as Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly thank my friend across the way, and I assure him that members on this side of the floor hear him often as we enter this chamber, and we certainly appreciate his contributions to this House, and I'm pleased to answer the question here this evening. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, the promotion and protection of inclusion, respect of diversity, and of human rights, including freedom of religion or belief, are part and parcel of our government's foreign policy and represent a priority as part of our relationship, our long-standing relationship with China. We continue to actively chair the International Contact Group on Freedom of Religion or Belief, where concerns such as these are raised regularly. Furthermore, Canadian representatives seize each opportunity that arises to directly discuss human rights with their Chinese counterparts, especially with the National Administration of Religious Affairs of China.
So the Prime Minister raised human rights concerns on his visit to China, and in turn, when Chinese Premier Li Keqiang visited Canada. Rest assured that we will continue to champion these important values at every juncture in our relationship with China. Chinese citizens' right to freedom of religious belief is enshrined in the Chinese Constitution, and this government will take every opportunity to call for its respect. We are aware that both official and underground Christian churches have been targeted by Chinese authorities, and their leaders have been repeatedly harassed and detained. In June 2016, Chinese authorities began to demolish the largest Buddhist teaching academy in Laorangar, Sichuan, Tibet. Monks and nuns from Qinghai, Gansu, and Yunnan have been ordered to leave Laorangar. We are aware of continued reports of restrictions on freedom to worship and observe religious traditions by Christians in Zhejiang province and on Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang province, including inhibiting their freedom to fast during Ramadan. Like the member opposite, we're concerned about these continued developments. The Chinese government is currently reviewing their regulations for religious affairs which govern religious administration. While the proposed amendments provide some clarity, such as in the definition and management of religious activities, the main outcome is greater oversight and stricter controls by China's security apparatus, thereby legally placing the church under the control of the state. The proposed definition of normal religious activities does not recognize respect for diversity and inclusion, and the amendments have the potential to further suppress religious freedom, including religious education, expression, and practices. It is only through our strategy of re-engagement that Canada can voice concern and engage with our Chinese counterparts to encourage respect for freedom of religion and human rights. In stark opposition to the former government's hot and cold relations with China, we've embarked on a new relationship with China, one on an equal footing, one where various interests are met by human rights concerns and Canada's commitment to the rule of law. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I can assure you that the Government of Canada will do everything in its power to urge China to honor its international commitments in terms of human rights and to promote and protect the inclusion and respect for diversity.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the new Parliamentary Secretary for his response, and I think it was certainly a much more on topic and on point response than I heard on this subject in the past. He recognizes the fact that there is an escalation of these abuses, and we weren't starting from a particularly positive point in the first place. Can I ask the Parliamentary Secretary as well, are we going to hear going forward a PMO that's actually willing to criticize the abuses of the Chinese justice system? Because we know those exist, and yet in the past, when asked by media, the PMO has declined to make those clear comments about the problems in the Chinese justice system. And what are the implications of this crackdown on religious liberty for the government's discussion of extradition? Because when holding particular religious views is a crime in China, how could we possibly contemplate extradition? I'd appreciate the members' comments on those points as well.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and my friend across the way. He will know that this government has been unequivocal in its stance on the respect for the rule of law and for human rights. He will know, and Canadians know, that they are an integral part of our foreign policy because they are integral to who we are as Canadians. Like I said, we're deeply concerned about the proposed amendments to further regulate religious activities in China. Our Prime Minister, this government, all of us have consistently called on China to protect and promote the freedom of religion or belief of all Chinese citizens. Through these high-level exchanges and ongoing initiatives at the bilateral and multilateral level, we will continue to engage and encourage China to support inclusion and diversity and to live up to its international human rights obligations. Madam Speaker, under this government, Canada is re-engaging with the world and will continue to champion values of inclusive and accountable governments, pluralism and rule of the law, and human rights. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend across the way.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For many years, Canadians have turned to living caregivers to provide care for their children and their seniors. As the affordability and accessibility to childcare and home care for aging seniors has become increasingly difficult to obtain, and the demand for childcare is unaffordable, the demand for living caregiver program has increased. I don't think anyone questions the fact that there is a clear long-term demonstrated labor shortage in this area. The previous Conservative government acknowledged that the program was broken and that the living caregivers are in a very vulnerable position, prone to abuse and exploitation. Their supposed fixes to the problems in the program were entirely deficient and missed the central point, and that is, if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. Currently, living caregivers must work for 2 years in Canada before they could even apply for permanent residence. This leaves them in a vulnerable position, as individuals could be placed in a position where they're being exploited, but would not come forward out of fear that they will lose their opportunity to apply for permanent residence and ultimately gain access to Canada and to become a citizen. Not only is this a major problem, while the Conservatives did do away with the live-in component, they added other onerous barriers to the pathway for permanency for the caregivers program. The caregivers, to be eligible to apply for permanent residence, they need to have Canadian post-secondary education credentials of at least 1 year or an equivalent foreign credential supported by an educational credential assessment. And to top it off, even if they meet that requirement, there's now a backlog of almost 60,000 applications and increasingly longer processing times for the care workers to gain permanent residence in Canada and to be reunited with their families. In fact, the average wait times of families is 4.5 years. The processing time is taking so long that for many families, their medical, their criminal, and security checks have expired. And by the way, each medical costs an extra $200 for each individual. It is a huge financial burden. Immigration lawyer Lobat Sarahashimi highlighted the injustices caregivers face when compared to other immigration streams at the Citizenship Committee. She stated, and I quote, "Even if you look at other programs, such as the Canadian Experience Class, which does require 1 year of work, so it's very similar, you'll see that their applications for permanent residence are processed in 6 months. That's the average processing time. Because they are allowed to bring their spouses on accompanied work permits, they're not separated from their families, whereas live-in caregivers are separated from their families while they're doing their work requirement. And then on top of that, their processing takes 8 times longer, and during that time, they are not with their families," end quote. With such long delays in processing, for some families, their children have aged out and will not be included in the application as they renew the process. So as a result of this, lots of families are breaking down. Children have suffered such long separation from their mothers that they struggle to reconnect with her, and in effect, their mothers is a stranger to them. I asked the government to put this to themselves. What would they do? And how would they find this acceptable if it was their own family in that situation? For caregivers, it's a minimum of 6 years of separation. I hope the government will be in agreement on this point. This is frankly inhumane, and we need to fix the problem.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for a question about pathways to a permanent residency for caregiver, and I also heard that she's doing a great job in the committee, and I look forward to working with her in my new role as Parliamentary Secretary. So, la députée a fait remarquer, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member has rightly pointed out that caregivers often provide valuable services to Canadians. As she knows, Canada's old live-in caregiver program was closed to new applicants in November 2014. Due to existing backlogs, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada continues to process some applications of those caregivers who are already in the program at that time and those who were grandfathered into it, but no new applications to enter the program have been accepted over the past 2 years. At the same time as the old program was closed to new applicants, 2 new caregiver programs were introduced, the Caring for Children class and the Caring for People with High Medical Needs class.
Ways to permanent residence to caregivers without the requirement that they live in the home of their employer. Madame la Présidente, l'ancien ministre...
Madam Speaker, the former Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees announced on October 31st that the planned admissions range for caregivers and their families in 2017 will be 17,000 to 20,000 permanent residents. This includes those who started in the live-in caregiver program and will apply for permanent residence once they have 2 years' experience as a temporary foreign worker. Madam Speaker, from 2009 to 2013, admissions of caregivers and their families only averaged about 11,000 per year.
The former Conservative government contributed to the backlog. Our government is continuing to work on eliminating it, and I'm glad to report that we are making progress on that front. Au début de 2015,
at the beginning of 2015, the backlog of caregivers and their family members waiting for a decision on their application for permanent residence stood at about 57,000 applicants on January 24th, and that had gone down to 31,000, which is a 46% decrease since the beginning of 2015. I'd like to thank the member for her question, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this important topic.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The NDP believes that the immigration system is about nation building. Canada is a country that is built by the immigrant community. We are the faces of the world. If we are to honor these caregiver workers and to honor their contributions, we must hold true to the principle that if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. For the caregivers program, the applicants that are on the wait list, I tell you, Madam Speaker, is 6 years plus for them to be reunited with their families. I'm a mother of 2. I can't imagine what life is like to be separated from your own children simply because you're trying to make a better life for them. The government needs to bring in a special measure, frankly, Madam Speaker, to fast-track these applications. It's not acceptable for those wait times to exist. If we value them as workers, we must do something about it. The backlog that is being worked on right now is still deficient, and I call on the government to take action.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, Canada's old live-in caregiver program was closed to new applicants in November 2014, and 2 new programs were introduced. That is the Caring for Children class and the Caring for People with High Medical Needs class, which do not require caregivers to live in the home of their employer.
For the caregivers and their family in 2017 will be 17,000 to 20,000 permanent residents, notably higher than the levels Canada admitted when the live-in caregiver program was still open to applicants. Madame la Présidente, nous faisons du...
Madam Speaker, we're making progress on eliminating the backlog of caregivers and their family members applying for permanent residence, and we will continue to work in that regard. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, la motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.